everyone and welcome to Brands Hatch for the season opener of the 2025 Funkup Endurance Championship. The weather gods so far well and truly smiling on us. It's bright sunshine, clear blue skies, temperatures getting into the 20s, a perfect day for racing, although the high temperatures I'm sure will provide the teams with a little bit of a headache in the 4-hour season opener coming a little bit later on in the day. The Funkup Endurance Championship looking as strong as ever this year. We've got a grid just into the 20s for this first round of the championship, but plenty more cars on the way later in the year. And most of the old usual suspects are back for another crack at the title in 2025. We've also got a few returning teams, Race Logic, Sherrodice UK, back on the grid for this first round of the championship, plus 4 teams who are gunning for the £10,000 prize. Remember, any team of drivers making their debut in the Funkup Endurance Championship who finish in the podium in their first race will be taking some prize money home with them at the end of the weekend. So that's a storyline well worth watching when we go Funkup racing later on in the day. We've also got plenty of support race action today courtesy of the BRSCC. We've got all 3 of their Mazda MX-5 championships, the Clapham North MX-5 Super Cup and Clubman championships, plus the Kent Models MX-5 Mark 1 championship, also taking to the track for their second event of the season. It's going to be a cracking couple of days of racing. Stay tuned, make yourselves comfy, and let's go racing in the Brands Hatch sunshine. Welcome everybody then to a sunny Brands Hatch where we are about to go racing straight into the day's on-track activities with the Clapham North MOT MX-5 Clubman Championship, which is a bit of a mouthful, but well worth persevering through because the race we're about to have, I'm sure, will be very, very entertaining indeed. It's the third round of the MX-5 Clubman Championship for 2025 and a big grid of cars, 31 of them entered here this weekend. The Clubman Championship back running to a single-day format again. There were a few events last year, I seem to recall, where they sort of ran over 2 days, qualifying on 1 race on the Saturday, 2 races on the Sunday. We're very much sticking to the double headers in 2025, and the first of those races is coming up right now. Jordan Pimley is the championship leader after the season opener on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit a few weeks ago. He had a win in race 1, a second place to Jack Warry in the second race of the day, but Jordan Pimley has outqualified Jack. In fact, he's outqualified everybody this morning. He will be starting on pole position alongside Del Pace, with the experienced Martin Tolley in third, and Jack Warry, the other race winner from Silverstone, lining up fourth on the grid. Paul Simard and Will Bream complete the top half dozen, ahead of Austin Pegg and Jake Pace, with Jamie Turner and former BMW Compact Cup frontrunner Matt Flowers completing the top 10. There is drama already by the looks of it for the number 42 car, that is, which is going nowhere, and driver Ben Hoy is sort of desperately trying to attract the attention of the marshals to come and recover him, which they will do, but this could lead to a delayed start, I think. Not convinced we're going to be able to get the race underway with that car clearly not under any power by the looks of it. So possible delay to proceedings here, but that gives us a bit more chance to build up to the race. There we go, the rescue crew, actually, BRSCC rescue crew, jumping to the aid of Ben Hoy to assist him out of the way. So have they done that quickly enough to avoid a delayed start? I think they might have done. We'll wait and see what happens here, whether the lights on the starting gantry illuminate and we get going. I'm not sure. No, there is a start delayed board, you can see there, the left of shot, so we are going to have a slight delay still. That means they'll do another green flag lap and then be released for possibly a shortened race, although because this race goes straight into the lunch break, I would imagine we should be able to run to the full 15-minute duration. Oh, No, the race is starting, never mind, so off they go. I thought we were going to get another green flag lap, but no, the race gets underway, and Del Pace grabs the advantage then into Paddock Hill Bend. He takes with him Jack Worry, and Jordan Pimley, perhaps caught out by that, has dropped down to possibly third. No, salvages second place and keeps his Silverstone sparring partner Jack Worry at bay, but it's Del Pace then that will have the advantage up into Druids Corner, and what a magnificent sight they make as they all approach the top of the hill, round the right-handed hairpin and plunge back down the other side towards the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. We're on the shorter Indy circuit this weekend, so short, sharp laps, and it's a layout that always produces fabulous racing, this one. There are a couple of clear places to make an overtake, and as you can see, it's quite difficult to break out of a side-by-side exchange sometimes. There's lots of 2x2 running going on as they approach Surtees and make their way up through clearways for the first time of asking under glorious sunshine, warm temperatures here at Brands Hatch. Now the slipstream starts to take effect, brings them to the end of the opening lap then. Del Pace leading, Pimley though trying his best to go after him, and is in fact I think challenging into Paddock Hill Bend. Yes he is, tries to go from the outside to the inside, there's a gap but he's not quite close enough to make the move under braking, and so it will still be Del Pace that retains the advantage. Pimley then slots back into second place, but they're all on top of each other rather, aren't they? You've got Jack Murray in third, fourth Martin Tolley, fifth was Jake Pace ahead of Will Bream and Jamie Turner, with Ted Bradbury, who is a former front-runner in the Mazda MX-5 Championship proper. Well, he's dipping his toes into the Clubman waters this weekend. Also, we'll see Ted out in the Funkup Endurance Championship later on. So we will see plenty of Ted Bradbury this weekend. He was a bit concerned, actually, about doing Clubman's and Funkup together because if he were to do well, for example, in the Funkup race, which he's likely to do, if he were on the podium, there was a concern that he might not have time to get back down to the grid for the Clubman race that comes straight after. There was somebody sideways there at Clearways. Did they get that gathered together? I'm not convinced they did, because I think out of the window I can see a yellow flag at Clearways Corner. We'll get to that in a moment, though, see if everybody does make it through. Martin Tolley's name was dropping down the timing order, but that's because he's got a dodgy transponder. He's very much still there, albeit under attack from Jake Pace as they arrive at Druids. So Del Pace leading and hanging on nicely, not getting away, but then this is Mark 1 MX-5 racing. You wouldn't expect the leader to be able to make any sort of a break, really, in these conditions. Oh dear, that's 73 in the barriers. Adam Lawrence, that's on the pit straight. That will definitely necessitate a safety car. It's not a nice place to have an accident, that. It's approaching the fastest part of the circuit. It's a very solid concrete wall, and Jordan Pimley gets into the back of Del Pace. The leaders are off. The leading two are off at Clearways just as the red flags fly. The race being stopped, and major drama. Jordan Pimley went for the move on Del Pace, and the two of them have clattered into each other just as the race was being stopped. So in the end, that move would have meant nothing, because they will go back to original grid order, I would imagine, having only completed 2 laps of racing. The race being stopped then, cars I think should have drawn to a stop on the start-finish area, but that message didn't quite get through, so the leading group at least are going to be sent around for another lap. I think they're going to send everyone round for another lap and then go about regridding them, but of course they can't really regrid them because there is a car that needs recovering from the start-finish area. So red flags fly, I'm afraid, in the very first race of the season. Now, did Pimley and Pace get going again? The answer is no. They're both still in the gravel. So both of those drivers still in the gravel. And Jordan Pimley, the championship leader, is going to notch up a non-finish here. There they are, look, both cars buried. There may be damage to the pair of them as well after the collision, but Jordan Pimley, the black and yellow car, was very much the aggressor in that situation, not apportioning blame to him, but he was the one trying to make the move, and Del Pace, unfortunately, was in his path. That's good news. Adam Lawrence is out of his car. Bad news is he's out of his car, and that means he can get a proper look at the damage that's been done to it. I wonder how he ended up in the pit wall. There was a moment mid-field. It would have been about where Adam Lawrence was running, I think, up through Clearways, the preceding lap, to when the red flag flew. And a black car, got sideways. I couldn't be 100% sure who that was, but somebody got sideways, and I wonder whether that's then sort of backed up the pack. They were all so close together at that stage that it is possible that that little moment sort of checked everybody up and caused a melee on the pit straight, but we've no way of knowing, unfortunately. So anyway, Jordan Pimley and Del Pace's cars now also need recovering. That's obviously going to delay things even further. Now, we should, as I alluded to, go back to the original grid positions. Cars are being stopped on the start-finish area, so it shouldn't take too long to regrid them once they've got Adam Lawrence's car out of the way. But, yeah, original grid positions, it should be, with only 2 laps having been completed. And already, we'd had quite a few movers there. I mentioned Ted Bradbury into the top 10. Well, he only qualified 12th, which was a bit of a surprise for the former race winner in the MX-5 Championship. Would have expected him to maybe be a little bit closer to the front, and actually he shared the 6th row of the grid with Johnny Greensmith. And Johnny with a wealth of experience in MX-5 racing as well. You would have expected to have qualified slightly better. So we have a small delay here whilst we wait for the race to restart. Whilst we're doing that, we're going to go to a quick ad break. Hopefully, by the time we're back, we'll be good to go racing. In fact, Jordan Pimley, I can already see, is driving his car back into the pit lane. So give us a couple of minutes and we should be able to give you a restarted race here at Brands Hatch in the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. Welcome back to Brands Hatch, where recovery efforts are ongoing after a dramatic couple of laps of MX-5 Clubman racing that we just had. Jordan Pimley and Del Pace colliding whilst battling for the race lead, but this had happened moments after Adam Lawrence's car had made, by the looks of it, fairly substantial contact with the pit wall. He is okay. His car is in the process of being recovered. The 2 cars that went off at Clearways, have both been recovered. So Jordan Pimley and Del Pace. Now, Jordan drove back into the paddock I spotted during that ad break. I confess I didn't see where Del Pace got to. I think, oh, there he is in the garage, look. So or in the pit lane, I should say. Along with the 42, of course, of Ben Hoy, who didn't take the original start because his car stalled on the way to the grid. So Del Pace's team working on his car. And hopefully, I guess, he will be able to get out there for the restart, although what the rule is regarding outside assistance and then taking a restart, I'm not so sure. But anyway, Del Pace will be, we hope, a factor in this race if he does get out there. We know he's quick. There is Adam Lawrence watching on as his car is about to be recovered, although it's taking a while because, I guess, of the proximity to the pit wall that it parked itself. But I'm intrigued to know how he got there. It's not the kind of place you lose control on your own, generally, so one has to imagine there was somebody else involved, but what their involvement was, I'm not so sure, and who it was, I certainly don't know. But anyway, we await the restart procedure and indeed notification of how long this restart will be. We've not yet had that information sent across. So as I mentioned, the first rounds of the championship took place on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit back in March. Jordan Pimley, I'll interrupt myself because Jordan Pimley has just arrived at speed back from the outer paddock. The MX-5s and indeed all of our support categories today, if you like, so all of the non-Funkup championships are all based in the outer paddock. which is, if you're not familiar with Brands Hatch, you have to go through a tunnel underneath Paddock Hill Bend to get there. Now that is where Jordan Pimbley's car headed about 5 minutes ago. The team obviously have checked it over, and now he has headed back towards the assembly area, but whether he's going to be allowed to restart, I don't know. He clearly hopes that he will be, but there have been occasions in the past, I can think, where cars that have been the cause of a red flag were then taken back to the paddock for repairs, but not then allowed to take the restart. However, the interesting thing here will be that I don't believe Jordan Pimbley was the cause of the red flag. And also, did he go off the road before the race was stopped or after it? Because it was, as those cars were sliding into the gravel trap, the red flag was showing on our screen. So I think it was almost exactly simultaneous. I think it was exactly the moment the red flag flew that that second incident happened, which may mean that he technically was running at the time of the red flag. You see where I'm going here? Maybe he'll be allowed to take the restart. We'll update on that when we get a shot of the grid forming. As I started to say, Silverstone opening 2 races of the season. Jordan Pimbley and Jack Warry, the winners. We've covered that. Well, who else was on the podium? Well, really, it was a 3-way shootout between Pimbley, Warry and Johnny Greensmith. Johnny Greensmith was on the podium in both races. He had a 2nd place in race 1, 3rd place in race 2. And Johnny Greensmith, the reigning champion in the MX5 Clubman Championship, had a solid start to the weekend. To be fair, though, Johnny he's had a better start this year than he did last year at Silverstone, because last season Johnny Greensmith didn't score a single point out of the season opener at Silverstone. He had a non-finish in race 1 that then prevented him from getting out in race 2. Didn't score his first podium until the 5th round of the championship at Alton Park, where he had a 3rd and a 2nd. But then he went on a winning spree. He did a hat-trick of wins at Anglesey and then won the next 2 races at Croft. 5 wins last year. They all came at the same time, pretty much, or in successive races, and then consistently on the podium. He had 4 second-place finishes after that to conclude the championship, and he ended up winning the championship fairly comfortably in the end. After drop scores were applied, he was 31 points clear of Paul Bateman, and Jack Murray was only 2 points behind Paul. So Jack making a noticeable step up this year. Del Pace was 4th in the championship last year, also looking a bit more competitive. Del did not win a race last year, but and of course looking for a win in this race until it all went wrong up at Clearways between he and Jordan Pimbley. Del had a slightly under the radar showing at Silverstone last time out. He was sort of back end of the top 10 in race 1, and I think he was 5th or 6th in race 2. So it wasn't a sterling weekend for him, but was looking much stronger here today until it all went a little bit wrong. But yeah, interesting that with the exception of Paul Bateman, everybody is that was at the front of this championship last year, back for another crack in 2025. And with a couple of interesting additions, particularly Ted Bradbury. I mentioned Ted and how you would expect him to be among the front runners in this championship. Well, that's because we've seen him win races before in MX5s, albeit in the Mark 1 Championship itself, which is this year branded as the Kent Models Mazda MX5 Championship, but that's the sort of quote-unquote main MX5 championship. And Ted Bradbury, a couple of years ago now, actually, wasn't it? I think it was 2023 that he did a full season campaign in that category. Finished 3rd in the championship. And yes, I was beginning to doubt myself as to whether Ted ever won a race. I know he took a while to win one. Did win at Snetterton, just the one win though. I thought he'd won more than that in 2023. Took a win at Snetterton sort of beginning the second half of the season, but Ted debuted in the MX5 Championship on pole position at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit a couple of years ago, and then went on to be a regular challenger throughout the rest of the season. Now that's Martin Tolley's car being pushed off the grid. As I've been waffling, there have been some interesting developments down on the grid area. I'm not sure why Tolley's car's being pushed away. So Scott Woodwist, by the way, who is here in the pit lane area, has just messaged me to say that Jordan Pimley and Del Pace's cars are now both at the bottom of the pit lane. Oh, yes, they are, along with Ben Hoy, who interestingly is ahead of them, even though he didn't get quite as far in that race. Well, they're now going to be joined by Martin Tolley, although I don't think Tolley's chances of actually taking the restart are looking all that promising right now. So, and Scott agrees with me, for what it's worth, that's a dangerous thing to do, that the red flag came out as the Del Pace and Jordan Pimley incident happened. So technically, he agreed. Oh, Ben says, don't mention that bit. Too late, Scott. He agrees with me that they were still running at the time of the red flag. Always read ahead when you're reading a message live on air. Sorry, Scott. But hey, I've already said it. He's only agreeing with me, so if it's wrong, he can blame me. But I do believe they were both running at the time of the red flag. Right, moving swiftly on. We've got no one left now at the front of the grid because well, with obviously Jordan Pimley, Del Pace are in the pit lane. They should have been the front row of the grid. Obviously joined now by Martin Tolley. So actually the top three drivers on the initial grid are not there. And Tolley, I can see he's driving his car into the outer paddock. So the car is under power, but not enough for him to go racing, he clearly thinks. There's obviously an issue of some description. So Jordan Pimley, Del Pace will be restarting, albeit from the pits. They've put Jack Worry therefore on pole position, but interestingly, they've put Jack Worry on the actual pole position. Now, what I mean by that is you would have thought they'd still line him up fourth because that's where he should be starting. Just the 3 cars ahead wouldn't be there, but they've obviously decided they're not going back to the full original grid. So it's going to be Jack Worry pole, Will Bream second, and somebody in third. I'm not entirely sure we have anyone next. Oh, here we go. Now we've got the, who's this? Jake Pace? That's Jake Pace, isn't it, coming through in the light blue number 28 car. So a little bit of a few gaps at the front of the grid. A 10-minute restart, by the way, will be the order of the day. And the Brands Hatch Indy circuit short enough that will still give us 11 or 12 laps of racing, all being well, as long as they can behave themselves and we don't end up with any more stoppages or safety cars, because that obviously will eat into that time. We are going into the lunch break next, but I think we'd all quite like to actually have some lunch, so we won't want to keep on doing this indefinitely. But I think we're almost there now. The track, as far as I can see, is clear. And we'll get another green flag lap as well, I would imagine. Although having caught me out with the delayed start earlier on, we'll wait and see what happens, shall we? But I think we should get a green flag lap. That's a better view of who we have and haven't got. So we've got Jack Worry on pole, no one alongside him because I guess it should have been Martin Tolley, shouldn't it? But he's going to be a non-starter. Then you've got Jake Pace and Will Bream, row 2. Jamie Turner starts 4th. Well, he was 9th on the original grid. And who's this coming in line alongside? And that's Bradbury. So Ted Bradbury is going to be starting in the top 5. Now, Bradbury could be the favourite here. I know he's only starting 5th, but he's a rapid driver. These days, as I mentioned, he is more commonly to be found in the Funkup Endurance Championship. He will be racing in the 4-hour race later on today. But he's, we know, once he gets his head back in the game, in the MX-5 game, he is going to be as quick as anybody. Then I think it's Johnny Greensmith next. So Johnny also perhaps wants to watch, although I think it's fair to say Johnny Greensmith, I know he had those 5 wins in the middle of the season last year. He is not the kind of driver, and this is going to sound disrespectful, it's not meant to. He's not the kind of driver you expect to see winning race after race after race after race. That's not really how Johnny operates. He is a consistent scorer. You can almost guarantee he will finish every race. He'll usually finish every race in and around the top 5 or so. And if other people then have a little bit of misfortune, as we've seen from Pimley and Pace and Tolley in this race, Johnny's always there to pick up the pieces and more importantly, pick up the points. And this already strikes me as a very kind of Johnny Greensmith season. He was on the podium twice at Silverstone, never won a race, but he scored 2nd and 3rd place points, so he's right up there in the championship standings. And one of the drivers ahead of him on points is not going to be taking part in the restart. Incidentally, Bo Parry is 4th in the championship while he was doing a one-off appearance at Silverstone, so Johnny doesn't particularly need to worry about him. Oh, Scott Woodwiss, and I'm allowed to read this message out, I think, it has just reminded me Ted Bradbury is a guest driver, so doesn't score points, which is another positive for Johnny Greensmith, because that's another car starting ahead of him on the grid that he doesn't actually need to worry about from a championship perspective. And we know Ted wasn't going to be doing the full season anyway, but as far as points are concerned, he is invisible, basically. So you delete him from the running order. Everyone behind him will jump up a position as far as their points scored. Green flag lap then underway, so we are now inching towards this 10-minute restart. And when we get there, hopefully we're going to have a clean restart and some more really good racing, because that has been the norm in the MX5 Clubman Championship in the past. Clubman Championship, which was brought in a number of years ago now for the Clubman driver, but what does that mean? Well, drivers who very much do this on a part-time basis, or who, you know, for whom racing isn't their sole ambition, but they still want to come out and have a championship to fight for at the end of the season. But because, like I said earlier, it tends to run over a single-day format, it means that the costs are therefore lower. It's just 2 races rather than 3 for the Mark 1 Championship itself. They are 5 minutes shorter, so that's a little bit of money saved in things like fuel and tyres and just general upkeeping of the cars. Also, because it's only a 1-day format, that's a night less in a hotel that drivers might have to pay for themselves, or mechanics if they're not choosing to camp out at the track. I know many drivers do, certainly many mechanics do, but a handful of them will be put up in hotels in the local area, and that saves a little bit of money on that. So it's a much more affordable way of going MX5 racing, but still enjoying super competitive racing. And as I said, still with a championship to fight for at the end of it. Someone else now, 2 cars peeling into the pit lane at the back of the pack. Now, the 3 cars that were at the end of the pit lane are no longer at the end of the pit lane, so I presume that means that Ben Hoy, Jordan Pimbley and Del Pace will be starting from the back of the grid. They were not among, I don't think, the 2 cars that just peeled into pit lane, so it's not like they're coming down the pits for a pit lane start. So who are those 2 and where are they headed? One is 991, I reckon, which is Simon Privet. He's lining up at the end of the pit lane. The other one is Ben Hoy, but Pimbley and Pace, oh yes, sorry, they are coming behind, so they are starting from the pit lane then. So keep an eye on those 2 in particular, Del Pace and Jordan Pimbley. They've only got 10 minutes, and of course they won't be released from the pit lane until after the rest of the pack have gone past pit exit. Right, revs are starting to rise then. Let's try this again, shall we? 10 minutes of Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Clubman racing gets underway. Ted Bradbury with a dreadful start there from the 3rd row of the grid, so he is plunging backwards in the order. It will be Jack Murray uncontested in the race lead into paddock. And look at Johnny Greensmith. Johnny Greensmith round the outside of everybody to try and go 2nd into the 1st corner. That didn't quite work, but he's still in 3rd and challenging Will Bream for 2nd as they arrive at Druids for the first time. Then it is Jake Pace, I think, there in 4th position. Bradbury on the inside line trying to salvage something from that poor start. That was always a bit of a theme for Ted back in the MX5 Championship days. Big lunge up the inside and right over the inside curb. Roscoe Trapez and someone way wide out of Graham Hill Bend from the leading bunch, and now dropping down the order. So all of this means we've got a 3-way fight for 2nd as they approach clearways for the first time. It is Will Bream in 2nd, Johnny Greensmith 3rd, Jake Pace there in 4th position, the rest of them cycling through behind. I'm going to try and get an idea on who the grass tracking car was. It's the 59 car, isn't it? The white and orange one, which went a little bit wide at Graham Hill Bend. Kevin Bird, Johnny Greensmith with a late lunge up the inside of Will Bream. That's a really lovely move from Johnny Greensmith. He goes past Will Bream and into 2nd position. So Greensmith, maybe he was listening to me when I said he's not necessarily the kind of driver to gun for race wins every time. He's showing some real aggression in this race and moves up into 2nd position. Will Bream also loses out to Jake Pace as a result of that. So Pace up into the podium positions. How are Pimley and Dell pace getting on, I hear you ask? Well, Dell was 23rd at the end of the opening lap, Pimley 24th, so they are not making an enormous amount of ground, although out of the window I can see them going either side of the 179 car exiting Graham Hill Bend and picking up another position each. 178, that would have been Andrew Gilligan, I think. So lively stuff in the mid-pack, but the lead that Jack Warry has got will be concerning, I think, for those behind. Can Johnny Greensmith and Jake Pace close in? Well, on that lap, the evidence suggests yes, because Greensmith sets the fastest lap, but is then immediately overtaken by Jake Pace. So Jake Pace believes that he's got more pace than the reigning champion and jumps ahead of him through Paddock Hill Bend. So Jake Pace then up into second, but he obviously was matching the pace of Johnny Greensmith up until that point. So if he can keep going quicker than Jack Warry, he could bring them onto terms with the leader. They were almost a full tenth of a second quicker than the race leader last time around. Around such a short circuit like this one is a fair chunk of time to be gaining. Also means they'll be slowly inching their way into slipstreaming range too. So the closer you get, the more of an effect the slipstream has, and so the quicker you're able to then go. It's a bit of a snowball effect. I don't think it'll be long before they're challenging the race leader. Let's see the lap times this time. Warry then will be the first to break the timing mean. Sets a fastest lap, actually, so great response there from Jack Warry. 57.8 was about a tenth of a second quicker than the second and third place cars. There's a move up the inside from Paul Simard. Now he's racing against Austin Pegg for the rookie class lead, the rookie category introduced for 2025. It does what it says on the tin, really. It is for the drivers who are new to racing that are running as rookies, and they are denoted with the white backgrounds on your timing tower on the left-hand side of shot. So Paul Simard 52, Austin Pegg 86, the two battling for the lead in that category. And Kevin Bird in behind, third in that class. In fact, there is that group, so Simard did get ahead of Austin Pegg and demotes Austin down an extra position. The Masters class, by the way, the pink background in numbers on the timing tower, that's being led by Johnny Greensmith, up in third position overall. Right, leaders through. 1.3 seconds was the gap, 0.9 seconds now as Pace sets another fastest lap. So Greensmith, Warry and Pace over the last 3 laps have all had a spell as the fastest driver on track, but it is the second placed man who consistently seems to be able to go the most quickly. There is the leading group going through. Battle on here behind, meanwhile, that is Jamie Turner being overtaken by the rookie leader, Austin Pegg. And Austin Pegg trying to lever him aside at Druids, but that will put him on the outside line for Graham Hill Bend, and his class lead might now come under attack from the white number 52 car of Paul Simard. Paul sticks his nose at the inside. There isn't quite enough momentum though, and so he's not able to go through for the time being. But Austin Pegg caught in a difficult situation now, really, trying to battle for overall track position. But in doing so, must make sure that he doesn't relinquish his class lead. He's left the door open at Clearways, though. To the inside looks Simard, but he's not quite close enough, I don't think, is he? The momentum, again, is with the car on the outside line. And so Paul Simard able to... Austin Pegg able to hang on to the class lead. Another couple of tenths taken out of the race lead at that time by Jake Pace, who sets another fastest lap as well. Here comes the change for the rookie class lead. Simard to the inside. Does he get that move made? Yes, he does. So Paul Simard then ahead of Austin Pegg once again. So the rookie class looking very, very... rookie trophy, as it's called, very competitive. Simard, by the way, is the rookie trophy class leader after the season opener at Silverstone, and Oscar Trapesse was actually the second best in that category. Not convinced we had Austin Pegg out with us at Silverstone. No, we didn't. So Austin making his debut this weekend and immediately up there battling for the win. Looked like he was maybe setting up for a move into Clearways. Right, leaders through Clark Curve, and it's, well, I wouldn't say this is nose to tail yet, but it will be, I think, by the end of the next lap. Jake Pace has gapped Johnny Greensmith and is now within half a second of the race leader. It's a third successive fastest lap of the race for Jake Pace, and with 4 minutes of it to go, he's got ample time to have a go at grabbing the lead. They both bounce over the curbs exiting Paddock Hill Bend and hit the brakes into Druids. Very early turn in there to Druids, particularly if you're defending the race lead, as Jack Warry is. So the go-for-it racing driver just about hanging on for now. You can see the distance that they've put into Johnny Greensmith behind. He, though, is not under any real pressure from Will Bream. So Will Bream's fourth position is a pretty lonely one too. Then you've got the Turner, Simard and Pegg scrap for fifth. And then it is, I think, Kevin Bird back ahead of Ted Bradbury now. Yes, it is in the background. Kevin Bird's got back ahead of Ted for 8th position. So I'm not sure what's going on with Ted, but doesn't quite have the race pace I maybe expected from the 276 car. Leaders across the line, and now I would say it's pretty much nose to tail. Only one MX-5 length between them. That roughly equates to a quarter of a second or so. And now Jake Pace is close enough to think about making the move. Where is he quicker? Oh, there's a car pointing the wrong way at the bottom of the hill. That was one of the stragglers about to go a lap down anyway, and they very much have gone a lap down now. Couldn't quite see the number. It's another one of our rookie drivers by the looks of it. We'll ID that in a moment or two, but the leaders absolutely together now. And is there a gap in the inside into Graham Hill Bend? No, not quite, but Jake Pace is almost pushing the leader through the 90-degree left-hander, but maybe got a bit too close through the apex, lost some momentum on the exit. Probably just had to wait on Jack Warry to hit the throttle, and then Pace can react a fraction of a second later. He might be close enough to have a go into clearways, but then Jack Warry knew that attack was likely to come, so covered the inside line. That slows him down at the apex, but again, he parks the car and doesn't allow Jake Pace to carry that momentum onto the main straight. This, though, is where the slipstream starts to take effect. You can see Jack Warry running wide there. That's not the standard line through Clark Curve, but he's trying to get a draft off the car ahead, which they are about to put a lap down. And where and when do they catch this back marker? Well, right on the apex of Paddock Hill Bend is the answer. That wasn't ideal for either of them, really. Warry defends into Druids. They both nip to the inside of the lapped car, but to the outside will challenge Jake Pace. Now, if he can go right round the outside here, he'll buy himself a ticket to the inside line at Graham Hill Bend. He wasn't quite close enough, and so they stay in the same order, almost a touch between the two of them as they turn through Graham Hill. This is a brilliant battle. The number 60 car, by the way, was the car they just put a lap on, Stephen Davis, who did his best to stay out of the way, but there's only so much you can do when the leaders catch you in the middle of Paddock Hill Bend. Leaders now turn into clearways. The headlight cover flapping up slightly on the left front corner of the race leaders car. That won't be helping the aerodynamics, particularly in a straight line. Is that going to be enough to give the decisive edge to Jake Pace, I wonder? We're starting the penultimate lap of the race now, and is there a move to be made into Paddock Hill Bend? There might be, but no, Jack Warry sends it in on the brakes very late, carries good speed into Paddock Hill Bend, and as they climb back up the other side, the inside line is not made available to the attacking driver, who once again is forced to try this long way round. Now this time I think he's found a bit more grip. He ran a bit too wide a lap ago, got on the dirty side of the road. This time though, he's kept the overlap, has the inside line into Graham Hill Bend, snatches the brake, rattles the curb, hits the floppy marker post, and somehow still doesn't make the move. That was the closest he's been. But again, by going in tight, he's lost that momentum on corner exit, and so he's got to do it all again now with only just over a lap to go. Closes back in under braking into clearways. Incidentally, Jordan Pimbley, now into 15th position, has set the fastest lap of the race. He's still, though, one place behind Del Pace, and probably a little bit reluctant to go for a move against Del after the way that panned out last time he tried it. Right, last lap board is out. We've got 10 seconds left on the clock. It's nose to tail for the race lead again, and Jake Pace is running out of time and running out of opportunities. I do think his best chance is to do what he's done, or attempted to do, the last two laps, which is the outside line into Druids, but he might have got to the inside because there was a moment for Jack Warry at Paddock Hill Bend. No, Jack slams the door in his face, locks the brakes, he's all out of shape, leaves the inside open, up the curb goes Jake Pace, they bang doors, and still it is car number 6 with the race lead. This is phenomenal racing. A little bit of a mistake there from Jack Warry, almost opened the door enough, but Jake Pace not quite able to scrabble his way through. There's one more realistic overtaking opportunity to go, and that is into clearways for the final time, but I'm not convinced at the moment that Jake Pace is close enough to try it. He will brake as late as he dares, but Jack Warry surely will cover the inside line, which he does, and now it will just be a drag race to the finish line. The time is up, the checkered flag awaits, and the victory, I believe, in round number 3 of the MX5 Clubman Championship will go the way of Jack Warry, who punches the air with delight, and rightly so. It's back-to-back wins for Jack because he won the second race at Silverstone last time out, and that one he really had to work for. He and Jake Pace trading a little bit of paint on the final lap, but that was just good, hard racing. Jake saw the opportunity to get to the inside at Druids, but just couldn't quite make the move stick. That was good stuff, though. Really good racing. And yes, this is shaping up, I think, to be an ultra-competitive season in the Clapham North MOT Master MX5 Clubman Championship. Very much looking forward to seeing what race 2 has in store for us at the end of the day. Well, good stuff from our MX5 drivers. And Jack Worry then, with that race win, will move into the championship lead, I believe, because he was only 2 points behind Jordan Pimley. Jordan didn't make it into the top 10 in the end, unfortunately. Jack Worry did, though. He led most of the way in that race, well, all of the way, actually, but only just over Jake Pace at times, who finishes in second. Johnny Greensmith is third and wins in the Masters category. And Paul Simard, the rookie winner, got to fourth in the end, got ahead of Will Bream in the closing stages. Will is fifth ahead of Jamie Turner, then Austin Pegg and Kevin Bird, the two rookies who will share the podium with Paul Simard. Christian Dan was ninth, another Masters driver, and Matt Flowers in the top 10 again, which is about where he qualified actually at the start of the day. Jordan Pimley to 11th by the end, and did get ahead of Del Pace, interestingly, on the final couple of laps. So Jordan Pimley 11th, Del Pace 12th, and I believe that's where they'll start race 2 from later on in the afternoon. Matt Crozier and Andy Strate are next, ahead of Oscar Trapes, Liam Cochrane, Nick Ledoyen, Tom Cannon, Tom Greenwood and Mustafa Syed to complete the top 20. Ben Hoy was 21st from the pit lane, Andrew Gilligan 22nd, then it was David Scowler and Chris Winstanley, Simon Privet 25th, Ted Bradbury a lap down in the end. Did he pit, I wonder, towards the end of the race? Yes, he did, so a pit stop for Ted Bradbury, unfortunately, which he was actually wasn't running at the flag, so he pitted a lap or so from the end, so there was an issue with the 276 car, which I rather suspected, because that wasn't quite the Ted Bradbury performance that we might have expected. Well, a bit of a bruising opening race of the day, but a very entertaining one once it got going. A terrific scrap between our top two finishers, and they, along with Johnny Greensmith, who finished in third, are in the pit lane now, ready to catch up for the first time today with Richard John Neal.
Yeah, welcome down to pit lane, victory lane for our Funkup race day. Absolutely fantastic to be here. Welcome back, everyone, to our coverage. What a race. That was fun, wasn't it, to get going. Now, Josh Barrett's here as well. He's very kindly gone to P3. So let's make our way over and have a word with Jack Worry, who's getting the business end of the awards from Lindsay Close. Jack, many congratulations. What a race.
Oh, it was a brilliant race. Obviously, from the start, when I ended up in first and started on pole in the second start, it was just about staying there. And obviously around here, a little bit of toe down the front is quite difficult. So, see, Jake was catching me and he probably had the pace on me, but I had the track position and I managed to keep it to the end of the race.
How much frustration is there for you as a driver, you know, coming out? This is the second meeting of the year, not the first meeting of the year for you guys. But to have that red, is it a good thing? Do you collect your thoughts? Is the second start always better or easier?
Well, you've got a lot of time to think about what you want to do, but sometimes that's not a good thing. Sometimes you just want to get on and do it on instinct. But it worked out well in the end. I managed to keep my head straight and just get on with it and got it done. So fortunately, it all went well today.
I say fortunately, I mean, it's 2 on the bounce because at Silverstone you won the second race.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty good start to the season, so hopefully we can maintain that into the next race later on this afternoon. So.
Championship leader. Not that I'm putting any pressure on you, and it is only round 2, but that's not a bad place to be.
No, obviously not. You want to get the best results you can, maximise everything, and so far I think I have.
Any thoughts on later in the day? It's a long wait now, isn't it? So I'm guessing the car is pretty much to your liking.
Yeah, it's all good. I might hammer some of the dents out that got put in there in that race, but you know, other than that, I think I'll leave it alone.
That's brilliant. Brilliant win. Well done.
Thank you.
And we'll see you on the podium, I suspect, again a little bit later on, Jack Worry. Right, Josh is having a word with our second place driver at the moment, Jake Pace. So I have a word with Jonathan. I said I'd see you on the podium, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
We were having a little natter before the race, and I know you were a bit frustrated with qualifying. You said racing's different, and it was.
Yeah, it totally is. I saw the times were only 4/10 off Jordan. I thought we'll make it back on racing and stuff, and then it all kicked off. And I thought I'll just sit here and just bide my time. But then when Pace got past me, I couldn't keep up with him. He got better, faster. You know what I mean? So my setup's not 100%, but I've enjoyed it.
You know, sometimes when you qualify down and you scrape up towards a podium or edge up towards a podium, that's the kind of thing that wins championships. You know about that sort of stuff.
Yeah, you're not going to win a championship on one day, so you've just got to bide your time and make sure you finish and make sure you're finishing that podium step every time.
I won't ask for the trade secrets, but I'm guessing something changed between qualifying and race, and not asking, or did you literally jump?
Didn't touch it at all.
Really?
Yeah. I thought, well, the pace is going to not be much different to qualifying. I know the lads won't be putting them same times as what they were in qualifying, so I thought I'll be there and thereabouts. And I sort of were, but a little couple of tweaks for next race, and then hopefully we'll be up front.
The driver who doesn't muck about with his car. I quite like this. This is unusual. Because normally you get to the first round, I don't know if it happened at Silverstone, and people are never ready.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I were only about a week before Silverstone and I got ready. I had to pull my finger out and get things sorted out on the car, burn the midnight oil, so to speak, so yeah.
It's still a great, strong championship, isn't it? Obviously, Clapham North branding this year, which we thank George and the team at Clapham North MOT for. But the quality, although drivers move on, the quality is always maintained.
Yeah, the quality's spot on. There's some good drivers, young drivers coming through the field at the minute, which is good to see because this is where you're going to learn your craft, racecraft, to go further up the field in touring cars or whatever. But yeah, it's good to see. Definitely is.
Brilliant. Great to catch up with you, Jonathan. First of many podium interviews this year for me with you, I hope. Jonathan Greensmith there, taking P3. And let's have a word with Jake Pace, who took second position. What a race, a handshake there with Jonathan. Jake, let's get you over here in the sunshine. Very well, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not bad, yeah.
Talk us through your race. High spots, disappointing bits, and some work to do on the car.
Yeah, some work to do on the car. Shame I couldn't get past Jack, but he made the car very wide and defended very well. So overall, quite happy. Coming away with second. After the initial start, didn't go our way, and we was backwards going through the S's. So yeah, just got to say massive thanks to my dad for all the time he's put into the car. He always put my car before his own. James and all the boys at Stuck in Motorsport, all my family, Gina for being here as well, and the boys at Leeward's Car Body Repairs. I've got them some work to do now, so.
Yeah, that can wait, can't it, for the week? I mean, it's shipshape and ready for race 2 when we can expect more of the same. And how confident are you on, say, starts compared with Jack?
Well, my initial start today was pretty good, but the second restart then I didn't go anywhere, and I was sideways, going up the straight. But yeah, it's one of those, isn't it? Sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't. But we'll give it a good old go later. And shame we got a bit of a wait, but yeah, a few hours. But
enjoy the Funkup. You should do what Ted Bradbury's doing and go out in the Funkup as well.
I would like to. I would love to. I need to find some money to do that.
It all comes down to the stuff we put in our wallet, doesn't it? At the end of the day, did you follow, or did you? How did Dell do in that one?
Dad was leading until the.
I mean, when you got back on.
Yeah, so
Did you take the restart?
He did take the restart from the pit lane. So yeah, I think he done. I don't know where he finished, but I think he done it right. I think he battled through him. Yeah, because he was leading initially, and then I don't know what happened. Upset Graham Hill Clearway, sorry.
Yeah, I think Jordan was really upset, and he was going to talk to Dell about it, and I think they may have done in pit lane as well. But yeah, Jordan was visibly upset with what had happened, which was sporting.
To restart, so happy days. So I'm sure it'll be all right.
With both you and Dell being at the front of the grid, is there ever an opportunity for you to talk about not necessarily team tactics, but to work together?
You'd like to try, but racing, you can't plan a race, can you, at the end of the day? So it's not really worth it. I mean, we'd probably give each other a little bit more room than everyone else would give each other, but that's about it, really. We're both there to beat each other at the end of the day. Yeah.
But going back to that, I mean, some great moves from yourself, and lovely to see drivers having a go. I mean, it's what racing's about, and Mazda seems to deliver it, that we do see drivers actually having a go and getting stuck in and making the move for the lead. And something in motor racing, particularly at higher levels, I won't say exactly what I'm talking about or thinking about, but in this level, we do see people having a go and racing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Mazdas are great. You know, everyone gets stuck in. Most of them are similarly powered, so it's not someone that's disappearing most of the time. And yeah, it's brilliant. It's good fun. That's what we're all here for at the end of the day. So, yeah.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Jake. Lovely to see you on the podium, and I'm sure it'll be a step higher next time. We'll let you enjoy the rest of the afternoon, enjoy the Funkup race, and we'll see you on the grid for race 2 a bit later on.
Brilliant. Cheers.
So, Pace said, well, that's it. When we're up the other end, normally, when there's a little bit of a change round here, normally we can dip into Parc Fermé and maybe, I was going to have a word with Paul Simard, but he was the top rookie in 4th position, didn't come down for this, but hopefully we'll get the opportunity to have a natter with Paul at a later race, or a later event indeed, and find out a little bit more about the newcomer coming into racing. I think we are into, we're going to go have a short ad break, and after that, obviously, TCR is not what we're here for this weekend. It is all about Funkup, and Jamie Peters-Ennis will be having a word with us all. So we look forward to that. Jamie Peters-Ennis with you after this short break. Please stay with us.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into Redgate Corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly.
It's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
So, good morning everybody from down here in the pit lane at Brands Hatch. As you may have noticed, I'm not Richard John Neal, I'm Jamie Peters-Ennis, and I'll be taking you through all the drama that we'll be experiencing later on in our first round of the 2025 Funkup Endurance Championship here on the 1.2 mile Indy circuit. So, while we're down here in the pit lane, I think Johnny and I will go for a little bit of a walk down the pit lane. But what we're going to do first is, if you look up there, that's where Richard and Andy are going to be in the commentary box. From what I understand, it's not air conditioning, and I can vouch for that because I went up there earlier and it is like a greenhouse. So, yeah, fair play to them, and they've probably got the best view of the circuit. So, first up on our little garage tour is Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. And as you see, they've got a nice, striking new livery for this year and a slightly different driver lineup. Vlad Vasiliev remains. However, he is joined this year by Ted Bradbury. Now, Ted last year was a front runner and race winner with the 195 Ninky Nonk team, but has made the switch over to EDF Motorsport for this year and is already making an impact with the team. So we'll catch up with them on the pre-grid later on. They're just having a little bit of downtime at the moment. Next up is familiar faces, but a new team. So this is Demon Tweaks 1 and Demon Tweaks 2. Now, Demon Tweaks 2 has Funkup regulars Mark Burton, Graham Pattle, and Will Abraham making a welcome return to the championship. And a warm welcome to Demon Tweaks 1, which is Jason, Guy, and Jack Minshaw, who will be joining us later on in the year. But for this weekend, they've got historic superstar Michael Lyons for this round, and he's already on the pace, lapping very competitively in there. In fact, we'll get Guy Minshaw out, who's going to be making his debut in the championship. Guy, welcome to the party. I mean, you've driven a lot of different cars. How are you finding these?
Different. Yeah, it's an incredible amount of fun, but very different to anything historic. I think it's more like a go-kart, to be honest. You've just got to really hustle the thing round, and it's a question of really getting used to it. Thankfully, we've had Michael here this weekend, and he knows the circuit like the back of his hand, and to him, everything appears to be very slow after all the GT cars and F1 cars he drives. So he's able to really pinpoint where I'm losing time, and I think I've made a couple of seconds since yesterday. So, yeah, really pleased with the way things are going.
And we've got Jack joining in, I think from round 2 onwards. I think he couldn't make this one. How excited is he for joining in this?
His exact words were, "I've got FOMO." The fear of missing out. Yeah, he's buzzing. He's watching it all on TV, and yeah, be good to get him back at Alton.
All right, fantastic. Well, good luck. We'll catch up with Jace later on the pre-grid. And but yeah, welcome to the party. That's Demon Tweaks, who are in the 249 car. Next up is
familiar car, but new team. So they're affectionately known as BERT, which is the British Endurance Racing Team. So that will be John Railton, who we saw last year in the Axiometrics car, and he'll be partnering with Angus Goff. Now, Angus made a guest appearance at Croft last year in one of the JPR hire cars and absolutely loved it and thought he'd come back and do a full season. So warm welcome to them. I don't think they're around at the moment, so we'll catch up with them later. Next up is another new team, which is Race Ventura. That's got Stu Bliss, Rich Bliss, Bob Bannister and Don Fletcher, who have graduated from the City Car Cup into Funkup. And this has been a plan that's been lasting about 2 years. They've been itching to come and do this, and they're finally here, and they're absolutely loving it. And Bob Bannister's just stood here now. As we said to Stu earlier, it's a bit different to a Toyota Igo, isn't it?
It's a bit different, yeah. I'm still getting used to not flooring it out of corners and letting it pull me out, because, you know, this rear-wheel drive thing is a bit odd.
And how have you found it? Because obviously you're more used to racing against Stu, Rick and Dom. Yeah. Obviously now you're teammates, and you all drive differently. As I said to Stu earlier, how are you getting that neutral balance to make it good for all of you?
It's tricky. I mean, it's first race for us, so we're trying to work that all out and figure it out. Even like seat positions are massively different between us, so we're all learning with every stage of it. But at the end of the day, I'm the old man, Jamie. So you know, I go with whatever they want, and I suffer it, even if, you know, it's not my preferred style. I'm happy to go with it, yeah.
But being the eldest means you're the boss, right?
Well, it ought to be, doesn't it? Yeah, I get paid more. That's what it is.
Absolutely. Right, well, welcome. We'll catch up later with Dom and Rick, who will be on the pre-grid. This is our scales and weighbridge for the JPR crew. This is where the cars they've done their flat patch and where all the hand-cooked tyres get made. Next up is seed data. Regular pairings. Regular pairings of Mike Devlin and Matt Dawkins. And let's have a word, Mike. Good job I didn't see that. Hello.
Good morning.
It's the Matt and Mike show again this year. How excited are you?
Very excited. It's my first time on circuit this year on Brands Hatch. Very excited about it. Turn one's a bit naughty. Quite frightening.
And how are you finding the hand-cooked tyres? Because we made the switch over from GT last year to the hand-cooked tyres. They're very different, aren't they? The cars are moving around a lot more.
They are indeed moving around a lot more. We seem to be getting on with them. They give a little bit more. I'm finding that they give a bit more feedback. The underbraking, they do tend to lock up a little bit more than the old tyres, but we're finding them fine.
And thoughts for the race?
I'm starting 6, so as long as I can get around turn 1, hopefully a top 10 finish. We won a couple of podiums this year, that's what we're hoping for. We finished 9th last season, which we were very happy with that. So, top 10. Fingers crossed.
All right, well, we'll catch up later with you and Matt during the course of the race. Well, best of luck. That's Mike Devlin and Matt Hogg from Seed Data. Next up is Greenheath, and as you see, they've kidnapped Riley Phillips to do some data. Is Riley giving you all of his secrets, Paul?
Absolutely, yeah. Well, we're actually giving him a bit of training as well. So you know, you got to train the youngsters with the long-served experience that we've built up over all these years. So we're helping him out.
Has he not told you his day rate though?
Well, we've just given him it. Yeah, but no, it's all good. It's all good.
Great year last year. Obviously, you want to build that momentum, and you want that first win for the team, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we're here for. That's what we've always been here for. So yeah, we're just building up little tiny snippets that we can pick up. It all helps. So we just got to put it into practice.
All right. Well, we'll catch up with both of you and Gaz later on. Gaz is having a lovely day. A lovely day. So it's our little catchphrase that we have. Next up is Team Summers. That's got Gary Summers, team boss, and he's got Darren Brown joining him this season. Darren came in at Donington initially as a guest, loved it so much, came back for all and had another go. And Gary, year 3 for you. Yes. Again, it's gone. We'll let Neil jump across with the jack. Year 3 for you. It's building that momentum, isn't it?
It certainly is. Yes, and I feel that we came down early, Darren and myself, on Thursday evening, and we've massively improved. And we're going to smash our records during the race. So 2 hours' time, we'll be there.
Fantastic. Well, what we'll do is we'll catch up with you on the pre-grid as well. Okay. And yeah, wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
No worries. That's Gary Summers, and we've also got Darren Brown, as we said. Next up is one of our new teams. That is Clapham North. That is George Grant, Matt Hyde, and they've borrowed for this weekend Neil Sparky Burrows, who race winner last year in the 195 Ninky Nonk car with Ted Bradbury. He's having a guest drive in that. Then next up we've got is the Team Pacific. That's got Chris Thelwell and Sam Gibson. Now, Sam Gibson has flown all the way from Australia to come and have a go in the Funkup. And Sam, you're used to racing a very competitive one-make championship in Australia. This is probably more competitive. How are you finding it?
Well, I'm finding it great at the moment. Up at the front, all the guys are within like 0.4 of each other. It's really good. Yeah. What? With these cars, it's getting. It's my first time trying to really get used to them. I've had 2 sessions beforehand, just during practice days, but it's been quite hard getting used to it. But yeah.
But yeah, they have their quirks, don't they? And obviously, sequential gearbox, paddle shift, rear-wheel drive, different tyres, different circuit. It is a lot to try and cram in a weekend, isn't it, for you to learn?
Yeah, it's the first time at Brands Hatch as well, so it's a really great circuit. I'm loving it. But yeah, it's a bit to fit in especially flying over. I'm still a bit jet lagged and stuff. Only come over for...
It's Wednesday now, right?
Yeah. But yeah, it's been really fun. I'm enjoying it.
Fantastic. Well, welcome to the party, and good luck for the rest of the race. That's Sam Gibson in the Team Pacific car. Next up is the 97 car. That is Andre and Pierre. Now, we spoke to Andre earlier. Pierre, welcome back to the British circuits, because obviously you've had a little bit of a break. Last race probably in Formula Renault back in 2008, and then went off and did some European stuff. Nice to be back, and how are you finding these cars?
Great. It's a pleasure. They are proper race cars, and we have a lot of fun. And no, that's very good. Very good. It's a pleasure to be here.
And it does what it says on the tin.
So far, yes. So far, yes. But we'll see this afternoon. But so far, yes, yeah. And it's good. It's really good fun.
And from what I understand, plan is to do a couple more later in the year.
At least, yeah. We'll try to do. I think we'll do the season. So we'll work on it. But I think we'll do the season. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. That's Pierre Renom from the Team Renom 97 car. Right, next up is PLR Racing. Now, I wanted to go and find Neil Plimmer. So what we'll do, Johnny, let's walk through the garage now. We've also got Ben Pitch here as well. He's just going through some information with some guests. And Ben, another year and a new sponsor as well.
Yeah, hi Jamie. Welcome to 2025. Welcome to Funkup. It's going to be another close year, I think. Looking forward to it.
And how are you finding the Hankook tyres? It's a bit different, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a bit of a voyage into the unknown, really. I don't think anyone's done a race distance on them yet. Maybe some teams have tested them, but we certainly haven't tested them for that sort of length. But initial feedback is they're probably going to last a couple of races, let alone one race. But we just don't know what's going to happen to the tyre during the 4-hour race. So we're voyage into the unknown. But look, it's the same for everyone. So we'll see.
Yeah, I want to speak to Captain, but he's has he done a runner? Is he in the lunch queue?
He's always.
Let's go and have a look. Let's go do some wandering. This will be a first, interviewing somebody in the lunch queue. So this is our hospitality awning. This is where all the guests and teams and drivers can come and hang out and get some nice food and drink. Right, let me see where Neil Plymouth is. He is not around. So what we'll do is let's carry on this side, and we'll have a chat with a couple more people, and then we'll grab Neil at the end, because I do want to have a chat with him. So we've got the UVR Hoffman's Lotus team, Hoffman's Motorsport team, I beg your pardon. That's Fabulous and Farkini, who didn't win last year, but they'll be hoping to put that right in 2025. Next up is Fast Track. That's Simon Lidson and Elisha Day. They're back for this event. They'll be enjoying, and in fact they've been drawn on the front row for that one. Next up is as we look inside the Funkup car. Next up is Red River Sport. That's Johnny Molam and Gareth Williams for this event, and they'll be joined by Bonamy Grimes for Alton Park. Bonamy, unfortunately, is not available for this weekend, so he's having a chat. Now, like last year, Olympian GRD had a few people turn up. Can we have a big cheer, please? Because they've got over 50 guests coming through. So if we have a big cheer from everyone supporting Olympian GRD. Of course, reigning champions from 2023. Again, they've got Simon Rudd, Chris Devell and Riley Phillips, which we spoke to Riley earlier. We'll catch up with Chris and Simon later on. So he's just having a chat. They're just seeing themselves on the TV. Are you gonna do some more winning this year?
Well, we're going to try to, aren't we? That's why we're here. Yeah, it's going to be tough this year, I think.
Yeah, it's every year gets tougher and tougher, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's what it's all about. Otherwise we'd win every year. So it's we're looking forward to it, this one. Starting last again at Brands, more cars, hot day.
Different tyres.
Different tyres. I mean, yeah, the tyres, it's a funny one. You talk to people about the tyres, I don't really notice the difference. Maybe I'm just silly. But I don't really notice the difference. We've all got to drive it and everyone's got the same tyres, so.
And Chris is currently working out a strategy with Leah, but I'm disappointed, mate. There's no buffet.
There is a buffet.
Is there? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, wicked. I'll pop down later.
Anytime.
Thanks a lot. That's Simon Rudd. Right, that's next up is GCI. That's Craig Butterworth and Ian Wood. They unfortunately had a little bit of an off yesterday, but the car's all been repaired and ready to go today. They're just over there doing some data and getting everything shipshape for the 4-hour encounter. I've got time for a couple more. It's such a big entry this weekend. 23 cars. Returning multiple champions race logic, Julian Thomas and David Denyer. They'll be doing a selected rounds this year from what I understand, but they always love doing Brands Hatch in a Funkup car. It is the best for them. Next up is Axiometrics, run by the Morphous Motorsport team. That has a slightly different lineup this year. That's Chris Weatherall, Greg Evans and John Perrott, who's joining them for 2025. John Perrott was formerly with Team 3 and then did selected rounds in 2024. Drove a total of 5 different Funkup cars during the course of the 2024 season. And then we head up to our final team. If I find Johnny, there he is. He's just reappeared. And we welcome back Track Focused. They're running a multiple assault this year. First up, we've got Signature RV. That's same unchanged driver lineup with Steve Ruston, John Whitehouse and Marcus Clutton. Now, if you look at their number, they are number 557. Now, the reason their number is so high is because they are in a brand new chassis. So the numbers on the cars dictate what the chassis numbers are. So they're in one of the newest chassis on the grid. Next up, full season campaign for Team FFS. That will be Barry and Lewis Thompson this weekend, and they'll be joined by Nick Heighton during the course of the year. Nick's on clashing duties elsewhere this weekend, so unfortunately he can't make this one. Big wave from Lewis. We'll catch up on the pre-grid later on. And then finally, our last 2 cars. Welcome to Balfe Motorsport. We heard from Tom and Sean Balfe earlier on. Of course, Sean, multiple GT champion, making the switch over to Funkup for this year. And a warm welcome back to Sherrodice UK in the 251 car. That will be with Pete Belshaw and Teddy Wilson for this weekend. And we hope potentially seeing Phil Keane at some point this year as well. So that is your little pit lane walkabout for our 23 teams in the Funkup Endurance Championship. So what we'll do now is we'll throw to an ad break, and the next voice you'll hear for the first of our races this afternoon will be Andy McEwen and Richard John Neal.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly.
It's just mega racing, mega close racing. Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just an amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody, where we are ready to go racing again this afternoon with the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup Championship from the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. We've got 17 cars out on track, which is up from the season opener at Silverstone. And we've got glorious weather and hopefully some good racing. We've seen some cracking racing, some of the very best MX-5 Super Cup racing has taken place here at Brands Hatch down the years, and we are hoping for more of the same here this afternoon. They will have 3 races over the course of the weekend, and the second and third of those races will be tomorrow, and we'll also feature a reverse grid race in one of them, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. The championship began a couple of weeks ago at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit, as was the case for all of the BRSTC's Mazda MX-5 series, and the 3 races that weekend within the Pro class anyway were won by Will Blackwell Chambers. He was the overall winner as well, as you'd expect for the Pro class drivers across all 3 of those races. Wasn't quite a perfect score. Tom Langford making his transition up from the MX-5 Championship, where he was a champion last year, into the Super Cup for this season, had a brace of second place finishes and managed to pick up the fastest lap point in 2 of those 3 races. So wasn't quite maximum points for Will Blackwell Chambers, but it does mean that he arrives here at Brands Hatch with a healthy little lead in the points. Tom Langford was up there, as I said, on the podium with 3 second place finishes. Third place was shared between Ollie Hall and Alistair Dendy. Ollie Hall was third, in races 1 and 3, whilst Alistair Dendy was on the podium in the second race. There's also, though, the club class for the slightly less experienced drivers. Sam Middleton was the star in that category with 3 race wins from 3 at Silverstone. Second place in the first 2 races was Jim Barrett, before Christopher Ginn bounced back from a non-finish in the first race to finish second in race number 3. Also picked up a third place finish in the middle of the 3 races as well. So pretty competitive across both classes, and we've got more drivers here this weekend. There's also the Masters category. Alistair Dendy winning all 3 races in the Masters class, but as I said, he was also on the outright podium as well. Cars then are lined up in the assembly area, and we are almost ready to go. We've got some interesting names at the front of the grid. Jack Harding, former runner-up in this championship a couple of times, has got Aidan Hills, the reigning champ, alongside him. Aidan Hills dominant in this series, really, certainly through the first part of last year, indeed the last couple of years, really. He's been the man to beat. Will Blackwell Chambers is a former Mark 1 champion. He starts third alongside the reigning Mark 1 champion, Tom Langford, who's really made that jump up into the Super Cup and made more a success of it immediately than often we've seen for Mark 1 drivers. Then it's Alistair Dendy and Ollie Hall together on row 3. Row 4 will be shared by Sam Middleton, the club class winner of all 3 races last time out, and Jim Barrett. Then it's Clive Powell and Christopher Ginn to complete the top 10. Bill Taylor and George Grant on row 6. George Grant also racing in the Funkup Endurance Championship later on today, a busy boy, as often he tends to be. Paul Hennin and Steve Kite are on row 7. Martin Whitehouse and Fedor Zamorikov on row 8, with Darren Godfrey at the back of the grid. So good to see the grid numbers increasing slightly here for Brands Hatch. We anticipate that will continue through the rest of the season, but we've had a bit of a changing of the guard, I suppose, over recent years. Quite a lot of the established names within this championship moving on to other things, and that's why it's actually quite nice to have Jack Harding back with us again this weekend at Brands Hatch. Jack was a very familiar face in this championship. Made his debut, I want to say, in about 2015-ish, it might have even been 2014, so he's been in and around this paddock certainly for around a decade, and multiple race winner and very nearly a champion on a couple of occasions. Always seemed to be thwarted at the very end of the season. There were a few drivers who pipped him to the championship down the years, Aidan Hills being one of them, and I seem to recall Rob Boston beating him one year. But anyway, Jack, let's not focus on all the times he lost. He is a multiple race winner and always a force to be reckoned with, and backed that up with pole position in qualifying earlier on today. His lap time of 54.296 was a tenth and a bit quicker than Aidan Hills, which around a sub 55 second lap is very impressive, and against the reigning champion Aidan Hills, who, as I said, was such a strong driver. Last year, he claimed a whole host of race wins, won the season opener at Silverstone, although interestingly, did much of his winning in the second half of the year last year, Aidan Hills. It was sort of the reverse to 2023, where he did a lot of winning in the first part of the year, then consolidated it later on. Well, last year, he won the very first race, didn't win again then until Anglesey, which was some 10 or 11 races later, and even then it was only one race win. Then he won a race at Croft, and it was really the final 3 events where he came on song. In fact, he was never beaten across the final 3 events. Won all 3 races at Cadwell Park, won the one race that was able to take place at Donington before the weather intervened, and won all 3 races, tellingly, here at his local track on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. So on that occasion, it was as part of the Formula Ford Festival weekend, so weather conditions were rather different to what we've got today, but come rain or shine, Aidan Hills has always been strong here. I remember back in one of his first seasons of racing, he put up a great fight for a race victory with the likes of certainly James Black, James Blake Baldwin, there we go. Tom Roach, I think, was on the grid that year, and quite a few of the other really, really strong MX-5 drivers. And Aidan Hills came straight into the championship, a former rally crosser, and was immediately on the pace. So, yes, he has always gone well at Brands Hatch, and will be keen to try and get one over on Jack Harding in this first race of the weekend. The back of the grid is in position then. We've got 20 minutes on the clock. Our afternoon's racing about to kick off, courtesy of the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. Revs start to rise, the red lights will go out now, and away they go. It's a good start by Harding from pole position, so Jack Harding's going to hold the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. It looks as though Will Blackwell Chambers is to the inside of Aidan Hills. There's a car off further back. Clive Powell's, I think that was, heading for the barriers, thankfully stops just short of them, but the number 15 car having to rejoin at the back of the field. It's side by side for the lead of the race though. Aidan Hills to the outsiders, locked up into Druids. He's almost off the road completely, just gathers it together, but he will lose the lead and second place to Blackwell Chambers. Tom Langford moves alongside inside to challenge as well, but can't quite make that move into Graham Hill Bend. So Aidan Hill's a rare mistake, and that should tell you everything you need to know about how competitive these races are going to be. The grid numbers may be down on previous years, but the quick drivers at the front of the field are still just as quick, and they're still just as evenly matched. So Aidan Hills is not going to have this all his own way, and down to third position then as we approach the end of the opening lap of racing. Frenetic stuff. Through goes the 88 of Martin Whitehouse towards the back. Aidan Hills, meanwhile, well, has the inside line left fully available to him by Will Blackwell Chambers. That was very odd that Will didn't defend the inside line at all there. Maybe he just knows that Aidan Hills is that little bit quicker. Aidan was a 1/10.5 quicker than Blackwell Chambers in qualifying, and Will, a very experienced MX-5 racer as well, will understand that maybe his best chance of going after Jack Harding is to let Aidan Hills go, let Aidan drag him up to the leader, and maybe then it might fall into his lap. We'll have to wait and see if that pans out the way that Will be hoping. Through Graham Hill Bend we go. There's the number 27 car, Ollie Hall. Ollie Hall, third in the championship coming into this weekend, still chasing his maiden victory in the series, but he's been getting quicker and quicker over the couple of years that he's been racing in the Super Cup, and will, I think, be on the top step of the podium before too much longer. He's not quite, though, a part of this leading group of cars, is he? 4 of them together, getting away from Ollie in 5th. Alistair Dendy is there in 6th. Someone kicking up the dirt behind, or was that a bit of smoke maybe? There might be a car pulling off to the side of the road out of Clearway's corner. To the outside into Paddock Hill Bend goes Alistair Dendy, though, as he challenges Ollie Hall for 5th position. That's not quite going to work on the way in, but the wide line in is usually the faster line on the exit. Has Ollie left a gap on the inside? Well, he sort of did, but then covered it at the last minute, and the very brightly and distinctively liveried number 27 car will stay ahead for the time being. Steve Kite it was, I think, who'd run wide at Clearways. He lost 3 positions, but is still going by the looks of it. Out of Graham Hill Bend comes this ongoing battle for 5th. Ollie Hall with Alistair Dendy behind. Dendy, the leading Masters driver at the moment, too. George Grant, the only other Masters driver entered this weekend, actually. He's a few places further back. Oh, as a tight line into Clearways is taken by Alistair. Not quite enough, though, to get him past Ollie Hall just yet. And as they come out onto the main straight, they've also been joined now by Sam Middleton in the number 9 car, the club championship leader. This, though, for the overall race lead, and Aidan Hills is trying the high, wide and handsome line into Paddock Hill Bend. He might try and go right round the outside of Jack Harding. Is this going to work? He will have the momentum, but he doesn't have the space ultimately, so Jack manages to keep the lead for now. And, of course, this backs Aidan Hills into Will Blackwell Chambers, who tries the outside line. They're almost 3 abreast at the apex of Druids Corner. And Tom Langford right there with them as well. I can't begin to tell you how impressed I am with Tom Langford's pace at the start of the season. It was always well known that even if you were a championship winning driver in the Mark 1 series, it would generally take a year to a year and a half. Oh my word, Blackwell Chambers with a big wobble into Surtees. He's on the grass and loses 3rd place to Tom Langford. So a mistake out of Blackwell Chambers as well. That's probably the 2 most experienced drivers on the grid, both making mistakes in the early going. But yeah, to finish my point, usually takes a year to a year and a half for a Mark 1 champion or race winner to come into Super Cup and be competitive. But Tom Langford's managed it immediately. He's into a podium place now because of that mistake for Blackwell Chambers, and he has a grandstand view of this ongoing battle for the race lead. Right round the outside goes Aidan Hills. Now this time he's managed to carry much more speed up the hill, but it's the wrong side of the road into Druids. He crowds Jack Harding over to the inside line. Jack will stand his ground and will probably return that favour on corner exit. Yes, he does. He shows Aidan Hills the edge of the road, but Aidan keeps on coming. 2 wheels on the grass. It's the inside line for Graham Hill Bend. Can he make the move stick? Answer, no. Harding had the momentum off the corner, and actually Aidan Hills is delayed to the point that Tom Langford is briefly alongside him, but not quite able to complete the pass into Surtees. So Jack Harding retains the lead by the skin of his teeth, but Aidan Hills does look the quicker of the 2 right now, doesn't he? Although that is exaggerated because of the fairly significant slipstream effect that you get in these cars down the main straight. It is always difficult to lead these races, particularly somewhere like Brands Hatch, where the best overtaking opportunity is at the end of quite a long straight, and that slipstream means the leader is almost always vulnerable to attack. Through Paddock they go, then climbing uphill again. A bit of a jink to the inside there for Aidan Hills, but not able to complete the pass into the second corner. Going to have to rethink this, I think, is Aidan Hills. He's not going to be able to go round the outside of Jack Harding. Jack is far too experienced a racer to let that happen, so he's going to certainly have to get inventive here, I think, Aidan. Maybe try and shock Jack with a move somewhere that he's not expecting it. The problem is that Jack is not much slower than Aidan Hills, perhaps not at all slower. It's just that slipstream that's, like I said, making it look that way. Hayden is a little bit closer this time onto the main straight, so there's a challenge coming here, I think, into Paddock Hill Bend. We've had Steve Kite into the pit lane to retire, by the way, so that car clearly does have some sort of mechanical issue. No move made, though, by Aidan into Paddock. And as Jack Harding dips two wheels out over the exit curb, he'll have to be a little bit mindful of that, because track limits is always a topic of conversation here at Brands Hatch, specifically regarding Paddock Hill Bend and this corner, Graham Hill Bend, where often drivers run a little bit too wide over the exit curb. The leading group, though, all behaving themselves for the time being. So where does the next attack come from Aidan Hills? Is it here at Clearways? Thought about it, but Jack Harding covered the inside. Now, Aidan was probably just trying to force Jack to defend into Clearways, because if Jack goes in tight into the final turn, in theory, that should give Aidan Hills a superior exit. It didn't seem to work that way that time, though. Jack Harding keeps a car length or so back, but then look, Aidan Hills just eat into that advantage with the power of the slipstream. He's going to try and chuck it up the inside, is he? But he's not close enough into Paddock. And whilst all of this battling goes on, Will Blackwell Chambers has sort of regrouped now as well and is back on the tail of Tom Langford. So it's once again a four-car fight for the lead. They're a country mile ahead of fifth place. Ollie Hall is 4 seconds back, which in MX5 Super Cup terms is a country mile. But Ollie isn't under quite so much pressure now. It's Sam Middleton who's up into 6th position, and then it's Jim Barrett. So Alistair Dendy's slipped down the order. He was 6th last time we saw him. He's 8th now. Lost 2 positions since we last checked in with that group. Leaders then turn into Clearways again. Jack Harding just hugs the inside line, but then see how he hits that curb on the inside. That helps to rotate the car, so even if you're in on a tight line, you don't get too much understeer. He was not as quick off the corner that time, though, as Aidan Hills. There's no doubt about it. Jack will have to hug the inside line, and this could lead to another challenge. Here comes Aidan then to the outside, into Paddock Hill Bend. Does he commit to the outside? Does he go for the switchback manoeuvre? He commits to the outside line, but again, Jack Harding just isn't going to wave the white flag that easily, and Aidan Hills is still stuck on the outside line by the time they get to Druids, and eventually has to admit defeat and tuck back in behind. I think a similar thing was going on behind between Tom Langford and Will Blackwell Chambers. As Aidan Hills again hunting around on the outside at Graham Hill Bend. Just ain't going to work though, is it? Jack Harding is not going to let him drive around the outside. He's always going to sort of ease the attacking car over to the edge of the road. Oh, here comes Blackwell Chambers. Nice move to the inside of Langford, who is sideways on the dirty side of the road at Clearways. Although actually gets the power down pretty nicely, so they're still side by side coming through Clark Curve. The inside line, though, should prevail when we get to Paddock Hill Bend, and I think Will Blackwell Chambers will likely move into 3rd position by the time they exit the first corner. He's later on the brakes and does sail through into the final podium spot, but Tom Langford will could do worse than just tag along with Will now and try and close back in on the leading 2. Every time Jack Harding defends the race lead, it's going to hold the leading 2 up and drop them back into the clutches of the 2 cars behind. But of course, whilst there is this little bit of daylight between Aidan Hills and the 3rd place car, this is Aidan's best opportunity to attack, because he can take whichever line he wants, knowing that for now at least, Will Blackwell Chambers isn't close enough to take advantage and fill the gap. So if Aidan wants to get inventive, now is his chance to do so. He's going to take a very wide line into Clearways. Now, I think Aidan's going to get the best exit from this corner that he's had for a while, because he didn't have to worry about a car behind nipping up the inside. So he went in really wide, cut right back to the late apex, gets in the slipstream. He's got the momentum. One thing he won't have at Paddock Hill Bend, though, is the inside line. Jack Harding was always going to have that covered. So again, Aidan has to try and find a path on the outside. He's fully committed to it this time, but had a bit of a slide mid-corner. So did Jack, in fairness. And so by the time they come off the turn, they are single file once again. And just like that, it is 4 for the lead once more. Blackwell Chambers and Tom Langford right back in touch with the leading 2. So as they drop through Graham Hill Bend, I should say, much wider line there for Jack Harding, interestingly. He doesn't bother, or at least on that occasion, didn't bother hitting the inside curb at all, whereas Aidan Hills was climbing all over it. I have to keep an eye out for that, see if that's a regular occurrence, or whether maybe Jack missed his line. It looks like they're all a little bit rear grip limited, though, doesn't it? Now, I wonder if this is these quite high temperatures. It really does feel like a lovely summer's day here. Temperatures well into the 20s at Brands Hatch. I wonder whether 10 minutes in now, halfway through the race, a few drivers are starting to run out of tyres, maybe. Run out of grip. Wait and see how that develops through the second half of the race, which we are now into. This is the fight for 5th position. Ollie Hall, Sam Middleton and Jim Barrett. All running in different classes, actually. And in this championship, unlike some others, you score points based on your class position. It's not your overall finishing position that matters. So Sam Middleton, for example, may only be 6th, but would score maximum points in the club class. He is the only club class driver, interestingly, who is not entered into the Masters, which is for drivers, I want to say over the age of 45. I always get that number wrong. But anyway, the driver's more advanced in years. But Sam Middleton is not yet at that threshold, and so he's entered into club, but not a master. That's why his number is yellow on your timing tower, whereas the other club class drivers are pink. That's because they're masters as well. If that made sense. Through Paddock Hill Bend come the leading 3. They're dropping Langford. Now, was that a mistake for Langford, or is that indicative of him maybe running out of tyre life as well? Aidan Hills is on the outside once again into Druid's corner. But look, Will Blackwell Chambers is there to stick his nose where it's not wanted on the inside line. So now Aidan's got to be a bit more careful about going to the outside. That being said, he tries it again at Graham Hill Bend, and it doesn't work on the way in. He's almost under threat from Blackwell Chambers on corner exit 2. Down the Cooper Straight, through Surtees. Jack Harding has probably spent 90% of this race looking at his rear-view mirror, not looking at what's going on out in front of him. The good news is there's nothing going on out in front of him. He's not even that close to the back of the train yet to start putting a lap on people, so he can focus on the mirrors. But this is where a lesser driver would very easily make a mistake, because you're staring in the rear-view mirror. It's easy to miss a braking point, miss a turning point, run a bit wide, and just leave that door open. Sometimes in your determination to defend a position, you can end up making it a lot easier for the driver behind. But again, Jack has been in this position countless times before. He is no stranger to defending and knows exactly where to position the car. And actually, it's now Aidan who seems to be running out of rear grip a little bit more, doesn't it? He's sliding around more than the cars around him. And Will Blackwell Chambers, I think, can sense that. Langford's back with them again. So the 4 cars in the leading train head down the Cooper Straight. There's a car pulling off out of Druids, by the way. I fear that is Jim Barrett, maybe. The car is well out of the way. I'm seeing this out of the window, but the Jim Barrett car, I think, has pulled to the side of the road, exiting Druids corner. The leaders are exiting clearways. There shouldn't be a need for a safety car because of that Jim Barrett machine, but there likely will be yellow flags at Druids. There certainly are at the moment. So no overtaking at the top of the hill when we get there, but I don't think Aidan Hills is close enough to contemplate that, really. Aidan maybe just needs a couple of laps of cool down here, not for himself, but for the tyres, and then really rally back for a challenge in the closing stages. Probably wouldn't mind a lap or 2 under the safety car here, Aidan Hills, just to cool the tyres down, but don't think he's going to get his wish. Drop down into Graham Hill Bend. They are about the length of the Cooper Straight, by the way, adrift of the back of the pack. Darren Godfrey and Peter Samorikov are the 2 cars actually having quite a good battle for 15th and 16th positions. They're the last 2 cars still running, but they are lapping something like 2 and a bit seconds slower than the leaders. So before the end of the race, we will likely have a little bit of traffic intervention. And I wonder whether that could be the defining moment in the race. Right, Aidan Hills closing back in on Jack Harding now. 6 minutes to go. And he is about to have another pop at this round the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. Doesn't commit to the outside this time, tries for the switchback. We haven't really seen him do this very often, but again, Jack Harding's so savvy, he knew that was coming, and so he altered his line on corner exit, sacrificed speed in order to cover the inside line on the exit, cover off that switchback. And as it happens, there are yellow flags at Druids anyway still, double waved yellows because of the Jim Barrett car. It was Jim who's pulled over at the side of the track. And so that switchback manoeuvre would have likely come to nothing anyway. I noticed that Jack Harding's missing his left-hand side wing mirror as well. Now, these cars are right-hand drive, so that's the side of the car that the visibility is the poorest anyway. It means that every time Aidan Hills positions himself to the outside of Jack Harding, there'll be just a little bit of doubt in Jack's mind as to exactly where that number 1 car is. And again, Aidan is a smart enough driver to use that to his advantage, I'm pretty sure. So again, goes to the outside, tries to put himself in the blind spot almost so that Jack Harding doesn't know where he's gone, and then looks to try and fire the car at the inside out of Paddock Hill Bend. Was there a touch? Certainly Harding was sideways. Hand out of the cockpit for Aidan Hills. Was that an apology, or was that just because they're heading into a yellow flag zone? The yellows are still out at Druids, but was that Aidan maybe just saying, oh, I'm sorry, Jack, I didn't mean to do that? Jack probably was too busy catching his breath to notice, because that's a scary place to get sideways, whether it was assisted or not. And look, they're now closing in on those two back markers. Now, interestingly, these two cars are both run by Aidan Hills. The Hills Motorsport team, Aidan's own team, prepares these two cars. Now, I'm sure they won't actively get in the way of the leader, but they certainly won't want to delay Aidan Hills. So first of them, that's Samorikov, moves right out of the way. We'll see whether Darren Godfrey is quite so generous. Certainly Jack Harding will be hoping he is, because he's got Aidan Hills crawling all over him again into Paddock Hill Bend. To the outside goes Aidan. The yellows are, I believe, now in at Druids, although Aidan won't necessarily know that, of course. He tries to go right round the outside of Harding. Now, which way is the back marker going to go? They're going to catch it in the braking zone into Druids. Godfrey stays to the outside. They both go to his inside. They bang doors again, and still Jack Harding hangs on to the lead. Will Blackwell Chambers now pulls alongside for second place, so that didn't really work out for Aidan Hills. He was probably hoping that Darren Godfrey was going to turn in and take the inside line away from Jack Harding, but of course that would have been in contravention of the blue flag rules, and Darren Godfrey may be a customer of Aidan Hills, but he's not out there to break the rules, and Aidan wouldn't want him to do that either. Although I'm sure he wouldn't have complained if Jack Harding had been delayed ever so slightly. But anyway, all was fair in the end. So good driving there from Darren and from Fedor as well to get right out of the way of the leading group, which once again barrels across the start-finish line. 3¼ minutes now to go. They're quite some distance away from the next group of back markers, so I think it should be plain sailing. In fact, you can see the other back markers going down the hill towards Graham Hill Bend as the leaders negotiated paddock. As seems to be the norm now, Aidan Hills pulls up alongside Jack Harding into Druids, but it's almost not worth getting that excited about, although contact from Will Blackwell Chambers is. That could have ended in disaster. Every time Aidan Hills goes to that outside line, Will Blackwell Chambers is trying to take advantage, but it's all about momentum. They don't have a huge amount of power, these cars. They've got more than a Mark 1, but they're still not all that powerful, and acceleration out of the tight corners is at a premium, so you want to try and make sure you're taking the wider line in. Oh, like Aidan Hills tried to do, but he has a huge slide on the dirty side of the road. That was too wide, Aidan. He loses second, he loses third, and Aidan Hills, the the reigning champion, I should say, drops down into fourth position with a great display of his car control skills. As I said, he had an off-road racing background before he came to the MX-5 Super Cup all those years ago, and he had to draw upon that off-road racing knowledge there. That was a great bit of car control. Did well to avoid the gravel, but unfortunately has now dropped out of podium places. He's going to try and get back into the top three, but again, locks up into Druids. So a lot of them really struggling for tyres. I hope Richard John Neal has the opportunity to ask the drivers about that post-race. Aidan Hills with a late decision to go to the inside of Langford into Graham Hill Bend. Tom's having none of it though, and I think will retain the advantage, yes, as they head down the Cooper Straight. But yeah, I'd be very interested to hear from the drivers after the race what they're saying about the tyres, because they all in this lead group, particularly Aidan Hills, seem to be struggling for grip, and I wonder whether these hot temperatures are the cause of that. They've certainly been driving pretty hard from the beginning of the race, and that shows no signs of abating, does it? Because Aidan Hills is on the attack again. He gets back to the inside of Tom Langford and will move up into third position. But that's allowed the leading two now to get away, hasn't it? Jack Harding and Will Blackwell Chambers looking good now at the front of the field. Aidan Hills has 2 laps left to try and catch them. I'll tell you what, if he wins the race from here, then that's extraordinary. I think he'll do well even to get back into second, which is a shame because he'd been occupying the second position for most of the race. But what can we say about Jack Harding? This has been a fabulous display of defensive driving. He may still have some more to do, though, because Will Blackwell Chambers isn't out of this. He's closing back in on the leader now. Will actually holds the fastest lap of the race, a 54.828. But they're lapping about half a second slower than that now, which does tell me that the tyres have deteriorated slightly over the course of the 20 minutes. The 20 minutes are nearly up though. We've got 30 seconds of the 20 minutes to go. So this is the final lap of the race, and Will Blackwell Chambers is 4.5 tenths adrift of Jack Harding. Is he going to be able to mount a challenge on this final lap? Jack Harding just needs to not put a foot wrong and he should be home free. But that's a lot easier said than done. Of course, the drivers will be feeling the heat as well now, so easy for concentration to dip just for a moment, and especially under the constant pressure that Jack Harding's been under over the course of the 20 minutes. I'd imagine he'll be keen for a drink of water after this one, but he's got a couple more corners to negotiate before he can think about that. He has built a gap, though, over Will Blackwell-Chambers and looks pretty secure now. Turns into clearways for the final time. One more acceleration zone, and then it's just the run to the checkered flag, and a very well-deserved race victory for Jack Harding, who had to defend like his life depended on it. Will Blackwell-Chambers closes at the line, but Jack Harding knows he's done it. He claims the victory in race number 1 of the weekend here at Brands Hatch. Will Blackwell-Chambers in second, and Aidan Hills a disappointed third place, I would imagine, although I think Aidan probably will have enjoyed that race that he had with Jack, Will and Tom. Ollie Hall comes home in 5th. Sam Middleton 6th is the club class winner, and Alistair Dendy will be the Masters victor. But did mysteriously drop down the order, didn't he, about a third of the way into that race. Never quite got to the bottom of that. Then George Grant gets ahead of Bill Taylor on the final lap by a nose. They were side by side at the line, only a tenth or so between them. So good racing all round for the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Supercup drivers, and a fantastic battle, thrilling battle between Jack Harding, Will Blackwell-Chambers, Aidan Hills and Tom Langford, the leading 4. And we will have a chance momentarily to catch up with hopefully at least the top 3 at the end of what was an incredibly busy race. Jack Harding, by the skin of his teeth, hangs on to claim the race victory. Second position for Will Blackwell-Chambers and third for Aidan Hills. Fourth place then was Tom Langford, with Ollie Hall in 5th, Sam Middleton, the club winner, in 6th, ahead of Alistair Dendy, winning in the Masters Pro class. George Grant, second in that category, was 8th. Bill Taylor was 9th. He won a class as well. He was a guest driver within club. Paul Hennin in 10th position was the club Masters winner. Hope you're following this, with Clyde Powell and Martin Whitehouse joining that particular podium with him. Darren Godfrey 13th, and Fedor Samorikov was the last of the runners at the end, because we lost to the pit lane Steve Kite. At the side of the road, Jim Barrett, and we've also lost somewhere Christopher Ginn. I'm not entirely sure where his car is, but that means there are 2 cars potentially to be recovered. Oh, there is Christopher Ginn. He's pulled onto the old rallycross course, I think, hasn't he, on the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, by the looks of it. I think that's where that is. Anyway, behind the barrier, though, so he's well out of the way. So that shouldn't take quite as long to recover. But it will give us a few minutes, hopefully, to have a chat with our podium finishers then, who have got some stories to tell just as soon as they've caught their breath. Let's hear from them now with Richard John Neal.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andy, and picked up on your point about tyres, which we'll get to talk to the guys about. But our second race on Funkup Saturday, and again, more fun from the Mazdas as ever. That is why it is a staple of BRSCC motor racing. Let's have a word. Jack Harding, well done, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wonderful to see you. Andy McKeown was asking about tyres first. We saw a couple of crossed up moments, not necessarily from yourself, maybe more from Aidan challenging, but were tyres an issue out there?
Yeah, it's just the heat. After about 4 or 5 laps, they just get this sort of like sticky, greasy feeling. You'd almost think there'd be something on circuit, and they just slip and slide everywhere. So, yeah, I knew I was suffering, but I knew Aidan was suffering. And even I felt like I had a bit of pace on him. The slipstream's quite big around here, and I didn't think it would have been. So, but no, it was a great race. It's good to be back with Aidan, having a battle like all them years ago. So it's great.
Always fantastic to see. Now, in terms of, obviously, every racing driver wants to go out and plop it on pole position, which you did. Does that then mean a lot of pressure for you, particularly with someone like Aidan chasing you around, and latterly Will?
Yeah, well, obviously, Will's won championships before, won Super Cup championship before, Aidan has, and, you know, me and Aidan started probably about a similar time, really. And, you know, we've come along, I've been out of it for a while, but, yeah, the pressure from these guys is always immense, you know. You say I'm just going to go out there and have fun, which is what I was going to do, but as soon as you get in the lead, you're like, oh, yeah, I want to keep this lead, you know what I mean? So, but honestly, it's been great. I'm with Hall Sport this weekend. Ollie Hall and his dad and mechanics have helped me out loads, you know, just helping out on the cars. I'm not very mechanically minded, more driving wise, and also all the sponsors, Gazebo Foods, Autovox, Vehicle Wraps, Yorkshire, JMH Wheels, yeah, Wakefield Body Shop, everybody. Honestly, without them, I wouldn't even be here, so I'm hoping to do 4 rounds.
That's great. Well, we look forward to seeing you for those. You're always welcome, and even more so when you get pole and the winners. I think we'll pick you to fastest lap, though.
Can I just say as well, happy anniversary to my wife as well.
Happy anniversary to both of you. Congratulations. How many years?
3 years today.
3 years. Does it seem longer?
I can't answer that, can I?
There's lots of wedding anniversaries about at the moment, and that's weird because like our wedding anniversary, me and my missus, is November when there was no racing. But so did you have to sort of, you know, cut out on the racing?
Yeah, obviously it's my anniversary today, so I woke up and I'm not going to lie, mine was on the car and I might have forgotten this morning, but I soon remembered.
Well, many I hope you have a great day and more to celebrate a little bit later on. Thank you very much, Jack Harding. Let's have a quick word with, Aidan's having a quick word with Josh, the circuit commentator at the moment. So we'll nip over here and have a word with Will Blackwell Chambers, who has already had practice this season and plenty of it at Silverstone. I was a punter at Silverstone watching, and that was a pretty good couple of days for you.
Yeah, obviously we didn't have quite as many cars there, but it's really good to see the grids coming back for this one. And the competition's, as it always is, Aidan, double champion back-to-back now, so to have him out on circuit is fantastic. So to get in front of him, that was quite nice. I can't really complain with that. So no, really happy with the result. The Clapham North car was absolutely rapid, and yeah, really, really good result that.
You were really strong on branding on the stream at Silverstone with Clapham North, and I know George would have been pleased with that.
Yeah, there may have been a quick pre-race there to see how many times we could get Clapham North in the stream, but I think we did a fairly good job on that. And yeah, no, but that car's been awesome. We still need to do a couple more changes. I don't know, when the quick boys come back and you see how their cars dance around, we're not quite doing that. So things to copy, things to improve, and we should be back stronger tomorrow.
You're all right for the rest of the weekend then, set up, and is that it for the day for the Super Cup boys?
That's done for today. We've got 2 races tomorrow.
So you going to enjoy watching the Funkup?
I'm off to go get some sim racing gear. I don't want to watch it.
Sim racing? No, have a watch the Funkup. Take my advice.
I'm always up for a drive in it if any of them going.
There you go. Everyone wants to have a go in Funkup. Will Blackwell Chambers, great to see you. Congratulations on P2. We'll do a P1 interview, I'm sure, later on in the weekend. Aidan Hills is here as well. I was having a quick look under the bonnet. So we've got a zigzag here with Johnny. And through the cars, Aidan, a couple of sideways moments. And Andy McEwen was asking about tyres. And Jack said that, yeah, we've got a bit slippery out there at times.
Yeah, and I was being a bit tight and didn't buy new rubber this weekend. I thought the tyres I had from last year would have been good enough, but it just seems that they're just maybe not quite. But I'm not blaming that. Jack drove really well, and it is really fun to race with him again, properly. You know, with both of us at the front like we were many years ago now. But yeah, it was really, really fun to race against Jack. It's nice to be at Brands, nice to be back with the BRSEC. It's a really fun race. I can't blame anything other than a few more small mistakes that I made. Unfortunately, the footrest that's on the left-hand side of the pedals fell off, and it kept going underneath my pedals during the race. So I was really trying to flick it out. With about 5 laps to go, I managed to pull it out and chuck it over the passenger side, but that put me off the middle part of the race. I was really, really trying because it kept going under the brake and kept going under the throttle. So I nearly had to come in the pits, but managed to just pull it out and chuck it over to the passenger side. But yeah, really good. Thanks to everyone at Hills Motorsport. It's a busy weekend for us. We've got 5 cars here. But yeah, really enjoyed it. Nice to be back, and well done to Jack.
Good to have you back. Thanks very much, Aidan. I apologise to our directing team. My earbud is packed up, so I can't hear you telling me that there are cars on the grid, which there are. So we're not going to have a moment, sadly, with the Clubmans, but we'll try and rectify that tomorrow during the broadcast. In the meantime, Kent Models MX-5's coming right up.
Indeed so, yes. The MX-5 action keeps on coming here at Brands Hatch. The Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship, the Mark 1 Championship as it's sort of colloquially known. And this should be another entertaining race. Got another good grid here, 28 of them lining up for the 20 minutes of action. And they are led by Adam Sparrow, who came so close to winning this championship at the back end of 2024. He was in a position where maybe it was going to go his way, and he had a few brake issues at the final round, and that led to a couple of excursions into the Paddock Hill Bend gravel trap. Well, he'll be hoping to avoid that today. He's starting from pole position, which is a good place to be. He was winless at Silverstone, actually, Adam Sparrow, because all 3 races were won by the man who shares the front row with him, Ali Bray. Ali Bray, the man behind AB Motorsport, making a return to racing in the Mark 1 Series or Championship in 2025. Steve Bartlett and Richard Wotton are then together on row number 2. Richard having a real upturn in pace at the beginning of the season, with Thomas Walker and Neil Chisnell together on row number 3. Steve Foden, former champion, is back, but only 7th, strangely, in the 77 car. He's got Martin Tolley alongside. Martin obviously has been racing in the Clubman Championship this weekend as well. Then Andrei Abelev. Sorry, I'll try that again. Andrei Abaluev has Adam Craig for company on row 5, with Michael Green and Harry Storer completing the top dozen. Ollie Walden and Pete Smith are on the 7th row. Keith Dalton and Paul Tucker are next, ahead of Tim Storer and Richard Bartlett. And then it's Chris Thelwell and Graham Rumsey to complete the top 20 on the grid, except that's not what that says. So I reckon there's been an amended grid here. So Rumsey 19th, Connor Clifford 20th, Donovan Dyer and James Seal are together then on row number 11. 12th row, Matthew McCluckey and Clive Chisnell, with Simon Privet and Matthew Tiller next. Andrew Gilligan and then Adam Craig at the back. So yes, Adam Craig, who qualified 10th, has been put to the back of the grid for reasons. I don't know why. Let me see if the amended grid sheet has any information for us. Oh, we'll look at that later. Hang on. MX5 grid for race 1 has... Oh, well, that was helpful. Car 29 moved to the back of the grid. Yes, we know that. I wanted to know why, but it doesn't tell me. So your guess is as good as mine, but for some reason Adam Craig is starting from the back. But regardless of why he's at the back of the grid, he should be one to watch because he qualified top 10. He's been a regular top 10 runner in this series for a couple of years now, Adam Craig, and ought to be quicker than that. So there is the sort of black and green, sort of a really dark green, almost black car with the yellow highlights, is what I was trying to say, lining up 28th and last on the grid. So Ali Bray then, with a bit of work to do here. He's got Steve Foden second in the championship and Adam Sparrow third after Silverstone's season opener. But Sparrow definitely looks like more of a threat to him than Foden does so far. Steve's had a year away racing in the Audi TT Cup in 2024. Makes a very welcome return back to the MX5 fold, though, for 25. Back row of the grid is in the process of being gridded, I believe. I'm not actually seeing that for some reason on my pictures. There we go, now off they go, and it is Adam Sparrow who launches off pole position with Ali Bray going toe-to-toe with him on the outside line. There was a slow starter from about the third row of the grid. Not sure who that was. We'll get to that in a moment. Possibly Thomas Walker, but through Paddock Hill Bend they go, and Ali Bray has gone right round the outside and into the gravel goes Neil Chisnell. Neil Chisnell way off the road. He will dig his way back onto the track, but a whole heap of places lost. That's a real shame for Neil, who qualified well in the top half dozen, but it's Ali Bray that leads. It is Sparrow in second. Steve Bartlett is there in third position as they drop down through Graham Hill Bend for the first time of asking. Ooh, a little bit of leaning on each other there. The 27 and the 87, sorry, 21 and 87 getting together. Thomas Walker with a bit of a tap from Ollie Walden. Now, the fact those two are together does rather suggest it was Thomas Walker who had the slow start, because he started 5th and Walden was 13th. They were together, very literally, coming out of Graham Hill Bend. The leaders are almost as close together as they come towards the end of the opening lap, though, and it's going to be more of the same slipstreaming fun and games that we've seen in the previous two MX5 races today. They're 3 abreast further back. That's Ollie Walden again getting involved on the outside line, and I think Harry Storer in the 17 to the inside of Paddock Hill Bend, though, goes Adam Sparrow to the race lead. Is he? Hold your breath. Yes, he's gone through, and Stephen Bartlett now will try and get to the inside as well. He can't quite get there, but Adam Sparrow knows the importance of not losing track position. We saw in that Super Cup race just now, if you're in the lead, it's not the hardest thing in the world to do to defend. Ali Bray actually runs out wide at Druids. Bartlett gets alongside him, but that's the outside line into Graham Hill Bend. So Ali slots into second position. Steve Foden there, the white and gold number 77, is also in this leading group as they head through Surtees for the second time of asking. So Adam Sparrow then with the advantage. Ali Bray's car moving around a lot underneath him. But yeah, we saw in that Super Cup race, I know they're Super Cup, so they're going to race slightly differently, but still basically fundamentally the same style of racing as you get in the Mark 1s. Jack Harding was able to defend his lead throughout the entire duration of the 20-minute race, so Adam Sparrow did not want to be stuck in second place any longer than was absolutely necessary there, and saw the opportunity to get the lead away from Ali Bray. Side by side there for fourth position is that. In fact, it might be side by side for the lead soon, because Bray is on the inside of Sparrow at Druids, and Adam had to open the steering up there as he turned into the corner. Foden is through into fourth. That's what I'd spotted in the background. They're banging doors here for the lead, and Ali Bray wants to get the lead back, but he's been shuffled out wide again, and Steve Bartlett saw his opportunity. So Ali Bray is being shown no respect by these young... Well, certainly Adam Sparrow, one of the younger drivers on the grid. And, well, down to third now goes Ali. He's got Steve Foden behind him. And Steve, of course, did battle with several of Ali's drivers for the championship a couple of years ago. Managed to beat the AB Brigade that year. And now he's got the man behind AB Motorsport right in front of him. Behind, it's side by side between Michael Green and Richard Wotton. Wotton's going to get hung out to dry there. And Thomas Walker, I think, will come through. So Thomas Walker is bouncing back quite nicely from that poor start. He's got the fastest lap as well. So Thomas Walker in the 21 car up into 6th position now. The first of the 2 black cars there. Well, the first of the 3 black cars, really. At the back of the group, there's somebody else skating through the gravel trap from mid-grid. And it is all going on. This is a very lively opening couple of laps of this race. And I don't see any sign of it settling down just yet either, because this lead pack is still, I want to say, 8 cars really, and it's all the way back to Ollie Walden in 8th position. Then a gap back to Harry Storer 9th, and Connor Clifford in 10th position. Connor Clifford started 21st on the grid, and he's up into the top 10. The 14 car was very slow as well out of Graham Hill Ben. Just saw that out of the window and was almost rear-ended by a couple of cars behind. So 14. Oh, that was Connor Clifford. That was Connor Clifford. Never mind. Just as I was saying, Connor had jumped up from 21st to 10th. That car seems destined for the pit lane. Steve Foden, meanwhile, 3rd now. It's all changed around because Bray has got back to 2nd. Foden's gone to 3rd. And Steve Bartlett down into 4th position. Here comes Thomas Walker on the attack, trying to get past Michael Green, but can't quite do it into paddock. So, breathless stuff. And Adam Sparrow has got himself to the front of the pack. Can he stay there, though, with Ali Bray back into 2nd position? That's going to be the big question. Foden drifting a bit wide in 3rd. Steve, I think, I haven't had a chance to catch up with Steve today, but will be a little bit disappointed, I think, that he didn't win any races at Silverstone. He had 2 second places and a 3rd. It was far from a disastrous opening weekend of the season, but Steve, as a former champion, would have probably expected maybe to have won at least 1 race at Silverstone. But he would very much like to make sure that happens today. He is going to be in the fight, isn't he? There to the inside at Surtees goes the 64 car. That's Donovan Dyer picking up a place. And Donovan was in, where was Donovan? Back end of the top 20 somewhere, I think, at the beginning of the lap. So out towards the end of the lap they go. 45 on the outside is Graham Rumsey. New paint scheme on his car this year. He's got the 68 that he's doing battle with now. As they turn towards paddock, that's the experienced Paul Tucker. So a couple of drivers who've been doing MX5 for an awfully long time. Sideways for Pete Smith at Druids. He was on the outside of Harry Storer, and Harry was having none of it. So whether they traded paint, I'm not sure. But anyway, Storer retains the position, and Pete Smith did really well to save that. He lost a spot to the 47 of Andrei Abaliev. Andrei 9th on the grid, back into the top, well, I think that's 11th place now he's just claimed, so doing reasonably well. Another of the new names in the series. In fact, Andre 2nd in the rookie trophy coming into this weekend, loses that place straight back to Pete Smith, who's very much not a rookie, but Andre is. James Seal was the points leader in the rookie trophy after Silverstone. I don't think James is here. Oh, he is here. He's down in 19th place though, so looks as though that might change around by the end of this race. Unlike in Super Cup, where you score points within your class, in this series you score them based on your overall finishing positions. Never mind that, Ali Bray has got to the lead. We didn't see it happen, but Ali Bray has got ahead of Adam Sparrow, and Stephen Bartlett there up ahead of Steve Foden for 3rd. So the 2 Steves trading positions, but crucially, Ali Bray, for the 2nd time in this race, is to the lead. Now, Adam Sparrow fought straight back last time he lost the advantage. Can he do the same thing this time? He's forcing Ali to defend into Surtees. Now, this could put him on a better line into clearways. Yes, wide line in for Sparrow. He's just about far enough ahead of Bartlett that he doesn't need to worry about Steve filling that gap. Has Sparrow found an opportunity up the inside? I think he has. He wriggles to the inside line, and Ali Bray will be freight trained here. Surely Sparrow will go to the lead. Can Steve Bartlett go 2nd? 13 minutes to go. Steve gives the bumper to Adam Sparrow, gives him an assistance, and Steve Foden goes to the outside of the lot of them. He's gone for the high line into Paddock Hill Bend and will be comfortably the quickest of this group off the corner. The question is, where can he go? He goes to the inside. No, there's no room. Bartlett closes the door, and Steve Foden will have to settle in 4th. It might become 5th, because to the outside goes Thomas Walker. This is tremendous racing. One of the best MX5 championship races I've seen in years. Adam Sparrow back to the lead. Ali Bray somehow is still 2nd, but they're all on top of each other. 7 cars absolutely nose to tail down the back straight, and Adam Sparrow has got them all in his rearview mirrors, but for how long? It seems impossible to retain the lead for more than a couple of laps at a time in this race, and Ali Bray will be on his toes here, trying to find a way back to the front of the queue. Out of clearways they go. Bray runs out wide. Does that open the door for Bartlett? Answer, maybe. Can't really tell from here. No, Ali just about gets back and across the bonnet of the 478 car. That delayed, I think, slightly Thomas Walker. So to the outside goes Foden as Bray goes for the lead. Hold your breath, everyone. Someone's going to have to back out of this. Right round the outside goes Bray. Up the curb is Sparrow. They lean on each other slightly. Ali is sideways, and here comes Bartlett. 3 abreast for the race lead. Steve Bartlett on the grass gets into the back of Sparrow, who gets into the back of Ali Bray. Proper touchy-feely stuff, and Sparrow, I think, might come out of this with the race lead. No, still there side by side. Bray has the inside line, and I think we'll come out of Graham Hill Bend with the advantage just about. No, gets a bit of an oversteer, and still Sparrow is there. They've been side by side for half a lap now, and can Adam Sparrow go around the outside at 30? Surely not. That's not advisable, and he does indeed settle back in line behind Bray. So Bray to the lead. Walker now nips up the inside of Stephen Bartlett. This is absolutely astonishing stuff. We've got a car off at Graham Hill Bend, but they mercifully have continued, so no need for a safety car, because who would want to interrupt this barnstormer of a race? The top two getting away ever so slightly. It is 3 abreast behind them. Foden's on the outside. To the inside, Richard Wotton. How did Richard Wotton get back into this lead group? He's 4th now, I think, as they go around Paddock Hill Bend, and Adam Sparrow and Ali Bray are side by side again. To the outside goes Sparrow, the inside Ali Bray, and Thomas Walker, somehow, who was out of the top 10 at the end of lap 1, is into 3rd position. He's got a grandstand view of Ali Bray leaning on Adam Sparrow. The trouble is, with these two going side by side everywhere, there's nowhere for the 3rd place car to go. A lock-up for Sparrow. He settles back in line behind Bray, but remember when I said this was a 7-car lead battle? This group goes all the way back now to the 23 car of Martin, yes, that is Tolly, isn't it? But he might be a lap down. He's not showing on the timing screen. But anyway, I think we've got about 10 or 11 of them in a long line. 87 is Ollie Walden. Well, he was 9th. I think he might now be 10th. Oh, Bartlett to the pit lane. Bartlett to the pit lane. So we lose 1 from the leading group, and that's a real shame. Steve Bartlett, having one of his most competitive showings, is sadly going no further. There is a black and orange warning flag. I wonder whether that was going out. Yes, it was, to the 478 for loose bodywork, I think that was. So he's had a touch somewhere, and it's loosened something that the clerk of the course has spotted, and so into the pit lane he has been brought. Right, Andy, remember to breathe. We've got nearly half of this race still to go. Steve Foden has got Richard Wotton to his outside. In fact, Foden was trying to relieve Richard of 4th position. It didn't quite happen into the right-hander at Druids. It is the 23 car at the back of this group. I'm not seeing things, but 23 is a lap down. In fact, 7 laps down, Martin Tolley. Martin Tolley must have rejoined from the pit lane, and he's chosen to do so right on the tail of the leading group. So you can ignore the red car at the back of the group. That car is not on the lead lap. That still, though, means that this is, I believe, an 8-car battle at the front of the field. It's calmed down ever so slightly among the leaders. Ali Bray the leader, Sparrow 2nd, Walker 3rd, then a small gap back to Wotton in 4th, who's got Steve Foden climbing all over him in 5th position, and then that is for 6th position. That is Neil Chisnell to the inside of Michael Green, but just as soon as he takes the place, he runs wide on quarter exit, and Green is back to the inside into Druid's corner, bringing with him the 87 of Ollie Walden. So Ollie Walden, Green ends up squeezed very wide out of Druid's corner. And, that might have been Chisnell, actually, my apologies. Anyway, whoever it was, they've all ended up single file again, and it won't matter because the positions will have changed again, probably by the time we next see them come across the timing line. Leading 3, though, definitely establishing themselves out in front, although that's because they hadn't been battling for a couple of laps. That now changes, and Adam Sparrow goes to the outside at Clearways, opens the door, though, for Thomas Walker. Thomas Walker, what a revelation he's been in this race. He has definitely got a chance at winning. He is in 3rd place, and the more these two knock lumps out of each other, the more opportunities may present themselves for that 21 car to move up into 1st position. Again, Sparrow gets alongside. Hand out of the cockpit was that, though, for Ali Bray. Is there a yellow flag? Yes, there is, because there's a car in the gravel trap, look, on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend. So someone has dropped it, and the safety car is out. Oh, that's a shame. Safety car comes out, spoils our fun, but understandable, because that car's quite close to the edge of the road, and clearly going no further under its own steam. Tim Storer, by the way, has pulled off to the side of the road, probably just because he wants to watch this race and see how his son Harry gets on. Harry was 9th across the line. And we finally get a chance to draw breath. Phenomenal racing. Can I just say, I've had the privilege of covering this championship for it was certainly more than 10 years, and if I think back any further than that, I start to get a bit depressed, but at least 10 years of covering this championship, this is what the Mark 1 MX-5 Championship always used to be like. Back when I first started covering this series, you would often get these races where there were maybe 6 or 7 cars in a pack, changing positions lap after lap after lap. And the racing's always been good, don't get me wrong, even in the years leading up to 2025. It's still been good racing, but that group of drivers at the front maybe got smaller and smaller by the year as other options maybe were made available to those who wanted to go and race MX-5s. This has been a phenomenal advert, though, for the BRSCC's Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship, and I do hope that anyone out there who wants to go Mazda MX-5 racing is watching this and thinking, I want a piece of this. This looks fun, because believe me, this is as good as it gets. This is proper MX-5 racing, and we will get an opportunity, I'm sure, to get it resumed after this safety car period. So Ali Bray leads the way. Adam Sparrow second, Thomas Walker third, Steve Foden is fourth, Richard Wotton fifth, Michael Green sixth, Ollie Walden seventh, Neil Chisnell is eighth, and Harry Storr is ninth. That was your leading group before the safety car, and there was a gap back then to Andrei Abaliev, who is leading the Masters category at the moment in 10th place. Then Pete Smith and Adam Craig are next, ahead of Paul Tucker. Paul Tucker is second of the Masters, and Keith Dalton behind him is third of the Masters drivers for now. But of course, that battle, which has probably been just as intense as the fight for the outright win, we just haven't had a chance to follow it too much, understandably. But that fight will resume once this car's been moved from the gravel trap. We're going to need another lap at least, I think, because the snatch vehicle is in the process of dragging that car out of the way. Did I ever identify who that was? I don't think I did I? It is... is that Chisnell, maybe? Is that 67 Clive Chisnell? I think it might be, because Clive is showing a lap down, although he's showing as having been in the pit lane. I'm not entirely sure who that is. So that car gets pulled out of the way. Did Steve Bartlett rejoin? No, he's still in the pit lane, so they're still... I think that might be Steve's car possibly, or has he gone into the outer paddock? Anyway, his car is still being worked on somewhere and has not yet re-emerged into the race. So cars staying well out of the way as they head around Paddock Hill Bend, past the stricken car, which is, I think, being dragged perhaps up to the edge of the tyre wall rather than fully recover. This is something they do quite often here at Brands Hatch, because to fully recover it, you have to drag it out of the gravel. There it is, it's the 64, thank you for that. That's Donovan Dyer, one of the Go For It racing drivers. So Donovan Dyer, unfortunately, the reason for the safety car period. But yes, if they were to recover that car back to the pit lane the traditional way, they'd drag it onto the track, then you've got to send a flatbed truck out, or a tow truck, to get it out of the way. That takes an extra couple of laps. Then there's a load of gravel to be swept out of the way. It's much more efficient for them to do that between races. So after this race is finished, before the next race gets underway, they will get that sorted. And we should have, therefore, maybe another lap. Yeah, the snatch vehicle's not quite back in position, so we're going to have one more lap behind the safety car. And then race resumes. And their confirmation that the lights are still very much illuminated on the Jaguar safety car. So Ali Bray has a chance to catch his breath. And as I made the point a few times in the Super Cup race earlier on, the tyres now have an opportunity to cool down as well. These cars always do move around a little bit more than the Super Cup cars. They run on a different tyre than the Super Cup cars as well. So perhaps a little bit less... likely to suffer any tyre fading. And the driver's very used to the cars moving around, whereas the Super Cup cars tend to be a bit more rigid and a bit straighter in the way that they handle. But still, it's very hot out there, and I'm sure Ali will be grateful of the chance to cool himself off, if nothing else, the tyres being a bit of a bonus. So, Ali Bray leading, obviously, in the AB Motorsport car, the team that he runs. Happy birthday, by the way, to one of their mechanics at AB Motorsport, Brad Cooper, celebrating his birthday today. The team wouldn't tell me how old he was because they didn't know. But whatever birthday it is. He's celebrating it in the only way that I'm sure he'd want to, working on Ali's cars here in the sunshine at Brands Hatch. So Brad, if you're watching, happy birthday. Safety car lights are out, and we are about to go racing. So they're lapping in the sort of 57-second bracket, so it's going to be tight as to whether we get 2 or 3 laps here. I suspect it will be 2 by the time they get back around. 2 minutes and change left on the clock, and Ali Bray has gone early. In fairness to him, though, Sparrow's gone with him, so nose to tail for the lead. It's Thomas Walker in third, who's been left slightly. Steve Foden, though, really caught napping, and he has dropped right away from the leading 3. Sparrow immediately makes the challenge then to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend, and of course he's under no immediate threat from Thomas Walker, so he can afford to give this a go. Right round the outside at Paddock. They picked up exactly where they left off. Sparrow's up the curb. Didn't quite have the momentum, though. Tucks back in line behind Ali Bray as they arrive at Druids once again. This the 17th lap of the race, the first lap of the restart. And Steve Foden looked busy defending 4th place from Richard Wootton, who is a changed man in 2025. Richard looks every bit the race-winning contender as all of the other cars in this lead group do. Sparrow tries to get the inside overlap on the Exeter Graham Hill Bend. His door is closed in his face firmly, and that's delayed both of them to the point that Thomas Walker draws level with Sparrow. Ali Bray driving around the inside edge of the track, just not wanting to open the door here for Sparrow, who has now found himself, I think, on the outside looking in. Thomas Walker to 2nd place, maybe. He will have the inside line, and Bray, I'm sure, will give him the slipstream. Yes, he does. As they head past the pits, there's a car in the gravel. That's Ollie Walden with a huge save in the background, but it is Thomas Walker to 2nd, Steve Foden to 3rd, gives Walker a shove, and that might propel Walker to challenge for the lead. No, not close enough into Paddock Hill Bend. I think we're on the final lap of the race. It's very close, but I think this will be the final tour, and Ali Bray has got Thomas Walker right on his tail as they head towards Druids Corner. Thomas Walker looking for what would be a sensational first victory in the championship. He's fought his way through from outside of the top 10 after a dreadful opening lap, and suddenly he is the main challenger now to Ali Bray, the championship leader. He's dropped away slightly, though, through the first part of the lap, and actually might have some defending to do from Steve Foden. Ollie Walden's on the grass again in the background. That's Martin Tolley, who is multiple laps down, getting his elbows out and shoving Ollie Walden onto the grass. I don't think Ollie will appreciate that. Anyway, Ali Bray comes round Clearways and Clark Curve for, I think, the final time. It is going to be close, but I'm pretty sure a checkered flag will be waiting for them this time by, yes, it is. The clock ticks to 0, and against all odds, perhaps, Ali Bray claims a magnificent victory in race number 1 of the weekend for the Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship here at Brands Hatch. Thomas Walker comes home a brilliant 2nd, and it was Steve Foden who gave him the assist there, really. I think Thomas owes Steve a thank you. Steve gave him the push, gave him the bump draft past the pits, beginning that final lap, and broke through. Thomas broke through into 2nd place ahead of Steve Foden. Adam Sparrow, got a feel for Adam. He made 1 mistake in that race, and it cost him 2 places and a podium finish. He went to the outside of Ali Bray looking for a way into the lead, but because everyone was so close together after the restart, well, mind you, they were close together the whole race, really, weren't they? It opened the door, and he got freight train down to 4th, beginning the final lap. Well, Ali Bray wins a breathless Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship race here at Brands Hatch. Thomas Walker 2nd, and Steve Foden comes home 3rd. Adam Sparrow 4th ahead of Richard Wootton, with Neil Chisnell, Michael Green, Ollie Walden, Harry Storer, and the Masters winner, Andrei Abaliev, completing the top 10. 11th place was Adam Craig, 12th Pete Smith, 13th then for Paul Tucker, I believe that was, ahead of Keith Dalton and Chris Thelwell. 15th, James Seal 16th, Richard Bartlett 17th, ahead of Graham Rumsey and Matthew McCluckey. Matthew Tiller, Simon Privet, Andrew Gilligan were the last cars on the lead lap. Clive Chisnell was a lap down. Steve Bartlett retired to the pit lane with loose bodywork, and Connor Clifford brought about that safety car period with a spin into the gravel trap at Paddock Hill Bend. Well, the good news is we get to do that twice more tomorrow. The bad news is I'm not convinced I'm going to be able to stay standing for those 2 races. If they're half as exciting as that one, we're in for a treat. That was incredible stuff, and hats off to all of the Kent Models Mazda MX-5 Championship drivers. One of the best races I've seen for a long time in that series, and the 2025 season is looking very bright indeed. Let's hear then, shall we, from a few of the stars of the show. Richard John Neal is ready and waiting to speak to a few breathless drivers.
You know, there's that saying, you know, that's 20 minutes of my life that I won't get back. That's 20 minutes of my life that I'd like to relive, I think. Fantastic race. Oh, getting in the way of everybody. And I'm going to have a word with Tom Walker, who finished P2. Josh is having a word with Ali in P1. Tom, let's get you over. We're going to grab a word. We normally do winner first, but what what an upturn for you, and what a great race. We'll let you get your gloves off and your helmet off, and we can get a proper look at Tom then as well. Yeah. And have a chat. Now, I've got some stats on Mazdas, not as much as Andy McEwen, but is that your first podium?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Congratulations, first podium. Well done. Talk us through.
Yeah, I mean, it was just flat out saw the finish. I don't usually do these, as you probably know. So yeah, I think it was near second to last lap, maybe I got second place and then just held on to the finish. But other than that, yeah, wicked. Just thanks to James Tucker, really. Yeah, thank you.
I mean, you were in the shout with it all the way. I mean, from the start, obviously the lead was changing quite a lot. And then there was a huge pack, which you were in, and you were fourth and third, and then ultimately up to second. So
Yeah.
Great performance from you.
Oh yeah, well happy. I mean, I think I actually dropped back quite a bit at the start, got a terrible start, and then yeah, just kind of picked our way through, and bit of back and forth, but good clean racing really. So yeah, really happy.
Kicked off at Silverstone Race 1 with a retirement. What was that, and how did you overcome it?
Just had a little shunt off from someone else, but it's no big issue. It's kind of racing, and yeah, we didn't quite pick back up to where we wanted to be. So kind of happy to pick it up from here, really. Yeah.
Fantastic. Welcome to the podium. What a pleasure to do your first podium interview. Well done. Well done, Tom. Congratulations. Let's have a quick word with Ali's disappearing. Steve Foden's having a quick word with Josh. So let's have an Ali Bray. I'm right in the way, so I'm going to go down here. I'll try and get out of the way. Ali Bray, well done.
How are you?
Good. Now, what accent have you got for us today?
I don't know. We'll go for something tomorrow, definitely. I'll get something ready for you.
You've got to get your Mike Yarwood VHS out over the weekend, over the evening.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we're ripping around like Brands Hatch like a bald eagle this weekend. So, yeah, no, what a race. Like, that is the best fun I've had in an MX-5. Adam's super quick and like just going door to door around the whole lap like constantly. It is absolutely mega. Just want to say a massive thank you to Paul Austin, Graphics Lab, Finish Line UK, Atkinson Body Repair and Revivals Rolling Road, and a massive shout out to my wife because she basically mothers me and does everything for me. And yeah, it's absolutely magic, mate. I'm over the moon.
Second winner to credit his missus because the Jack Brewer was. It's his anniversary.
Is it? Oh, very nice. Well, it's Bradley Cooper's birthday this weekend. Come here, Brado. Come here, mate. This man here has been the backbone behind AB Motorsport for many years, and he's a bit of an unsung hero. That one's for you, mate.
Nice one. Thank you very much.
Shabba.
Ali, well done, mate. We'll catch up with you a bit later on. 4 out of 4. Well done. Quick word with Steve Foden because we are going Funkup racing in a moment. But Steve, my first podium interview with you for the season. Welcome back. Last podium interview I did with you was a virtual one, wasn't it, on Zoom for your Audi win. Welcome back to Mazdas. What a race that was.
Yeah, wow, what a race. Yeah, I think Silverstone was a different kettle of fish, but this is, it's a beautiful sunny day. It's Brands Hatch. It always gives good racing, and I think the other guy there said it was 11 for the lead pack. So, yeah, absolutely amazing race, and I'm happy to get a podium after the qualifying.
Fantastic. We're going to go Funkup racing now, but we've got some more with you guys later on in the weekend. Great to see Steve Foden back on the podium. He takes that. We're going to have a break first of all, and then it's down to main event of the day for us, the Funkup. Stay with us.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Barkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Barkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room, but there's some really quick guys, you know. You get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly.
It's just mega racing, mega close racing. Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done. But also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just an amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So, yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Here it is then, the main event of the day, the season opener in the 2025 Funkup Endurance Championship here from the magnificent Brands Hatch circuit. The sun is still shining, perfect conditions for racing, and a fascinating 4 hours ahead of us. We've got 4 teams gunning for the £10,000 prize. That's going to be a storyline worth watching, and a whole host of championship potential contenders looking to kick off their season in style. Do not go anywhere. 4 hours of top-class entertainment coming your way.
Well, welcome back everybody to Brands Hatch and the assembly area for the opening round of the 2025 Funkup Endurance Championship. And I've bumped into the boss, Paul Rose. Paul, this is probably going to be one of our most competitive seasons in the 22-year history, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the grid has changed. We've got a lot of serious teams now. So, yeah, we're looking forward to it. And we've absolutely no idea who's going to be in the top 3 of this race. Really no idea.
And it's fantastic to welcome HRX and ProFlex as well, and also switch to the Hankook tyre.
Yeah, it's a big change, certainly for the teams on a learning curve with these tyres. Nobody's done any serious testing with these tyres as yet because it was a late development, shall we say. But we welcome HRX and ProFlex to come on board with us. They're quite keen to do something. But I think we better step out of the way because these cars are going.
Fantastic. Right, so that's Paul Rose, our championship director. In fact, let's go over here, Johnny, because we're going to get mowed down by Elisha Day in the fast track car. So that's a little preview there to our 2025 Funkup Endurance Championship. And as you see, the 23 cars are making their way onto the grid. So what I will do now is I'll make my way to the pit lane and I'll leave you in the trusted hands of our resident dynamic duo. It's Richard John Neal, but first, Andy McEwen.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, I don't know about dynamic. We're not even a duo at the moment because Richard John Neal is still climbing up the 67 flights of stairs to get to the commentary box, but he will eventually join me to help cover the 4 hours of Funkup Endurance Championship racing. This should be a fascinating 4 hours in prospect. We've got, as I said there, all of the usual suspects, plus quite a few unknowns there as well. Returning teams, we're not really sure exactly how competitive they'll be straight off the bat. We've got quite a few new faces in the championship as well, and a few of them being tipped to be really competitive and really quick. So yeah, I'm anticipating this will be a very lively 4 hours of racing. It usually is, especially here at Brands Hatch. More on that a little bit later on. The grid, as always, has been decided completely at random, so anyone could have ended up on pole position. In the end, it was the number 99 fast track machine that was drawn on pole. That car will be started by Elisha Day, as Jamie was quite rightly saying, down in assembly area. Alongside her will be the 557, newest car on the grid, that. Signature RV, though not a new team to the championship. John Whitehouse will share the car car that he start the car that he shares with Steve Ruston and the rapid Marcus Clutton. Row 2 then for the 103 Axiometrics machine of John Perrott. Team Pacific are next, 257. That is Sam Gibson who will be taking the start. 246 Vape Club with EDF Motorsports. They will start 5th on the grid. Vlad Vasiliev starting the car, but that's the car that the rapid Ted Bradbury is at the wheel of this year. He'll take over at the first pit stops. And 6th alongside them on row 3, 214C Data is Mike Devlin. Row 4 for 158, Team Summers, car started by Gary Summers. The Demon Tweaks machine, Demon Tweaks 2, number 207, is started by Will Abraham. There are 2 Demon Tweaks cars on the grid, the 249 car being the other one. 97, Renom Racing are next. That is Pierre Renom. Andre Renom will take over at the pit stops. Clapham North on the grid for the first time, 210, and it is Neil Burrows taking the opening stint in the 210. Race Logic, multiple former champions. Great to have them back on the grid. The 252 car is piloted by David Denyer at the start, and former champions GCI Racing 111. They tend to go well here at Brands Hatch, and Ian Wood will be propelling that car from the 12th slot on the grid. PLR Racing are 13th, number 146, that's Ben Pitch, with BERT, Bert for short, 98 of John Railton starting 14th. Sherrodize UK, another returning team, the 251 of Peter Belshaw is 15th, ahead of Balfe Motorsport, number 62, some big names. That is Thomas Balfe in the car he shares with Father Sean. Red River Sport are next, number 200, that car started by Gareth Williams, with Race Ventura, number 106 next. That car started by Richard Bliss, and he's got fellow City Car Cup front runner Stuart Bliss joining him in that car. The second Demon Tweaks car, 249, is next. That is Michael Lyons, historic race extraordinaire, and he's got Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport deep in the field for the former champions. 225 started by Farkini Diot. Team FFS number 220 are next. That is Barry Thompson in the car he shares with Lewis Thompson. Greenheath number 14 start 22nd on the grid. Gary Bate at the wheel, and Team Olympian, as the reigning champions, have to start from the back. That's the only grid position that is not decided at random, and it's Chris Davell at the wheel for the first part of the race. Here we go then. Place your bets, everybody. 4 hours of racing, a long season ahead of us. The sun is shining here at Brands Hatch as the Funkup Endurance Championship is about to blast into life. It is the fast track number 99 car on pole position, Elisha Day. Will Elisha be the leader at the end of lap 1? Well, we'll wait and see, shall we? The red lights are about to go out, which they do now, and we're away and racing in the Funkup Endurance Championship for 2024. We are already 3 abreast for the race lead, and diving to the inside, that's the 103 Axiometrics car of John Perrott, who immediately relieves Elisha Day of the race lead. Through paddock they go. They drop down the hill, back up the other side towards Druidge. Elisha is still there in second. It's side by side then for third position. I think that's 257 of Sam Gibson getting to the inside into third as they round Druidge, drop back downhill again. And because of this random grid, this opening stint is often the most frenetic. Even though it's a 4-hour endurance race ahead of us, they all know the importance of not losing touch with the leaders. It's the shortest circuit we race at this, therefore the easiest track at which to end up slipping a lap down. So really important that you get away with the lead group and stay there for as long as you can. It is the 257 car into third. Elisha Day, in fairness, hanging on to third as we round clearways for the first time. The Uvio car has gained a fair amount of ground and is up there just outside, I think, the top 15 or so at the completion of lap number 1, which is led by John Perrott in the Axiometrics car. To the outside goes GCI Racing's Ian Wood there into Paddock Hill Bend, trying to gain a position, but not quite able to do so on the run through the first corner. Axiometrics the leader, someone's already in the gravel further back. That's folded the splitter in slightly on the left front corner of that particular car, but no further damage done, and they're able to continue on their way. Axiometrics, Team Pacific in second position. Fast Track are still third. Well, they were third. They're no longer third because the 246 Vape Club car has come through of Vlad Vasiliev. Vlad himself is becoming a quick Funkup racer in his own right, and paired up with Ted Bradbury, could really be one to watch. Just spotted out of the window, by the way, the Olympian GRD car that started at the back is still at the back. Only now was Chris Davell making his first overtake on the run down the Cooper Straight. But that's often the way that Chris approaches these opening stints. Just stay out of trouble, hand the car over to his teammates, and they'll then do the legwork once things have calmed down ever so slightly. Axiometrics then in the lead by half a second or so. Richard John Neal has climbed up the stairs to join me. Richard, first of all, have you got your breath back? It's quite a hike, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more a case of getting lost because the door down the bottom was bolted.
Oh, no.
So I had to go down the other end of the hospitality unit and then sort of up and round. But I was trying to think, should I be taking a hint here? I've been locked out. But anyway,
Not at
I'm
all.
afraid you're all stuck with me for a bit.
That's the best news I've had all day, that is, Richard. Well, you've joined us a couple of laps into the race. Clean start, which is good news because so many cars barrelling off into Paddock Hill Bend with a random grid as well can cause some chaos, but they've kept it clean so far, and Axiometrics and Team Pacific breaking away slightly at the front.
The other thing is, when I was looking around the garages this morning, the colours. Is it because it's the start of the year and we come out of the depths and despair and the wet and the horrible of either Birmingham or winter, whichever it is you prefer. And you know, it just looks so bright. I think the sun helps, but
yes,
the colours are absolutely mega.
They're brighter this year. I think there's a lot of like day glow and highlight sort of colours. The car in third place there, Vape Club, is one of those. But yeah, really, really good looking grid. A couple of new cars out there as well. The 557 is the newest car that's ever raced in Funkup Endurance Championship, and that's the signature RV team. So yeah, I think a lot of teams are really taking the time over the winter to make sure the cars are prepared not only to be quick, but also to be eye-catching. They're very aware now all of the races are live streamed. There's a much bigger global audience now starting to keep an eye on the Funkup Championship, and they want to make sure they're representing themselves well. We have, by the way, just as you arrived here, had our second lead change of the race. Team Pacific are now ahead, not perhaps to be unexpected. Sam Gibson, one of those quick drivers who sort of come out of nowhere in Funkup terms, but a lot of people were saying to me this morning, Sam is going to be one to watch, and he has hit the front only a couple of laps in.
He's racing with Chris Thelwell from the 577 Mazda Man. I had a great chat with him on the holding area at Anglesey, which was great to hear him. And he's got a very busy day, like George Grant coming in racing Mazdas as well as Funkup, and he's trying to work out which button to push to try and sort out volume. I can put the mic a bit closer if that helps and talk a bit deeper.
Oh, that's lovely, Richard. Can you keep that up?
And I do Alan Hyde.
I won't go that far. Yes, we want to make sure we're hearing all of your thoughts on this race, because plenty of them will have. Brands Hatch, great place for Funkup racing. It's a strange layout for an endurance series to come and race on. Generally, you look for longer laps that will avoid cars going a lap down quite so easily. But that's one of the challenges of this race. I just mentioned it before you got here. Staying on the lead lap, absolutely crucial. Sometimes we do see drivers like a Chris Devell, for example, taking it easy in the opening stint. You can't really do that here. You've got to move forwards.
Yeah, it's a big thing to do, isn't it? And just look at this. I mean, I still love the Indy circuit was where I was brought up, and I love the Grand Prix meetings because generally you've got racing that breathes a little bit longer, and there is an argument that says, yeah, it'd be great to see Funkup on GP circuit, but Indy's fantastic because, wonderful that you're joining us on the stream if you are, not at the circuit. A lot of people do watch at the track. But we like people to come and watch it for real. On Funkup, I definitely recommend you come along, have a look at the calendar, and pick a date where you can come and see the cars for real, and then enjoy watching it back afterwards.
Yes, definitely, because it's a great experience, and half of the action we physically can't show you, particularly in these opening exchanges, because there's so much of it going on, whereas when you actually watch trackside and you see the progress of certain cars through the field, really is fairly impressive. Ian Wood making good progress in the GCI racing car. He's just nipped up the inside of the Demon Tweaks machine of Will Abraham. Third position now for GCI racing. They started quite a few positions lower down than that, I seem to recall, and GCI always go well here at Brands Hatch. They've had, I'm pretty sure, a couple of victories here, certainly podium finishes down the years at Brands, and they're going well again here in this season opening race up into third, but a bit of daylight between the leading two and this next little group of cars, GCI, Demon Tweaks and Vape Club. Then another small gap back to Seed Data. Well, it was Seed Data at the front of the next group, but there you can see they have been overtaken by, I think that's the two, is that Race Logic have got ahead. I think it was the Race Logic car maybe that ran a bit deep into the gravel earlier on and just dragged that splitter loose. No, sorry, that is 210 Clapham North, beg your pardon. I should recognise the Race Logic car, couldn't I? Shouldn't I? They've dropped a few positions from where they were towards the tail end of the top 10, but it's all just this early shuffling as the random grid starts to work its magic and give us lots of side-by-side racing in the opening handful of laps. 2:57, 1.3 seconds up the road, and here maybe another change for third. GCI were third, Richard, but no longer. Demon Tweaks have taken it back.
They have, yep. So 7 car moves up a position, and it's all very, very close because you can't really, I was watching the club racing last weekend at Snetterton. It's such a big, long circuit 300. It gets strung out very quickly. Doesn't happen here, particularly where you've got a mixed grid. The thing I haven't got my handle on, which is I need to talk to you about, is did qualifying give us any indication of who was quick, or were people just sandbagging? Or
it rarely does, I'll be honest. I will pull up the qualifying result just to... oh, my word, that was a lunge up the... I shouldn't have taken my eyes off that then. 251, Sherrodice UK. Welcome back to the championship, Sherrodice UK. Multiple former race winners, and they were muscling up the inside of the Demon Tweaks 249 car, with whom they are still side by side into Paddock Hill Bend. The Demon Tweaks 249 piloted by Michael Lyons. Well, he knows a thing or two, doesn't he? Spoke to Michael earlier on. He said, and they always say this, don't they? Didn't know how much fun it was going to be. Really enjoying it. Can't wait for the race. And he's getting stuck in straight away.
it's funny, isn't it? Every interview you do, whether it was, you probably heard some of the Podium ones. I said, you're going to join us for the watch it? Oh, no, but I'd love a drive if...
Yes.
Yeah, I bet you would.
I did notice that theme across some of the Mazda interviews that you did, but I hope some of them have stuck around to watch. Those who perhaps haven't fully appreciated the excitement of Funkup in the past. We have converted a few over the years, I think, haven't we? And I'm sure there are plenty more watching today for the first time. If it is your first time watching, by the way, well, the two cars in shot there, the Uvio car and the Race Logic car, race after race, those two used to battle for race victories about 4 or 5 years ago, maybe, when Race Logic were regulars in the championship. It's nice to have the Race Logic car back on the grid. The Uvio car had just got ahead of them, having charged through from outside the top 20, but yeah, that brings back some memories seeing those two together.
Good for them, and good for us to see. You know, drivers coming back is great. You know, people that go away, it's not always greener on the other side of the hill, is it?
No.
But the other thing that is good is hearing other drivers in other championships saying, do you know what, I think we will come and have a look and have a go in this. And just this morning, bear in mind I'm not on podium duty, Jamie's pit lane man, but people still come up and talk and say, actually, I want to have... And I had 3 people this morning
Really?
say,
Really?
yeah, we're going to have a look and we'll see what
Wow.
we're thinking about. And that's outside of the Funkup paddock.
Wow, that is good. That's good to see, isn't it? I think it's one of those snowball effect things, isn't it, really? As the championship grows, we get bigger grids. They're promoting themselves really well now on social media and things, which is the way stuff is done these days, I suppose. They do get a much, much bigger audience, as I said, globally. And we've got drivers who have flown over from a long way away to come and race in Funkup here this weekend. And there aren't many championships that I think you'd see people doing that for. So, yeah, good news that we might have more drivers on the way. We are anticipating grids of 25 and more for most of the other races. Brands Hatch is usually a slightly smaller grid just because we're at the other end of the country from this championship spiritual home of the Northwest, but those teams who have made the trek down south certainly being rewarded with the weather, and hopefully we'll be rewarded with an entertaining 4 hours of racing. You referred to qualifying. For what it's worth, Ted Bradbury was fastest. That is probably fairly relevant.
Yeah.
We'd expect it to be quick. The Olympian car was second. That's not a particular shock either. And Teddy Wilson for Sherrodice UK was third. So those at the front to be expected. You look at the other end, though, Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, 21st. Clearly weren't going for times, were they? Signature RV, that's the car Marcus Clutton is a part of the driver line for. They were 19th fastest. So there were definitely a few teams, and I spoke to a couple of them down in the pit lane. Uvio were one, PLR were another. That qualifying session is really just a pit stop practice for them. They do a lap, they come in, they do a driver change, they do a lap, they come in, do a driver change, because that ultimately is where the races can be won and lost, not on outright pace.
I did hear, I don't know who it was, but I heard someone in the pits earlier on talking about, oh yeah, 246 Brad somebody. Brad Tedbury, that would be, wouldn't it?
Brad Tedbury. Don't put that in my mind, because I will say it. I will say it. It doesn't take a lot. Ted Bradbury, who of course has already been out once today in the MX-5 Clubman race. There's another Clubman race after this.
I heard you mention about, he was saying to me, he said, I probably won't do the other Clubman race, but it would be, yeah. I said, well, it's not a problem. You do the podium. And then, you know, we make you the last interview and make Jamie walk all the way up to the holding area with you.
It's not like Jamie does enough lengths of the pit lane over the afternoon. He can manage one more, can't he?
Yeah.
Yes, well, wait and see. He did have some mechanical issues, I think, Ted, in that Clubman race. So that might make the decision for him. Good move there up the inside. That's PLR going up the inside of Race Logic, and PLR have got a new livery on their car. We will probably hear from Neil Plimmer later on in the afternoon. New sponsors on board. They'll have lots of guests here, as they always do. And they've just got one over on their old sparring partners, the the V-Box liveried race logic car, and that will put PLR where now in the running order? That was for 11th position, so they're knocking on the door of the top 10. To get into the top 10, they need to get past the 214C data car of Mike Devlin. That's the blue and white car immediately ahead of them, and I reckon that who's in the PLR machine? Ben Pitch it is for the opening stint. He's probably going to be setting up for a move into Paddock Hill Bend, especially with a mistake from Seed Data there at Clearways.
See how much momentum he can get away from Clark Curve. And the other thing is there aren't too many. I was talking about Snetterton earlier on, 300 loads of straights to be able to do things. But here you've got to really think about it when the opportunity comes up, how that opportunity is going to unfold, because you've got so many twists and turns here and gradients as well. It really is, I think, more of a thinker circuit than the likes of, not knocking Snetterton, great track for a lovely, like this last weekend as well. It's summer over, isn't it? Summer will be over just before the touring car season starts, no doubt. It rained every BTCC weekend last year.
I think you might be right, actually, yeah. So well, enjoy it whilst you can. Get the shorts out for tomorrow, maybe. It's the one weekend I didn't pack shorts. This is talk about yourselves, everyone. I normally bring a pair of shorts with me and never end up wearing them because, you know, British motorsport, it's never warm enough. But one weekend I didn't bring any, and we're up here in the greenhouse, and it's rather warm.
Yeah,
so,
and you've got a lot of clashes with BTCC this year, haven't you?
Yes.
So don't bother with shorts, have you?
Okay, right. Bring the raincoats then for the rest of the championship, everybody. Change for third. GCI Racing back into third, really, I should say. They've been trading this position with the 207, which is the better place of the Demon Tweaks cars. Will Abraham at the wheel of that machine right now. But this position's changed a few times, and because they've been battling, Richard, look what's happened. Another 4 cars now joining in the fun. It was always GCI, Demon Tweaks and Vape Club battling over third, but they are now being joined by Seed Data, the second Demon Tweaks car, Uvio and Sherrodice UK all together. That's the Sherrodice car going very wide at Graham Hill Bend, and Farkini needed no second invitation, nips up the inside and picks up 8th place.
Still makes me laugh, especially the Sloke t-shirt.
Yes.
Which I just love it. It's such character.
Yes, that's that team. I was debating with Fabulous Randaccio this morning whether or not he was going to come up with a new nickname for this year. He said, well, I'm thinking for next year I'd drop the Randaccio and just be known as Fabulous. So we've all been calling you that for years.
It's a bit too strictly, though, isn't it? Just on its own, isn't it? It's a bit, they'll be teaming up. And actually, you could change it to Fabulous, and then maybe t'other driver could be Craig Revel Horwood or something like that, or a pun on that.
I'm pretty sure Farkini could do a decent Craig Revel Horwood impression if we tasked him to it. We'll get a chat with him later, I'm sure, at some point. They're never far away from a microphone if one is presented, and I'm sure we will get a chance to talk to them later on. Now, traffic starting to come into play, and that was a great benefit for the 249 car, an even better one for Farkini, though, who read that situation perfectly, and then gets put on the grass down the Cooper Straight, and Sherrodice somehow find a gap through it all. It is the 150 car that they're sort of tripping over a little bit here, 158, sorry, which ends up wide over the curb. Sherrodice then gain at least 2 places out of that, but all 3 of those cars could very easily have ended up picking damage. That was very close.
Yeah, the thought is the Uvio car, wasn't it, at Alton Park, the last round last year. Those last few laps.
How could we forget?
And people spoke about that over the winter, Andy.
Yeah.
You know, it stuck in people's heads just how much commitment there was and how much importance there was over those last few laps.
Yes, if you didn't tune into that last round, it was a fight between Uvio and Olympian for the championship, and Uvio needed to win and needed Olympian to finish a few places further back. They were fighting for the lead on the final lap, and contact made at Cascades, and in the end it didn't matter. Olympian ended up in the off the road, but Uvio didn't win the race anyway, so it didn't make any difference. But Olympian came out with the championship. One thing I really liked, though, and I didn't get a chance to talk about it on the day because we'd gone off air, but when I went downstairs at the end of the day to watch the podium presentation, Farkini and Riley Phillips were chatting and laughing about it in the paddock. The 2 title contenders.
It's the way it should be.
Yeah.
There wasn't any malice in
No,
it,
no,
was
absolutely.
there? It wasn't, I'm going to take you out.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think other series could learn from that, couldn't they, really?
Yeah.
That was just good. It was hard racing. There was a championship on the line, but there was certainly no hard feelings after it, which I honestly can't ever remember there being a serious disagreement in the Funkup paddock, despite the hard racing. Speaking of hard, that car's been into the barriers fairly hard. I think it's the 106 Race Ventura car of Richard Bliss.
Another good name coming into the... Is that a first time for Race Ventura?
Yes, it is. I believe so, yes.
I don't remember seeing that before, but yeah, good pun.
Yes,
I
do like that.
I was thinking about puns when I saw that. And do you just do the pun for the first round and then think of another one, or...?
No, I think they tend to stick in this paddock, don't they? I suspect if we see that car back, it will be carrying the same name. What I also suspect is that we're about to go safety car, because that car's going nowhere under its own steam. It's got him backwards, I think, into the barriers at Clearways. You can see it's rather shorter now than it was 15 minutes or so ago. Yellow flags are out at Clearways, but I think they'll be replaced by safety car boards. Yes, there we go. So our first safety car of the day coming on the 18th lap of the race. And you'll be shocked to hear, Richard, I have a stat for you. On average, the first safety car here at Brands Hatch comes out around lap 36. So we've beaten the average. It's not really great news, but it does mean some of the stragglers at the back that maybe were on the cusp of going a lap down, they'll be saved by this now, because everyone, of course, bunches together as the safety car slows the pack down.
We've got most of them, and we've got 18. Yeah, most of them on the lead lap still, so these early doors, which we would expect. So gives them a bit of respite.
Well, because interestingly, Signature RV, we didn't spot this, Richard, they're in the pit lane. So Signature RV, the John Whitehouse car, that's the car Marcus Clutton is part of the driver lineup for. Well, sadly, that car is already 4 laps down. That's the other thing, isn't it? We see in other races, you might come into the pit lane with a problem, spend 5 minutes in the pit lane fixing it. You might go 2 laps down. You can possibly do something about that. Here, 5 minutes is 5 laps, and you're not likely to get that back.
They would like to get out and get some more track time, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's a shame, isn't it? Well, anyway, 2 cars therefore not running. Team Summers, the only other car that's not on the lead lap. That's the 158 car that was right in the middle of that battle going on between Uvio, Sheridise and a couple of others. Right, whilst we've got a moment or two to let things settle in, let's take a look back, shall we, at some of the action from the first... We're only 19 minutes, not even that into the race, and yet we've already got a highlights package for you. It was an aggressive start for the Axiometrics car. A good move up the inside for John Perrott netted him the lead into Paddock Hill Bend. A 3-way fight developed then for 3rd position, which included GCI Racing, former champions of the series. The Sheridise car has been rather punchy in the opening exchanges, made one fairly leery move there at Clearways, and that wasn't the last bit of door-to-door contact that they would have. GCI trading 3rd position a few times with Will Abraham in the 207 Demon Tweaks machine, and then Sheridise joined by Uvio charging through from towards the back of the grid. They weren't last on the grid, but they were about 21st or so, and Farkini moving up the order pretty effectively as well. This was the group of cars, though, that really then tripped over the Team Summers car, which was going a lap down. Looked at first like Uvio had read the situation perfectly, but they were squeezed onto the grass, and Sheridise saw an opportunity to get past the lot of them. Then a safety car period for Race Ventura's Richard Bliss, who's found the barriers at Clearways. So, that's only the first 19 minutes, well, let's call it 20 minutes now into the race, Richard, which means we're about halfway through the opening stint as well. Pit stops coming every 40 minutes or so in the race, and that will further shuffle the order a little bit. But for some of those teams who have maybe kept their quicker drivers for stints 2 or 3, this safety car is good news.
It is, yeah, good news for the reigning champions. I wonder how much progress they'll be able to make through the field. 17th at the moment for Team Olympian. From the back of the grid, no doubt a little bit more progress to be able to make. Okay, Andy's choking, so we'll keep going on. And oh dear.
Awfully sorry, Richard.
Okay.
I saw a chance to take a quick swig of water, maybe slightly too quick a swig, but you take your chances to refresh yourself when you can on a warm day like this. Right, mercifully, I'll have a chance to catch my breath, I think, because we're shortly going to be heading down to the pit lane to hear from Jamie Peters-Ennis, who we saw briefly down in the assembly area, chatting away to Paul Rose earlier on. Jamie is going to be roaming the pit lane with his microphone and getting a chat with as many...
Stalking people.
That's the word I was trying to avoid using, but it does describe pretty well what Jamie gets up to. He does it very well, though, and has been doing it for many a year, and luckily has a sense of humour. So let's hear for the first time properly today from Jamie Peters-Ennis.
I must stress I've gone nowhere near a buffet, so we'll quash that rumour straight away. Right, I'm outside Signature RV. Unfortunately, it looks like they've blown a gearbox. And speaking to John Whitehouse, they were suffering with power issues, running around 3 seconds off their optimal pace, and they fear it might be terminal. Heartbreak for Signature RV. What I'll do is I'll hand back to Andy and Rich while I head down to Race Ventura.
That's a shame.
Nobody mentioned the buffet.
Not yet, we haven't, no.
Well, I wasn't.
There is, actually, I didn't get a chance to sample the lunch in the Funkup hospitality awning today because the lunch break was cut rather short, wasn't it, with races moving forward. But Funkup always do put on some great hospitality for the teams, but a lot of the teams do their own hospitality as well, and they'll bring the barbecues out and put on a spread for the teams, and not only their team, but the teams in the adjoining garages as well. Just all adds to that sort of Funkup family spirit, doesn't it?
It does, and it is good. You know, even though I don't do all the rounds and I'm kind of here as a guest because I'm doing support stuff. Yeah, loads of nods, hellos and chats, which is really nice.
Yeah.
So thank you everyone for the welcome.
It's because everyone knows you,
and the
Richard.
branding as well. Got a T-shirt today. Got
Very
the T-shirt.
snazzy, aren't they? Yes. No expenses spared on the team wear this year, but you know, they're very aware, I think, these days of the brand. You know, it's not necessarily something that they thought about all that much in the past. You know, they were just going racing and it was all good fun, and now I think they've realised that actually they've got something really good here. And Chris Rose stepping in now to more of a leadership role with the championship too. Very aware of the Funkup brand and making sure that that gets out there. Do give Funkup a like and a follow on the old social media as well, and because they're posting quite a lot of content these days, not only over the race weekend but in between race weekends as well. And it's well worth taking a look at some of the stuff that they're doing there. Also, that has sort of allowed them to welcome in a couple of new sponsors for this year as well. So Proflex, you'll see on the cars, they are a company that make fuel systems for race cars. So they are sponsoring the championship this year. So are HRX, we've got on our lovely Funkup branded clothing as well. If you use the code FUNKUP25 on their website, you get 15% off their gear. They make race wear, basically, so race suits, stuff like that. You get 15% off if you're looking for a snazzy new suit for 2025.
Code again?
FUNKUP25, all
there
one
you go.
word.
No excuse. It's a good offer.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
15% off. Yeah, nice to see them helping out. Maybe drivers who are moving into motor racing, needing to. It's one of the big things that puts people off sometimes getting into racing, and I know this from personal experience. It's quite expensive usually just to get the ball rolling, isn't it? So, and that's one of the big purchases, first purchases that you need to make, and they are giving 15% off, which is good to see. And the other sponsor that we must mention is Graphic Lab. Now, Graphic Lab specialise in wrapping. Well, Chris Rose, when he started telling me about this morning, said they wrap race cars, and then he said they'll also wrap planes. And basically anything else you want wrapping. So if you've got something that you want a nice shiny wrap on, Graphic Lab, which is Ted Bradbury's father, Justin's company, are also sponsoring the championship this year. So give them a look.
That's very good, yeah. And you know, when you're starting and you want to get a car up to a decent, you get yourself presented well and the car presented well, two things you need to think about.
Yeah.
I've got to admit, in the past they were racing apparel, helmets and getting licence costs was my main excuse for not going racing.
Right.
We'll come on to what my main excuse is now, but at a later date. But I think Jamie's got some more chat lined up for us down there in pit lane.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. I've made my way down to the Race Ventura pit, and I've got Dom Fletcher with me. Dom, from what we've heard on the radio, it sounded like Rich had no brakes.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So until we get the car in, it's a bit of a guess, but Rich's been doing it a long, long time. He knows how to handle a car. If something's gone, it will be something like that. It's just a failure. We'll have to figure it out, go from there. But we're on the pace, moved up nicely from the back, so really chuffed. But these things happen. You go racing, you do it at this level, that's the way it can be. So, yeah. And Rick's fine, which is the most important thing. So.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke to Stu earlier on the day. I mean, this is a plan that you've been doing for sort of a couple of years, wanting to get into this. You're finally here. Yes, as we see the cars getting recovered in now, yes, these things happen, but you guys, you're still smiling, you're still enjoying being part of it. You're not going to give up. If you can, you'll get the car back out there.
Yeah, we'll be back out, and if not now, we will be back out at the next race. This is something we've been wanting to do, as you know, for a long time. So it's commitment. It's disappointing, but that's life. We've got to just crack on. Everyone here has been amazing, so thank you to everyone. But yeah, onwards and upwards, as they say. So yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That's Don Fletcher from Race Ventura. Drama for Clapham North. So let's make my way up there. Neil Burrows started the car. I'm just keeping an eye on the marshal posts in case we do get a restart. Safety car's making its way back round again. Lights still on. Neil Burrows has just got out of the cart, so let me dive in and have a chat with him. There's a lot of steam coming out from the engine cover, and looks like it's blown the cap off, Sparks. Just wait for you to take your lid off. Not ideal.
It's a bit hot. Yeah, it's just overheated. We've lost the cap off the top of the radiator, the coolant bottle, so shame really. But I could feel something was wrong. It was just rear end was loose, and that was clearly all the water ended up on the back tyres, so that's kind of, we were losing pace, but I thought it was tyre pressures, but it clearly wasn't. So, hey, that's racing.
And your car, plan is to get it out at some point, isn't it?
Yeah, hopefully we can get out Alton. We need some drivers, so if anybody fancies jumping in with us, then yeah, give us a shout. And the Ninky Non could be back, which is, you know, so it's a winning car, so we know it's a good one.
Fantastic, thanks a lot, Sparky. Let's have a chat with George Grant while we're here. George from Clapham North. Busy weekend for you, but it's never nice to see a site like this, is it?
Not really, but you're in the right hands, aren't you? The word Clapham North is actually obviously quite good, synonymous with looking after cars. But the guys are obviously going to look at. I was just watching it actually in the hospitality, and then suddenly, obviously Sparky have just come in, so I'm not sure what's gone on, but clearly it looks pretty serious, to be fair.
And we've been trying to get you in one of these for a couple of years now, and are you glad you've now driven one and maybe get out and do a few more?
Yes, I do need to have a bit more seat time, because the modus operandi here is don't worry about driving the car, just get in and out of it very, very quickly, right? So the whole of qualifying was just literally out, in, get out, next driver, out, in. So but yeah, I mean it's very different from the Mazda. There's a lot more functionality in the steering.
Well, hopefully, if you're not too serious, we'll get you back out there and you can enjoy yourself.
Yeah, it's just as your previous person who was talking about the problem that he faced. These things happen in motorsport. You've just got to run with it, roll with it, as they say.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, George, and enjoy the rest of your weekend as well. We need to get Will in one as well, don't we?
Absolutely. Yeah. No, we're sort of having a chat at the moment, so watch this space.
Fantastic. Thanks, George. That's George Grant from Clapham North. Of course, Will referring to Will Blackwell Chambers, who is George's teammate. So it'd be nice to see them out there in a Clapham North car. I believe safety car lights may be out, Andy. It looks pretty clear my side of the track. Obviously, you get a much better view from where you are. So I'll hand back to Andy and Rich in the commentary box.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jamie. Yes, we do get a better view. Actually, you can even see from this camera that we're not quite ready to go yet. There was a bit of barrier repair that needed to be done. I think that's more or less completed, so I'm hopeful that next time by we'll go racing again. But that's a great shame, Richard. The Clapham North car, it does seem odd now you think about it that we haven't seen Clapham North on this grid. George has appeared in most championships in the UK over recent years, and good to have him in the Funkup. Hopefully he does get a go in the car later.
Yeah, I hope so. I was going to ask if it was his debut, because
I believe
George,
so, yeah.
and he was saying that it's different to the Mazda. George is very versatile. I mean, it was a lovely clip on social media the other week of him in his MG.
Oh, yeah.
A beautifully produced clip, and he was with the Rob Boston team for that one. If you get to see it on the Clapham North MOT socials, you know, like the Funkup socials, very definitely worth a look. And it's only a few minutes of your time to go, unlike my waffling for an hour and a half or whatever I do on those sorts of things. But have a look. But George is a very versatile driver. And, you know, it's good that he's here. Massive patron of racing for the club. You know, double sponsor for the Mazdas.
Yep.
And I hope he gets out. Also interesting to see his teammate Matt Hyde this weekend, the ex-Formula V champion.
Ah, right.
It was nice to catch up with Matt earlier on today. Raced in the, I think, Brick Car last year.
Oh, okay.
With Dragon Sport. And I think he got in with Dragon Sport, which is the Welsh scholarship folk, Rhys Lloyd. I don't know if you saw Rhys on the... Rhys is looking at this as well.
Or really?
He was, yeah, because we had a conversation about endurance and how there's no... Rhys was feeling it was very difficult to get youngsters into endurance racing.
Right.
And I said Funkup, and he said, people keep saying that. and I think he's going to do it. But Reece is getting married this year, and he's just off the back of the Channel 4 series, 4 in the Bed, which he was in.
Oh, really?
Which I think he's on the 4 player, whatever it's called, the Channel 4.
Right, okay.
There you go, more TV for you to go and watch. Never mind the racing, go and watch with him and his missus to be. Anyway, that's going off at a tangent, but Matt Hyde's here and he was part of that team, and we're racing again.
We are indeed, yes. So we had about 12 minutes or so behind the safety car there, but we are racing once again. Team Pacific lead the way. The 257 car being driven still by Sam Gibson drops down out of Graham Hill Bend, already starting to scoot away at the front of the field. I did notice whilst the cars were going round slowly behind the safety car that the Olympian car just hasn't made any progress. In fact, I think Chris Devell's had a poor restart. He's right at the back of the queue again. So Chris Devell is the last car on the lead lap right now. The safety car will likely have spared them from going a lap down, but it's not been an ideal start to the race for Olympian GRD, our reigning champions. But I was looking back as I was updating my stats spreadsheet from the end of last year and looking at the way that their races go. I mean, they won so many races last year. Often Olympian didn't hit the front until well into the second half of the race. They don't rush to the front, they keep the car in one piece, and then when they hit the front, they tend to stay there.
Yeah, it can be a question, I guess, of first of all finishing the races. That's the most important thing, and then otherwise it's about getting as close as you can to the front, but getting that finish.
Ooh, Sheridai. Sorry, Richard, my word, that was close. The Vlad Vasiliev Vape Club car nearly got wiped out by the Sheridai's car. That Sheridai's machine has not been pulling its punches so far, has it? They've been making some very, very good moves. Peter Belshaw's in the car. It's been a little while since we had Peter in the championship. He always used to share the Sheridai's machine with Marcus Clubman. That was a partnership that yielded many a race win for Sheridai's. They haven't won for a while. Sheridai's UK, I think I looked this stat up back end of last year. I want to say it was 2018 that they last won a race at Zandvoort, actually, was the last Funkup Endurance Championship race that they won. Well, Peter's back. Marcus obviously is in the Signature RV car, not that machine, but Peter is driving like a man on a mission to get to the front. He is making good progress. Is into 6th position and going after 5th place now with the EDF car right in front.
In the Funkup dictionary, Sheridai's is now a verb, isn't it?
Is it?
Yes, Sheridai's.
Yes, it should be.
Sounds like it should be. But didn't one of the comics say you can say that for any? You can use any word.
Probably.
Basically, so
Yeah, I think so. Well, let's see if Vlad Vasiliev does get Sheridized or not. This is a corner where Peter did do a bit of aggressive overtaking in the early stages. He's not close enough on this occasion, though, to have a go. He wants to get on with this, though, because Vasiliev does look a little bit of a cork in the bottle. The leading 4 are getting away. There's a gap back then to this fight for 5th position. And Vlad, who will hand the car over to Ted Bradbury a little bit later on, is having to get his defending boots on. To the outside goes Belshaw into paddock. He's late on the brakes, sails through. That was a good move on the outside.
Yeah, lovely move. Not the easiest of moves to pull off. Whether you've got a slightly slower car or a slightly off-pace car on the inside or not, still not for the faint-hearted. But yeah, lovely move, clear, and can now go about chasing the top 4.
A lot of the Mazda drivers were trying that move around the outside at paddock, and to be fair, it was working at paddock. There seemed to be grip on the outside there, but then they got to Druids and there's just nothing on the outside, no grip at all. So, and you can imagine at the end of a 4-hour race, I know we're not at the end of it yet, but when we get there, the amount of discarded rubber and dirt and debris on the outside, that's going to make it quite tricky. Maybe when negotiating traffic, which of course you do so much more of at Brands Hatch than you would any other circuit.
It'll be fun for the Mazdas, won't it, at the end of the day, the Clubmans?
Yes, I hadn't thought of that, actually. They were lively enough as it was on a relatively clean track. This is for the race lead. Axiometrics have been putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, and now to the outside goes John Perrott. He led, remember, at the very start of the race, then lost the lead to the 257 machine of John Whitehouse, Sam Gibson, I should say, and now wants to try and get it back. He was close into Paddock Hill Bend, but not quite close enough. Demon Tweak's car up the inside, and Vlad Vasiliev losing a few places here. Through goes Demon Tweaks, through goes Farkini in the Uvio car. And they've got Ben Pitch's PLR racing machine closing in behind as well. So the 246 car going rather the wrong way at the moment.
It is. Are we putting bets on at this stage, metaphoric or otherwise?
Oh, for what, the winner?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Because there are far too many to choose from. I mean, also, I think you would probably tease me if I said I was going to go for Team Olympian. I don't know, though. I've got a funny feeling that Uvio are up for it today.
That's where I was going.
Oh, okay, okay.
Just where they're placed at the moment, and you know, I know you get to the front. There's no way you can go apart from further in front. But
Yeah. Well, they didn't have a great season last year, did they, Uvio? Really, they
somewhat second in the championship.
Well, by their standards, by their very high standards. I think the issue more was that they didn't win very many races,
I
did
get
they?
what you're saying. I understand that. Yeah.
I spoke to Fabulous in the pit lane this morning, and he sort of referenced that and said, you know, yeah, we've taken it a bit more seriously this season, and he said he was very surprised. These new tyres, I think, are going to be a great leveler this year. This is why I think this will be the most competitive season we've had for a long time, because it's an even playing field for everybody. Even the brand new teams to the championship, they're learning these new tyres, but so are the teams that have been doing it for donkey's years. And even Uvio, who are one of the most experienced teams on the grid, said the amount of changes we made to the car in Friday testing to get on top of these tyres, they hardly ever changed the car at all in testing, and they were changing it after near enough every session. So that, I think, is going to really level the playing field this year.
You'll forgive me for asking this, and apologies if Jamie or yourself have covered it. Obviously, I've been out doing support race stuff, so I've missed any content where you've explained what is the new rubber and what's it done.
So it's a new brand of tyre now, basically. So we were running on GT tyres for a long time. Moved away from those now, and yeah, this... I'm sure they're Kumos, are particularly treacherous when they're cold. They've got a bigger operating window, apparently, but when you're on new tyres, you don't have a lot of grip, and they get quite hot as well, I've heard. So that then means the cars, in general, move around a lot more. And Fabulous was saying that should favour, actually, some of the more experienced drivers who maybe used to race before the GT tyres.
Treacherous in the positive sense, rather than
absolutely.
If you're about to bang a set of Kumos on your road car.
No, exactly. Yes. No, this should clarify.
Do you remember the old ad? Do you remember the old? I don't know if you've seen it. Not on 9 o'clock news back in the 80s.
Yes.
And the police chief, you know, if you drive like that on the public highways. Could we emphasise the safety?
Yes, they are great for racing. They are not the tyre necessarily that you're going to pick up and stick on your family salute. They still make family salutes, probably not these days. But
that's a nice phrase.
Yeah. Sadly, they're dying out rather. So are hot hatches, which is particularly disappointing for me. Electric SUVs just don't quite get me as excited as a good old-fashioned four-door hot hatch. Anyway, that's a debate for a later safety car period, maybe. We'll focus in on the fight for third here. GCI Racing and Demon Tweaks, and the white Demon Tweaks car is about to be joined by the more traditional Demon Tweaks livery, the red and yellow. The only one car between them now, that being Peter Belshaw's Sherrod's UK machine. Peter looks like he's on the attack here, closes in on the 251, but ultimately not quite close enough to make the move into Paddock Hill Bend.
Indeed, pair with a decent enough gap at the moment, so we rightly stay with that third place Peter, having a look up the inside, but the door closed by the 207 Demon Tweaks car. Now, when you've got 6 drivers potentially over 2 cars, how easy are team orders to cope with the Demon Tweaks boys?
Not very, I would imagine. They've both been on the move, that's the thing. They've both got good pace, I think. The 249 has been the more aggressive of the two, looks maybe the quicker of the two. So that's the car you would expect to move forward, although they ran a bit wide there into Clearways Corner. I'm not convinced team orders generally comes into it with Funkup. I suppose partly because it's rare for a team to run more than one car. Yeah, certainly we're going to find out, aren't they? Because they're together now. Peter Belshaw drafts round the outside of the 207 machine, that car being driven by Will Abraham, remember, in this opening stint. And that means the 2 Demon Tweaks machines do run now nose to tail. Peter Belshaw is on an absolute mission. I don't think it'll be long before he has a go at relieving GCI Racing's Ian Wood of third place here.
He's going to have a go, isn't he? Just very wide there, but makes the most of it as he goes down the hill. Now coming under pressure from the Demon Tweaks car. He's got the line going into Graham Hill Bend, but has he got the momentum? No, the 2 Demon Tweaks cars are, and it's lovely to see Mike Lyons back in the car.
Yes.
I haven't seen him race for a long time. On footage I have, but not for real.
Yes.
Might have been Toka days, actually, the last time I saw him.
Wow.
I'm sure he did a Toka support many seasons ago.
Quite possibly, yes. Known for his historic racing, isn't he? And a bit of prototype racing as well of late, Michael Lyons. Well, anyway, that car has now gained a position, so it is Michael Lyons in the car for the opening stint, and he's now got ahead of the 207 car, because that's something else you see very often here at Brands Hatch. If you go for a move and it doesn't work, you generally, in Funkup racing especially, end up losing a position or so, and that's exactly what happened for the 207. Peter Belshaw on the attack, so is Farkini to the inside of 207, trying to strike whilst Will Abrahams maybe a little bit unsettled, having lost a couple of places over the last lap and a half or so, but Will, to his credit, is defending, not opening the door for Farkini, but by defending on the way into Graham Hill Bend, he'll be slower on the exit. Farkini sees that as an opportunity. He's on the dirt again down the back straight and has to back out of that move. That's twice he's tried that line. I don't think it's been terribly successful either time.
He's not averse to it, and I don't blame him, but from his point of view,
Now, that is not the line
No,
through
that
Clearways. No, I wouldn't be taking that, and it might cost them 2 places. Ben Pitch, not quite able to go through. That made life a bit easier for Farkini anyway.
Yeah, it has, and it split up the Demon Tweaks team, so that's a shame. Nice to see him running in tandem.
Indeed so. Now, speaking of running in tandem, this is the lead battle. They're still together. Slightly odd, isn't it, really, because John Perrott was really feisty on the restart and now seems to have settled into that second position behind the 257 of Sam Gibson. Then comes the third place squabble, and it is no longer GCI racing in third. Richard through has gone Peter Belshaw, and he's brought Michael Lyons with him. So GCI, just like that, are off the podium and down to 5th place.
Yeah, things can change so very, very quickly in this, and that's why it's important to stay on that lead lap. Another safety car, bunch everybody up, battle will renew. And of course, when in terms of tyres, do we know how durable the new tyres are as well?
Well, not really. It's the first race they've been running.
This is the first time we've done a race distance on it.
They'll have tested it, of course, but in this heat, that is a good point. I'm sure they'll be designed to last the distance. They won't be expected to change them, but yeah.
When's the best of them? That's what they're going to be
No,
thinking
good point.
about.
Good point. Well, Fabulous said they've got a wide operating window, whatever that might mean. So I think he means once they're in, and they're actually, it doesn't really matter what the track conditions are like. Now, look who's just got a lap down. That looks to me like the Olympian GRD car, Chris Devell, no longer on the lead lap. Now, Chris, by his own admission, will say he's not the fastest driver in that team, but that car seems off the pace, and it's made a pit stop, although the pit window, I think, is open, is it not? So, should be, shouldn't it? 40 minutes in. Wow, we're 40 minutes in already. That has flown by.
Yeah, we don't know whether there's been a change, though, do we?
No, we don't. But
we can blame Jamie if we don't know, because he'll have to find out. Jamie will know.
Quite right. Jamie should know.
Jamie will be cursing.
Not for the first time. But anyway, that car pitting early is not to be... It's not that much of a surprise. And yes, we've got Sherrodice coming in now as well, so they will have handed over to Simon Rudd now, the Olympian GRD car, and a few others coming in now. I genuinely hadn't realised we were nearly 45 minutes into the race, Richard. That's flown by.
It has gone very quickly, almost as quickly as Uwe Hoffmann.
Oh,
who are
very
out the
good.
front of this group. So yeah, and the short lap as well. Pit stops are crucial, aren't they? And which George Grant was making the point. He was expecting to spend the qualifying time or the practice time learning the car. No, get in, get out, get in, get out, and it is so important, isn't it?
Well, we see teams gain 3 or 4 seconds on the opposition in the pit lane alone, and around a short lap like this, it could take you 15 laps to gain that sort of time, maybe longer, out on track. So the work of a whole stint can be undone with a poor pit stop. So it is crucial, particularly for the really competitive teams who we expect to be fighting for the victory at the end of the day. Really crucial that they are able to maximise the time of the pit lane. That's an example of how time could go begging. The door didn't shut properly on the Sherrodice car, and now I don't think it's fired up. Finally, away it goes. That's Teddy Wilson getting into the car, who's arguably the quicker of the 2 drivers, but they lost time, definitely a good 5 seconds or so evaporated, and now Teddy's got to try and get that back on track.
I don't know too much about Teddy's background. Do you?
Oh, he's done Funkup before, I'm sure, a year or so ago.
Right.
Carter, I seem to recall, not a huge amount of car racing experience, I don't think. I remember him being quick when he last raced with us there in Funkup, so I expect him to be one of the pace setters, I think. It seems that if you're called Ted or Teddy, variations of that, and you jump in a Funkup car, you're generally near the front. A couple of quick Teds out there today.
Quick Ted.
Quick Ted. That's a better nickname than Brad Tedbury, so I think we'll stick with Quick Ted. Greenheath here on the defensive. That's the 99 car not firing up either now, so that's the car that started on pole position, fast track. And Simon Lidson now gets on board. So this is the period of the race first of 5 periods of the race, really, where things really start to shuffle around because of the pit stops. Everything happening so quickly here at Brands Hatch, it can be difficult to keep on top of it. What I can tell you is that Team Pacific and Axiometrics, your top 2, are yet to stop. Michael Lyons in 3rd, yet to pit as well. That's PLR having a nibble at GCI Racing. They're fighting the 6th position, neither of whom have pitted. So perhaps not that much of a surprise, Richard, to see that most of the early pitters are those from the bottom half of the timing sheets, trying to get quicker drivers in and get a bit of track position back.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that, is there? Get the first stint out of the way. As you said, it probably played into some of the slower drivers having that safety car for a few minutes.
Yes.
And that would have negated it, you know, potentially a few drivers getting lapped. But yeah, now we start to get the faster ones in. We'll start to get more of a picture probably after the second stop, I guess.
Yes, that's generally when things start to come out in the wash, isn't it? Especially if we don't have another safety car period, which we hope we won't end up having. So down through Paddock Hill Bend comes Michael Lyons, and yes, Simon Rudd. Now that Olympian GRD car is a completely different prospect, isn't it? Because Simon Rudd is on the attack. Of course, he's a lap behind this group because he's pitted. Well, car has pitted, but he knows that he will be racing these guys probably at the end of the race for the victory. So they need to try and lose as little time now as possible. But there's absolutely no obligation for these other cars to move out of the way for him. Even if he was a lap ahead of them, there'd be no obligation for them to move out of his way. And Simon Rudd knows he's going to have to get on with this and get the track position by himself. He'll be hoping to see Michael Lyons pit, but the pace that Michael's got, this is the problem. He's not going to pit anytime soon, is he? He's quite happy out there on track and in no rush to get out of the way of that number 1 car.
Yep, stay out there banging the laps. Here comes Simon Rudd, though. He's going to have a look around the outside here at Paddock Hill Bend. That's not going to work. Is there going to be room on the cutback? Lovely to see the same team back, exactly the same lineup as well. I did wonder, yeah, he's keen to get the position. I did wonder whether Simon, who, knowing Simon as I do through the ranks that I've worked on him in, when he did Focus Cup and he won that, and he did a bit of a spell in Ginetta, and I think I got the impression he's a driver that is, as many of these drivers are, capable of going up the ladder. And I wondered, having got the championship, whether he would try and make another move. But it's great to see him back.
Loves the championship, doesn't he? I think that's, and you know, I'm sure if an opportunity were there to go on and do even bigger and better things, he would probably look into it. But he knows he's going to come into this championship. He knows they'll be competitive, which is the main priority for any driver. You want to be competitive in whatever you're doing, but he also knows he's going to have a good time doing it as well. I think he genuinely does enjoy these Funkup weekends. He won't be enjoying the fact that he can't get past Michael Lyons right now, but this is losing him a bit of time, I think, by battling with the Demon Tweaks car. It's not for position right now, remember, until Lyons brings that car into the pit lane, and Simon Rudd goes to the outside at Druids, can't get it done, and is losing more time here, I would think, than if he just settled in behind Michael and worked with him. He knows Michael will be pitting in the next couple of laps anyway.
He's not going to thank me for this next comment, and he's going, oh God, here we go. Sponsor-wise, yeah, his sponsors will be pleased that he's not stuck behind him at the moment, but having this race because they're seeing him. But if you're a sponsor, is it GRD Lifts? He's got him. He's on the inside. Yep, lovely move. We're talking about that. Which sponsor would you rather be, GRD or Demon Tweaks, from the viewing point of view? Because you can see the GRD. It might be the money that's put in, to be fair, because it's. I know when I've spoken to young drivers about sponsorship opportunities, the more money you get, the bigger the stickers.
Of course. Yeah, of course. Always the way, isn't it? And the Demon Tweaks paint scheme is such an iconic livery. There's only one way you can do it. It's got to be big. It's got to be bright.
Yeah.
Well, apart from the white one. But anyway, I suppose it's still a bold livery.
But I know GRD Lifts, if I've got that right, I hope I have. Apologies if I haven't, have been wonderful supporters for Simon. I know you've been very, very grateful for what they've done. It's great that we've got companies like that, bringing drivers like Simon in and putting this great pairing with Riley and Chris as well.
Yes, unfortunately there's a bit of an issue with timekeeping. They're registered as Team Olympian, but they are Team Olympian GRD, and it's that GRD bit that they're very keen to push, so we'll give them as many shout-outs as we can over the course of the race. Just as he found a way past Michael Lyons, typically, Michael then dived for the pit lane, so Michael has, having just lost that bit of track position...
Got him intro doing the door as he came out of the pit lane as well.
Saw that, yes. So there goes Demon Tweaks. Now look, they're ahead of GCI, they're ahead of, that's the 257 German car, is it not, that I think has lost some ground, Team Pacific, through this pit stop cycle. We're still waiting for Axiometrics, Uvio, PLR and the sister Demon Tweaks car, 207, to pit. They will likely have to come in this time because I think the pit window is now closed, but you're allowed an extra lap after that before it's mandatory that you come into the pit lane. Axiometrics, the race leaders, just going down the Cooper straight, by the way, so I'd expect them in the next 20 seconds or so, as Michael Lyons now gets stuck behind the Team Summers car. Sorry, not Michael Lyons, it is Guy Minshall, who you just said, who is losing a bit of time, have been losing a bit of time in traffic. Gets through, though, now, and will try and get his head down. A bit of clean air is just what you want, really, when you jump into the car for the first time.
Yeah, you don't want to be worrying too much about other cars or sort of either in front or behind you necessarily. So yeah, just get your head in and hopefully have a nice clean stint. A good start to the stint is helpful. Here we go.
Everyone else in now. So Axiometrics, Uvio, PLR, Demon Tweaks are in. In fact, PLR had just got ahead of Demon Tweaks on that lap for what was third place. So out gets Farkini, in gets Fabulous. There is Fabulous Randaccio with his latest helmet design. And about to head back out onto track, and that is pretty slick, isn't it?
That's how you do it, isn't it?
Yeah, that was textbook. Other teams, I'm sure, have watched back their pit stops and learnt what to do, and I reckon they'll have gained some time out of that.
I think, our directors understand Funkup, don't they?
Yes.
With Out Alive, know what's, look at that car and we know we're going to see a great stop there.
Indeed so. Now, what did that get them, though? They're ahead of GCI, I believe, which they weren't before the pit stop cycle. So I think that's worked out very nicely for Uvio. Could they even be on the tail of Axiometrics? Well, Axiometrics are at Graham Hill Bend. I think PLR are second. So again, experienced teams, best pit stops. Axiometrics, PLR, Uvio, some of the most experienced teams on the grid, and they've ended up top three, I believe, after the pit cycle, and throw GCI Racing in there as well. GCI Racing were on the grid along with PLR for the very first season of Funkup Racing over 20 years ago. They know a thing or two about quick pit stops, and it's no surprise to me that those are the teams that have risen to the top after the first cycle of stops.
I can't remember, were you on that one?
Oh no, not quite. Not in 2002,
you
no.
definitely don't look old enough to have been.
I was around. I'm not sure I was conscious of Funkup back then, but yes, that was, I'm sure it was 2002, I think it was. Became a championship in 2011, and I came on board a couple of years after that.
Right.
In fact, the very next year, 2012, was my first Funkup race. Up the inside goes Greenheath. So Greenheath we haven't mentioned much.
Oh, absolutely.
That is Paul Turner now, taking over from Gary Bate. They've had a good pit stop too, and that move puts them in the top 5.
Is that a new livery as well?
It is, I believe. Or tweaked livery, anyway. Tweaked. Same colours, I think.
It's sharp,
design.
isn't it? It's like,
Yeah, no, I like it. It's every car looks resplendent, doesn't it, at the moment? Well, actually, a couple of laps in, we had someone in the gravel trap and damaging the front splitter, but yeah, they're very, very good-looking grid. One of the few liveries that hasn't changed, actually, is the car at the back of that group, the Race Logic machine. That car's been running the same livery for as long as I've been seeing it in Funkup, which is over a decade now, on and off. And the Race Logic car, the V-Box liveried machine, closing in on this group. Who's in the Race Logic car now, I hear you ask? The answer is Julian Thomas, Mr. V-Box himself, who is a very quick historic racer these days, owns an ex-Andy Rouse Ford Sierra Cosworth, amongst many other things, and is often found travelling the world racing his historics. But this is kind of where he caught the racing bug initially, and he's getting well and truly stuck in now to a fairly feisty battle going on in front of him. That was contact, I think, wasn't it, Richard?
It was. Something flew off, didn't it?
Yes, off the 62.
Is that a mirror, maybe? Or
I think it was front bodywork, actually. I think Sean Balfe, who's in the Balfe Motorsport 62 car, got into the back of the Demon Tweaks machine. Take another look, Richard. Just, ooh.
Oh. Not from the contact, maybe. Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe it just bottomed out on the curb,
curbing,
actually.
yeah.
I'll take that back. Maybe it wasn't contact. He was very close to the Demon Tweaks car, but I'm not convinced there was actually contact. So good spot there on the replay. Out wide now goes the Demon Tweaks machine, and so through goes Julian Thomas and the Demon Tweaks car of Guy Minshaw, just betting himself in, I think, in this opening stint, and could do worse than follow along behind the former champion.
Yeah, won't be a problem. Again, that's the great thing with the 4-hour race, isn't it? You're not going to be lap perfect time after time after time.
No.
Every driver is going to have little moments where they ebb and flow. So within that, you can maybe take a little bit of time to watch someone if you know their pedigree.
Yes.
And make the most of that. Are we pit bound?
I think we might be momentarily. Jamie has found somebody. Let's see who he's found and head down to the pit lane. And Jamie Peters-Ennis.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I've just going to grab Farkini for a quick chat. He's just having a chat with Ben Pitch now. Yeah, sorry about that earlier. Busy stint, but you're struggling with downshifts.
Just at the end. I don't know what's gone on, but the last handful of laps, we kind of eventually cleared all the traffic. We had a good run through, and I was working with the Lions in the Tweaks car, and he was going brilliantly. So we were just working together. There was one point where it got messy, and I went up the inside of him. I'm not sure if he saw me, but we were running side by side, and I was on the grass down there, which was a bit fun. And then Teddy came around the outside just to mix it up a bit more. But no, we had a good run through, in fairness. But it's a really strong pace. Probably top 8-10 cars are really, really on it.
Well, we were saying, I think this is probably going to be one of the most open seasons in a long time, and the switch to the new tyres as well. Obviously, how are you finding them?
Yeah, it's interesting. We're still getting to grips with them. We didn't have smooth running yesterday, and we had some inconsistencies that we couldn't quite figure out. But they were I don't think we did a bad job. There's big disparity on the grid with people going at different pressures. And it was interesting to see how that changed. In probably after 10 minutes, you could see a difference in some people struggling and others coming on. So it was good fun.
Excellent.
Brands Hatch is always great fun.
It is always great fun, and we'll let you go and cool down now because
I need to say, Lee, if you're watching, you should be here. It's one of our super fans. Yes. Should be here but couldn't make it. So Lee, we're thinking of you.
All right, thanks, mate.
Yeah. Cheers.
Back to Andy and Rich.
Thank you very much indeed, Jamie. Great interview, lovely to hear, particularly about how the tyres are working out as well in the opening stages of the race. And we're into our second driver stint here on our Funkup Endurance Championship opener for 2025. I just love the fact that some of the championships that we've got here, this is the opening round of the main event. But obviously, like your Mazdas, we're into round two, and it's lovely to have that mix.
Yes.
A meeting like this where you can actually look back, see what the Mazda boys were doing at Silverstone a few weeks ago where you were on holiday.
Had to get that in there, didn't you?
Had to get it in there. Was it as warm as this?
You've not mentioned my tan. Mine just probably faded now. It was a couple of weeks ago that I came back. It was not a lot warmer than this, actually. I think probably only about 7 or 8 degrees warmer. So I was sat by the side of a pool with a pina colada most of the time, which I should stress I'm not doing today. But although I have you mentioned Mazdas, we've just been delivered some very nice looking homemade baked goods, courtesy of, an associate, shall we say, of AB Motorsport and the Mazda MX-5 paddock in general. So big thank you for that'll keep us going through the afternoon, Richard.
It's a key part of motorsport knowledge is that you've got to look after the commentators.
It is. Not enough people understand this, Richard, but we're getting the word out there.
I remember being in the commentary as I look across here. We're on the outside of the Brands Hatch circuit for those of you that, and we'll get back on topic in a minute.
Yeah.
But I remember being in the Brands Hatch commentary when Robbie Murphy used to be the commentator, if you remember that name. He sort of took over from Brian Jones. And one of the I forget what formula it was, bought half a case of wine up for Robin. And I thought for the commentary team, oh great, I'm going to get a bottle out. No, Robin took the whole lot home. Never mentioned it on air. I always give a mention if someone brings something in. You have to declare, you have to be open, like politics. Anyway, but going back to that, great holiday.
Very good, yes.
Good,
much needed. Busy winter.
Yeah.
And yes, although I have come back from it with a slight back injury, which actually it wasn't caused by the holiday. That was work related. Flying to Valencia for a gig as well. But and surprisingly, lying in the sun for 2 weeks didn't make it any better. So might need to book in with the chiropractor.
Certainly wouldn't have hurt.
No. Well, you'd think so. You'd think so. But anyway. Just for science, I need to try it again, I think, and go away for another 2 weeks.
If you hadn't had 2 weeks of sun, you'd have felt worse.
I would have done,
I'm pretty sure of that.
I think so. Uvio, yes, are in second place now, back on topic. They've moved ahead of well, in fact, they're still ahead of PLR Racing. No, they've got ahead of PLR Racing. PLR were ahead of them after the pit stops. There is a stop-go penalty for car 249 and 200. 200 is Red River Sport. 249 is, of course, the Demon Tweaks car that was started by Michael Lyons, and they've served their penalty. 200 yet to do so. It's for speeding in the pit lane, so that is a fairly black and white rule. If you are over the speed limit, then into the pit lane you must come. So 249 just leaving the pit lane. They're almost a lap behind, Richard. Here they are. They were battling for a podium place not long ago. They leave the pit lane after a penalty, and it's so costly on such a short circuit.
Yeah, it bites, doesn't it? They've got to... Yeah, I don't think they're going to fall a lap behind, but...
Well, Axiometrics were about 2 cars, yes, exactly 2 cars behind them, the black and orange car, so they're not far off the lead lap. And, of course, in this particular stint, this car hasn't been going quite as quickly, has it? So Guy Minshaw's got a bit of a challenge on his hands now. Stay on the lead lap.
That could well be the aim now. Focus on that. Possibly earlier stop.
Yes, because they're putting... Jason in, aren't they? Yes, Jason Minshaw's getting in next, so you'd imagine Jason will be pretty pacey, won't he? So
I thought all three would be pretty quick.
Well, yes, yeah, they have been really. Michael Lyons, I guess, is set the standard so high in that first stint, didn't he? And Guy Minshaw just slowly sort of bedding himself in now. There is the race-leading car then, Axiometrics, the 103, and Chris Wetherill at the wheel for the second stint of the afternoon. Has a 4.5-second lead over Fabulous Randaccio, but on the previous lap, Randaccio was a second faster. So that Uvio car is coming, isn't it? It started deep in the field. I'm sure it was 22nd, 23rd, something like that, that it started. They were 20th exactly, and now here they are, second position. We are over an hour in, but they are perhaps only a few laps away from challenging for the race lead.
That would be exciting to see for sure. I wonder whether they were very cool on the interviews, but do take it seriously as you mentioned. But would any of the teams have had the tyre long enough before to properly evaluate it? I mean, obviously conditions today are, we're saying, yeah, it's hot and sticky, but we've had quite a lot of hot and sticky days.
Yes, actually, it's been quite a pleasant spring so far, hasn't it? I'm not sure is the answer. They do, I'm sure some of the teams do track days and testing days. Uvio don't generally do a lot of them, I will say that. But
it's not like British F4 where you're testing every day.
No, exactly.
UAE series all winter and then test every day between January and...
No, certainly not. Certainly not. Some of them will go out for the odd day, I'm sure, but more the new teams, really, the established teams, you could argue, have sort of fallen into the trap of not bothering to do that because they feel that they've been doing this for a long time. They know the cars, they know the regulations. Throw in a new tyre like this, though, and all of a sudden they've all got something to learn. But that being said, Uvio, whatever pre-season prep they've done, it's worked because they are still just as competitive as ever, although only a tenth quicker than the leader on the previous lap. But yeah, they're in contention. It's still the same old names at the front, isn't it? You've still got Axiometrics, Uvio, PLR, GCI, all of them former race winners. Race Logic not far back either. And Olympian now, interestingly, Richard, into the top 10 for the first time. Simon Rudd, 9th position now in the Olympian GRD car.
Lead lap still?
Yes, he is. That will update momentarily, I think. I think we've got 15, 16 perhaps on the lead lap now. I think Fast Track are possibly the last car on the lead lap. So yeah, 15 or 16 of them still in contention. But yeah, interesting, isn't it, to see those teams that are now finding their way to the front. Now we're an hour in, things settling down. It's been a while now since we had that safety car, and it's got a very familiar look to it, the running order.
It has. Lead car past the Demon Tweaks machine, so that's 2 down now.
1, I believe. One down for them. Yes, that was... so they've actually... So that's 14 now on the lead lap. The other Demon Tweaks car is the last car on the lead lap. So it's all sort of unravelled for that team, hasn't it, in this second stint?
In a very short space of time. Yeah. And, of course, that traffic that the Axiometrics car has just had to deal with, 2 cars traffic, is what Uvio Hoffmann's have to do. So where the lap times ebb and flow, there's going to be a little bit of that involved. And there's a great shot of... You could see the Uvio Hoffmann's car in the distance. It's still a fair chunk of time, big chunk of tarmac between first and second, but that could disappear in the next pit stop.
Well, it very well could do. It was 6.5 tenths gained that lap by Fabulous, but interesting to see what he loses when he gets through the traffic, probably at the end of this lap, I would imagine, as he closes in on those two who it doesn't help are battling as well for at least on track position. Screeching of tyres means there's a big gaggle of them going through Druid's corner. Olympian GRD was just closing in on what I believe is the 6th place battle. Vape Club, Race Logic are scrapping away just ahead of them, but the leaders head through Clearway's corner. Lovely little four-wheel drift there from Fabulous as he closes in on the back markers. Of course, where you catch the back markers makes a big difference as well. He is going to get a slipstream down the straight now, which is helping him. Yes, gains another chunk of time, 8/10 quicker than the leader that time, but then that means he catches them at Paddock Hill Bend, and that's not a good place to be stuck behind slower cars.
No, he won't want that. Let's see what he does, though. He's already making the move. Slower cars have seen him, keep to the outside, and the Uvio Hoffman car makes the first move well, but this will be losing a little bit of time to the race leader, who is making his way down through Graham Hill Bend and onto Cooper Straight. Well, cleared those pretty quickly, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he got past the Demon Tweaks car, but he got through pretty quickly, didn't he? So let's see. He gained 6.5 tenths when Axiometrics were in that very same bit of traffic. See what the gap is, what it's come down to, or what got up to perhaps by the end of this lap. It's 3.3 seconds. Well, it was 3.3 seconds at the start of the lap. Let's see what lap times they do. Axiometrics break the timing beam now, 56.58. Uvio 56.6. They only lost half a tenth. So they gained 6.5 tenths when Axiometrics were in the traffic. They only lost half a tenth when they were in the traffic. And it almost looked like the Uvio car got more held up in the back markers than Axiometrics. And that is a net gain, therefore, of over half a second, plus the other time they were gaining through the when they were in clean air. So this gap is now coming down and down and down. 3.5 seconds just under it was at the start of the lap, and there's more traffic ahead now for Axiometrics. But traffic management is key in these races, especially on a short circuit like this. You're probably going to have fewer laps where you don't have to overtake someone than you do laps where you do have to work your way through the slower traffic.
Yeah, it sounds like a good call. I wonder how much pit stop strategy comes into this, because you can't know how many cars are going to be on track and whereabouts on a short circuit like this.
No, exactly. And yeah, you can't really accurately predict where you're going to drop back on, can you? Which is the point, I suppose. That was a close moment there for Axiometrics. They've now put the other Demon Tweaks car a lap down, so get this here at Brands Hatch quite often. If we get a lengthy period of green flag running, lots of cars end up slipping off the lead lap. We're down to 13 of them now. Red River Sport, which I think is the next car up the road, albeit half a lap ahead, is the next car that they will catch. So now there's quite a lot of clean air for the leader to drive off into. And Fabulous will be doing his best to go after them as well. Next to the inside there into Surtees corner. And rounds Clearways now with just the one-lapped car between himself and his big pursuer, Uvio. By the way, PLR Racing, give a shout-out to Neil Plimmer. He's not going a lot slower than these two. He is there looking third place. Top three covered by only 5 seconds at this point.
Yeah, that's all good, isn't it? As we head towards the second pit stop window. Let's see the move here. It's going to be down the inside into Paddock Hill Bend for the second place car to pop the laps on the pop a lap on the Demon Tweaks team. And now he's got the race leader in his sights. And you've got to say, looking across the track, the Axiometrics car has nobody in front. So now we're going to see a straight comparison, because neither of the top two cars are in traffic.
Well, that's their reward for a busy few laps of traffic. They have got about half a lap now of empty track ahead of them to not really have to worry about lapped cars. The damage, though, might have already been done. On the previous lap alone, Fabulous did that car's personal best lap of the race, a 55.9, 7 tenths quicker than the leader. If he gets much closer, he'll be within the slipstreaming range. So he's then that last sort of second evaporates very, very quickly. We'll see what the gap is this time as they come around to complete lap number 66. It is 1.1 seconds, another half a second taken out of the leader that time. I reckon within a lap and a half, Richard, these two are going to be pretty much sharing the same bit of racetrack.
Yeah, this is interesting, isn't it? For Uvio Hoffman's, the idea is to get into the lead and then build a lead, because you don't know when you're going to need it. So are we going to see the black and gold up on the top step of the podium again? What position were they in when we were saying about, they're looking pretty good?
Just inside the top 10, I think, weren't they? Yeah.
It seems to be panning out quite well. But you could say the same with Olympian GRD now up into 8th place. And that first stint, they were kind of sort of chasing to stay on the lead lap and make up a few positions, which they did. Now Simon Rudd's at the controls, managed to get it into 8th place. We've got Riley Phillips to come in as well. So more to come there as well.
Yeah, they're 16.5 seconds off the race lead, but if you were to plug Riley Phillips into that car now, you'd reckon he'd take at least half of that out probably in his stint, maybe more, so they can very much get themselves back into contention. The key stint, I think, for them will be Chris Devell's second stint, which is going to be stint number 4, so just into the second half of the race. That could be the deciding factor as to how competitive they are at the end of the race, and also the timing of any further safety cars should we get them. Nose to tail then for the race lead, so Fabulous Randaccio has now reeled in Chris Wetherall, and now it's about trying to find a way through. He's had a much better run through Graham Hill Bend, tries to get to the inside down the Cooper Straight. Chris, in fairness, does not squeeze the Uvio car onto the grass, but the Uvio car wasn't far enough alongside anyway.
It wasn't quite close enough, but straight on the case. No chance for a breather. Wants to get on with it and go through. There's the gap. And the Uvio Hoffman's car is through.
Lovely. That was nicely done. And Chris Wetherall, that was smart driving. He was losing half a second or more per lap to Fabulous. He knew that the Uvio car was quicker. Much more sensible to let them go, tuck in behind, and now perhaps work with them. That being said, he's back alongside into Paddock Hill Bend. The power of the slipstream sort of gives you no choice but to do that. But I think after a couple of corners, he will settle in line now behind Uvio. And I wouldn't be surprised now to see Chris put in his personal best lap of the race, because he's now got a slipstream. It's the first time this car really has had a slipstream all race.
Yeah, I mean, led well, let's be honest, and in and out of the pit stops. And not causing any problems for the new leader, who bounces over the curbs. Had a couple of moments, as you mentioned, on the grass earlier on in the race, but has come through. What was the starting position for Uvio?
20th.
20, wow.
20th, yes.
Wow.
Whereas Axiometric started third and led at the first corner, so they're very, very different races, but they've found themselves together just under an hour and a quarter in. Yes, Chris Wetherall led for 25 laps there, and they had, of course, led a couple of laps early on as well, so the 27 laps led, the most laps led, still lies with the 257 car, which was the Team Pacific machine. Where have they dropped to? Well, they're not even in the top 10 now. Team Pacific are 12th position. They are the second to last car on the lead lap, and yet they've led more laps than anybody else. That's how quickly this can change.
It does all change, doesn't it? Got the Masters category to think about as well. And as you can see on the timing tower, over on the left-hand side of your screen, that the pink numbers are the Masters, if I recall correctly.
Correct.
And that means that, doesn't mean both drivers are of age, but one of, and you get more points the more Masters basically you've got in your lineup, the more points you get.
Indeed so, yes. Riley Phillips certainly not of age to be entered into the Masters, but his teammates are, so the Olympian GRD car is usually a front runner in that category, but it's Axiometrics who lead that class. PLR racing a second, but PLR, of course, are closing in. Neil Plimmer is captaining that ship very well, isn't he? And there he is, right on cue, in third position. That particular lap was actually 4/10 slower than Axiometrics, to not back my point up particularly well. But the Axiometrics, in fairness, had a slipstream, I think, from a lapped car down the main straight, and Neil Plimmer, I think, will be pretty happy with the pace that PLR car has got at this stage of the race. We are nearly an hour and a quarter in. We are about 7 minutes away from the second round of pit stops, and it'll be interesting to see what the order looks like at the end of that second round of pit stops, when we really now start to get some of the quick drivers jumping in. And a couple of cars that I think are still sleepers, aren't they? Olympian down in 7th position in particular. Olympian GRD, Sherrodize, I think, can still come back into this. Sherrodize are still 11th, Richard. Fastest lap, yes, well spotted. 23 seconds off the race lead. Despite that penalty, don't count them out, because both of their drivers have been among the quickest on track.
Ted Bradbury in 5th as well, so he's had a good stint.
Oh, of course, yes. Forgotten about Ted. It is Ted in the car, isn't it? Yes, Ted Bradbury in the car. He's doing stints 2, 4 and 6, so he will take that car to the checkered flag. And yes, running well in 5th place. Change for 6th, actually. Simon Rudd gets ahead of Paul Turner in the Greenheath car, so Olympian GRD into the top half dozen now. And they were 17 seconds off the lead. They're now 15 seconds off the race lead. So even in this stint, Simon Rudd is starting to close in on the leaders, as they're the 257 car that led so many laps earlier on. Team Pacific, now in the hands of Chris Thelwell, is on the outside of Signature RV, was that? Red River Sport. That was a change of position. 12th position, Red River Sport move up into. This is the battle to not be the last car on the lead lap.
Yeah, nice way of putting it.
They're both still on the lead lap, so they're winners either way, but, well, not necessarily if this green flag run continues on. We've been green for a while now. That safety car came in. How many laps did we do behind the safety car? Does this page of the TSL timing screen tell me? No, helpfully. But anyway, I think we've been green for a good 50-odd laps now, maybe longer. And so things settling down. The record for laps completed at Brands Hatch, 241. That was a few years ago, 2022. They did 241 laps that year, and then a few years before that, 2019, they did 239. The year they did 241, they only had 2 safety car periods. Now, if we carry on this theme of green flag running, there is a chance we could get close to that. And that was the 3rd most laps ever completed in a Funkup race, and the most laps ever completed in a 4-hour race, as you might expect for such a short circuit where they do turn around the laps very, very quickly indeed. But long way to go before we start thinking about any sort of distance records. This is the kind of track, isn't it, Richard, where if you have an issue, you are almost certainly going to draw a safety car out, because we don't have acres of tarmac runoff area. We do have a live snatch at Paddock Hill Bend, but if you go off anywhere else, you'll probably need a safety car in order to get that recovery made.
And viewers around the world, please note that now Andy has said that we haven't had many safety cars.
I don't know. This used to work all the time. If these races had settled down a bit too much for my liking, I knew if I said that, 9 times out of 10, it doesn't seem to happen these days so much, unfortunately. Bit of a shame, but hey, I suppose, really, that is a sign of the improved driving standards and the extra emphasis that is put on maintaining the cars to a high enough standard that they're not breaking down as often. We get far fewer cars just stopping at the side of the track than we had a number of years ago. And again, just a sign of how much more professional this championship has become. And we've had more and more races, haven't we? Even in just the few years that we've been covering these races together. I seem to remember the very first one we did, I said there'd only ever been 3 races without a safety car. Well, we've more than doubled that just in the time we've been covering the championship, Richard. So that really, I think, does exemplify how differently these races tend to run these days.
Stunning stats, isn't it, really? Yeah, amazing. I mean, you get... You would expect a lot more than we actually do get now.
Oh, if I could use this silly laptop that I bought a year ago and still haven't figured out, I'd tell you how many races have been safety car free. Yeah, we've had 12 now, would you believe?
Are all of the laptops, you've got 3 laptops in here, are they all yours?
One of them is not. One of them is Alpha Live's, I suspect, reserve timing screen laptop, because their original one had coffee spilt on it here at the end of last year. Can't think who was responsible for that. The other 2 are mine, and yes, we've got lots of screens generating even more heat, as if it wasn't warm enough in here already. Add a load more electronics to the mix, and you guaranteed to get a sweat on.
Yeah, I remember that you won't remember this, but I remember the days when we didn't have computers.
Yes.
My missus used to stand next to me and do a lap chart.
Really? Yes. Well, yeah, no, I do just about remember that. When I first started, and I've got would I like a fan, our director? We have plenty of fans already.
Lots of fans, yeah.
Oh, we do actually have a
yes, that's all right.
If we can find a spare plug for that, I wouldn't say no. Yes. Back when I first started commentating, back in 2013 or so, it was full circuit commentary rather than live stream, of course. Funkup was the very first championship I covered, and back then my mum used to come along with me and do a lap chart for me, so it was something that I do just about remember doing. Obviously these days with live streaming and all the technology available to us, it's not so necessary, but when you're stuck in the Knickerbrook commentary box for a rainy day in March and no electronics, no Wi-Fi signal, anything like that back then, lap charter was absolutely crucial.
I've got a lap, this is showing my age now, I've got a lap chart I did in 1979.
Really?
Yeah.
And what race was that?
It was a short oval race. It was a championship race. And the only reason I kept it was because the guy who actually won it had a query with the official, and he took my lap chart up to the box and said, this kid's got me down, you need to go back down. And they double checked and they gave him the...
No way.
Gave him the... Yeah, and I've still got it.
Wow.
I've still got it.
It must be quite challenging to do a lap chart for a short oval race, because the laps come around very quickly. We think these are short laps. I mean, that's relentless.
It is. The formula involved was actually one that was not... I was going to say not well subscribed, but it was one that didn't have that many cars in it. So it was one that it was easier to... to go through and keep a record of who was where, because there weren't that many changes. So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, people that used to do the lap charts back in the day had a horrendous job.
Oh, yeah.
Of keeping up with 30, 40 cars that were going around every 25 seconds.
Almost impossible, really, almost impossible. Yeah. But yeah, and sometimes these races get just as frenetic. It always used to fascinate me, actually, looking back at the end of the race at the lap charts and seeing how much it had changed over the course of 4 hours. And the car that won might have started 25th, and then they got to 3rd, and then they dropped to 17th, and then they were, it's quite interesting, actually, to look back at that. And I still would say, if you're getting into motorsport and you're coming along, certainly kids, keeps them occupied as well, doesn't it, giving them a lap chart to do if you're bringing them along to the track and trying to get them into it, because then they actually get an understanding that it's not just a load of cars going around in circles. They're actually following the race, and they're seeing, oh, well, that guy was 6th a few laps ago and now he's in 2nd. And I think subconsciously that does really help you to get into it beyond just a base level of, oh, the cars look good and they sound good and sometimes they
That's a good point.
Do something exciting. You're actually really following the racing then.
Yeah,
that's what I used to do anyway.
No, I agree with that. You want to know if people are making progress, and 3 wide.
Speaking of progress, that is the Seed Data car gaining a place, and that was into the top 10 actually at the expense of Race Logic. So Race Logic slipping out of the top 10 is not something I expected to see necessarily in this stint. The good news is we are coming to a pit window now, so should be able to get the hopefully that car cycled back through again, and we'll see whether or not David Denyer, when he jumps back in, is able to go a little bit quicker. There's the 98 car. That's had a few issues in this race. I did actually get a message from Scott Woodwist before explaining what their primary issue was, I seem to remember. Well, the car wouldn't fire up, which is an issue, but what's causing it, I don't know. Anyway, they've got it fired up because they're putting fuel in it, they're putting a driver in it, and they're about to send it back out on track.
Let's have a look. Vape Club with EDF up to 4th now at the expense of GCI and Olympian 6. The Olympian were chasing them. That was while I was whittering on about lap charts.
And Olympian now within 13 seconds underneath, so they gained 4 seconds just in the last 10 minutes or so. So Simon Rudd's been flying. The clamshell, I'm afraid, is going back up on the 98 car. That was the case when it was in the pit lane earlier on. They are 6 laps down. I actually thought they might be further back than that, but losing further time now with maybe an ignition problem, gears maybe, not sure what it is, but the car won't fire up once it's stopped, which seems to be the problem. So
I have an interview ready with Demon Tweaks driver Michael Lyons.
Getting ready. I think I'm hearing in my ears that Jamie has an interview ready, possibly with the Demon Tweaks guys as well. So before it really gets busy out on track, we might well head down and hear from Jamie in a moment or so. We are going to have a lot of cars into the pit lane, I think, in the next handful of minutes. Certainly those who have started to slip back a little bit in this stint might feel the need to do so. Team Pacific, one of them, Team Pacific, are pitted. So Sam Gibson will not get in, actually, because Chris Thelwell's double stinting. So Chris Thelwell staying in the 257 machine. So Uvio 1.3 seconds out in front of Axiometrics. It's then a further 8 seconds back to Neil Plymmer. Neil Plymmer's lost a fair bit of ground in this particular stint. Another team that unfortunately have slipped down the timing order recently is the Demon Tweak squad. Let's catch up with them now alongside Jamie.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I'm with Michael Lyons, who did the first stint in the Demon Tweaks car. First of all, welcome. That was a busy stint and a great battle with the Uvio car as well.
I think that's kind of the full Funkup experience, isn't it? It's getting drawn out of the hat at the back and having to get your elbows out, find where everyone is and have a play all the way through. But yeah, like really enjoyable discovering everyone and finding where it was. Most of the racing was pretty clean. I got a little nudge, obviously, I think probably on the cameras where we all got a little bit close going through Graham Mill Bend. But yeah, really enjoying it so far.
I mean, you've driven pretty much everything from modern day Group A touring cars to historic Formula One, etc. How do these compare?
The thing I think I can reference it to is it's like Formula Fords, but you can actually like run real close because you're not worried about tripping over each other's wheels, touch wood. But they're, the battling's mega fun. That's what it's all about, right? If you're pushing your own air, there's still a challenge and you're trying to get the most out of it, but when you're in a pack and you're working your way through and there's a bit of traffic and stuff, it's mini endurance racing, and that's what I love about it.
And being thrown in and out of a car is probably a bit different as well.
Yeah, having 2 doors is handy, isn't it? It's sort of like getting used to the pit stops being that quick. You just, like, luckily, bit of testing yesterday, we sort of ran through the procedure, and then in qualifying, the last couple of changes we did at the end, because obviously it doesn't mean anything, you have the time to get up to speed on all that, and I think we got it down pretty well by the end of it. So,
and at the minute, we understand it might just be a one-off, but is there a plan to maybe come back and do some more later in the year?
It's the first time I've had the chance, isn't it? So we'll see where it goes from here. I've enjoyed myself so far. We'll see how the rest of the race plays out, and if I can keep my nose clean, you never know, they might want me to come back, so we'll see.
Fantastic, thanks a lot. That's Michael Lyons from Demon Tweaks. We've got the Team Burt car in at the moment. John Railton's in the car. They've got the clamshell just open now. Mate, this isn't ideal, is it?
No, mate. It's we've had a speed issue all race, and we've now got an oil light on. So let's see if we can fix it.
But guys are on it, and hopefully get you back out soon.
Yeah, hopefully, and we'll get back out there and finish the race.
All right, thanks a lot. That's John Railton from Team Burt, and it's back to Andy and Rich.
Thank you very much indeed, Jamie, for the updates there. And you join us with the Olympian GRD car, having a look around the outside run there, still trying to make up a little bit of time before I don't think they've come in and changed while we were having a look. The question mark over Olympian GRD on the driver change stint is whether stint 3 and 4 might change. At the moment, we've got stint 3 down as Riley Phillips, and then stint 4 Chris Devell. So,
I see. Yeah.
So we probably need to, if we can pick up on that when they pit, if they haven't pitted already, to see who it is that gets in, just so we've got a clear picture of where that might go. But they've made really good progress here.
Yeah.
Simon Rudd up into 4th place and fastest lap.
And now going for 3rd against Neil Plymouth. So Neil Plymouth actively defended that, though, didn't he? He's not going to let Simon through without a fight. They've got the Vape Club and GCI racing cars behind. So this is a 4-way fight for 3rd position here. Oh, my word. Simon Rudd bashes into the side of the Vape Club with EDF machine. I don't think he realised that Ted Bradbury was there, but yeah, Simon Rudd is really on his toes here. He's made 2 places up in the last few laps, wants to make it a 3rd and get that car into 3rd place, but crucially into clean air, because that means they can keep him out there a bit longer. They don't have to rush him into the pit lane to get him out of traffic.
Joe, this is what I love about seeing the different driver combinations that change. So we're seeing here Ted Bradbury against Simon Rudd against Neil Plymouth,
Yes.
and then hopefully they all have decent equitable stops, and then we'll see the driving partners getting involved as well. Rudd to the outside, and here comes Ted Bradbury going to follow past Neil Plymouth as well. So that battle, I'll tell you what, Bradbury now will be a little bit fired up after that contact. Not necessarily in an angry way to exact revenge, other than to get back in front if he can.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now to see who's got the best pace. Now they've both broken past Neil Plymouth. Well, here comes Bradbury to the inside. More to defend from Plymouth, I think, but it almost got him to the inside of the Olympian GRD machine. They kept it clean, thankfully. So Rudd goes 3rd, Bradbury 4th, Plymouth 5th, and GCI Racing's Craig Butterworth in 6th position, keeping a watching brief. The next car behind them, Richard, is the fastest car on the track. They've just set the fastest lap. It is Sherrodice UK. Teddy Wilson. Now, said he'd be one to watch. That car, remember, had a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. They are back into 7th and only 16 seconds off the lead.
That's amazing, isn't it? You said if you're a Ted, you're quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to have 2 of them together shortly, I think, the way that Teddy Wilson's going. He is closing in rapidly on this group of cars. But yes, Ted Bradbury, he'll be used to a little bit of door banging from his MX-5 days. Simon Rudd, we know, is not afraid to try and fill a fairly small gap. This could be a tantalising battle, although it will only last a couple of minutes because we're deep into the pit stop window now. Lock up there for Rudd, runs wide at Druids, and this is Bradbury's chance. He's alongside as they drop down into Graham Hill Bend. Simon Rudd stays ahead, and confirmation from Jamie, by the way. Thank you, Jamie. He is listening to us. Poor Jamie. He confirms that they have now changed stint 3, so Chris Devell will take over for stint 3, and I think the rest of that message said, yes, Riley in for stint 4. So
thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. Good work digging that bit of info out. So Chris Devell will get in next. It's interesting then, they're going to get his stints all done in the first half of the race and then leave it to Simon and Riley in the second half.
Yeah, that's going to be fascinating to see, and one wonders because at the moment you see Ted is chasing. So that means that the reigning champions car is embroiled and to some extent having to defend, which is slowing it up. So is there any merit in letting Chris in maybe a lap or so earlier?
Yeah, well, quite possibly. But then are they still going quicker now than they would be if Chris was in the car not battling? It's a really difficult one to gauge, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's I mean they we make a big deal of this every time, I think, that you've got Simon and Riley who are kind of pro drivers and then Christopher's sort of their am almost, but they've won a championship the last couple of years. They won more races than anyone else in the last few years. They know how to make this strategy work. Ted Bradbury, though, is a bit of a fly in the ointment for them right now, nipping to the inside through clearways, and he will get a bit of a side draft now, maybe, as they come past the pits, certainly as they get themselves absolutely together over the line. And Bradbury, I think, will just about have his nose up the inside line into Paddock Hill Bend. He's late on the brakes and sails through. So Ted Bradbury then up into second position, that is now, because we've had pit stops from Axiometrics up the road, and so second place temporarily for the 246 car, and Ted Bradbury was not going to be denied there, was he?
He wasn't. That was fascinating as well. And Simon Rudd giving him fair room there, absolutely as well. Yeah. Mindful or otherwise of that contact that happened earlier on. Again, it wasn't on purpose, just a racing thing. Didn't want to let him pass, but it was a good, clean move by Ted Bradbury. So Ted will be happy with that. On the previous lap, though, if Simon Rudd had wanted to come in the pits, he'd have had to have dropped back to do so and lost even more time.
I've seen that happen before as well. When we get right to the end of a pit window and there's a lapped car to their inside, they really have to stand on the brakes to get in. They've got time. They've got one more lap, I think, before they have to pit. That's the Sherrodice car in, so Teddy Wilson handing over to Peter Belshaw. I really think they're a dark horse for this one. Both of those drivers have been quick, and there are a handful of teams out there who have two really quick drivers in the team, and that's been a winning formula in the past in this championship. So I wonder whether they're going to be a factor by the end of the day, as Marcus Clutton there watches on, assisting with the pit stop for Team FFS. It's Barry Thompson taking back over from Lewis Thompson at the end of that second stint, and they were refuelling. Now, we haven't touched upon this yet today. It is always a big talking point in these Funkup Endurance Championship races, the fuel strategy that the teams deploy in the pit lane. You don't have to refuel every time. The cars are perfectly capable of doing 2 or indeed more stints on a tank of fuel. So when you choose to put that fuel in, how much you choose to put in can make a big, big difference to the final outcome of the race. So we'll watch that with interest as the race develops. We are just over 2.5 hours in. The second pit window of the race is now coming to an end, and so we're getting more and more cars piling in, including their GCI Racing. They're taking fuel. Olympian GRD, I believe, are also taking on fuel up the road. Yes, they are. So Olympian with quite a lot of fuel, a full churn going in here by the looks of it. And they can't touch the car. Now they can. Now the fuel is disengaged. In can get Christopher. And they're keeping Riley Phillips, their secret weapon, cool in the pit lane. We just had a spinner at Druids, I spotted, out of the window whilst this is all going on. ID that car in a moment. I think it was the Demon Tweaks 207. Which has been around. So that car has made 2 pit stops. It's Graham Pattle, very experienced Funkup racer, Graham Pattle. Oh, he's spun again out of Graham Hill Bend. 2 spins in 2 corners for Graham Pattle. Wonder whether this is his outlap, maybe, and he's got a little bit less grip than he was expecting. He continues on his way, at least, but not the ideal start to his stint. And if there is an issue with that car, he may well feel the need to come into the pit lane to get that seen to. Red River Sports car having a pit stop made as well. That will be Gareth Williams taking over Johnny Molam. Johnny Molam, in fact, both of those drivers in that car becoming regular fixtures in the Funkup paddock. So, second round of pit stops are complete, Richard. Momentarily, we'll get a look at what the order is. Axiometrics, I believe, are still in the race lead. And we'll wait and see exactly who is up into second place. But that second pit stop is often where we start to see a bit of a difference in fuel strategies, so not uncommon to see cars that were right at the front drop back and vice versa, cars from further back leaping up the order. Is that what's happened this time? Well, possibly. It's still Axiometrics in the lead, but Vape Club back into second place. Remember, they lost out to Uvio just before the pit stops. They are back ahead of them by 5 seconds. That has to be a difference in fueling.
I think you're probably right, yeah. They are there, aren't they? So Vlad now back in the car.
Yeah.
Wasn't too shabby in the first stint either. So, you know, another good pairing, another good strong pairing. I was looking up about the new tyre, by the way.
Oh.
And it's the Hankook RS4 tyre.
Hankook, there we go.
And was looking at reviews, very positive review. Not the quickest single lap tyre.
No.
Not surprising, therefore, that we're using endurance.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Oh, there we go. Hankook. I know how to K in it. Yes, the Hankook tyres going down reasonably. I've not heard anything bad about them, certainly. It's just that it's a different feel and requires a slightly different driving style, different setup, perhaps. And that is providing a challenge for some of the more experienced drivers to wrap their head around. So Axiometrics lead them, Vape Club with EDF second. I made the comparison between Vape Club and Uvio. That was a mistake. I actually meant Olympian GRD. That's who they were battling with, wasn't it? They're even further ahead of Olympian. Olympia down in 4th position, about 7 seconds or so behind EDF. So EDF were really the big gainers there. Team FFS as well have crept up into the top 5 now out of pretty much nowhere. So I wonder whether they maybe didn't take any fuel that time. Greenheath are 6th, PLR Racing all the way down to 7th, and GCI Racing also dropping down to 8th. So some big winners and some big losers across that second round of pit stops. There, though, is your race leading car. Axiometrics, a close moment with the Team Summers lapped car, but as things settle in now into this third stint of the race, let's head down into the pit lane and hear, shall we, from Jamie Peters-Ennis. We'll see who he's catching up with this time around.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I'm down with Chris Weatherall. Great first 2 stints from John and yourself. Greg's out there now, and he's running nicely in some clean air.
Yeah, and in the lead, which is even better. So, we knew last year what we needed to try and improve was pit stops is one of the things. So, yeah, I think we've proved today that we're kind of getting there with that side of it. Maybe not as quick, but we're all big lads.
And seeing your reaction when you got out the car, I mean, it's very, very warm in that car, and you were pushing yourself to the limit, weren't you?
Yeah, I mean, that was like, 40 qualifying laps or 41, I don't know. I was out there for the full session, and there wasn't one moment where I was, not absolutely flat out. And, Uvio caught me. They were coming quite quickly. As soon as I got in front and I got that little bit of a toe, I was just on it and pushing so hard. Great fun.
And we saw the cars are moving around a little bit more, obviously, with the new Hankook tyres. Are you enjoying them?
Yeah, I'm loving it, actually. The feeling through the car is fantastic. I mean, let's face it, the Hankooks are that little bit softer, but boy, it makes the car move, and you really have to drive it, but you've also got to finesse it. You can't just be as hard as possible through every corner, which is just great.
And John joining you this year, great addition.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, it was a real shame that we lost John off to start his own team, but that was always the idea when he did that. But, very disappointed when he did, because he was a very, very good teammate. But yeah, quick wander up the pit road and had a chat with John, and he was looking for a full-time thing. And yeah, he's come in, and it's great. Yesterday in quali, we were all within half a tenth of each other, which, as you'll know, being consistent and having 3 consistent drivers just makes it so much easier. So, but it's very interesting seeing the different times out there today in terms of within ourselves, how we've got very different driving styles.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you go and finish your water and go and have a lie down.
Thanks very much, Jamie.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Right, let's pop up to Team FFS and have a word with Lewis Thompson, who's handed over to his dad. They did take a single churn of fuel, so he's just on the radio to his dad now. So let's quickly grab Lewis, if that's all right. Quick word as well. Oh yeah, we're going to make sure he's all dressed correctly and everything. Yeah. That was busy, and you're up in the top 5, and the old man's pedalling quite nicely.
Yeah, we've been here since Thursday, so we've had a good bit of testing. We're both just really confident in the car. Big shout out to Track Focus. They've got us. They got the car handling nicely and giving us a lot of confidence. But yeah, no, it feels great to be running in the top 5. I think I went out on my stint in about 11th. And obviously to come out in 5th place, it was good. It was busy, like you're saying, but I knew it was going to be busy. So, but great, it's Funkup. It's been great so far. Look forward to the next couple of stints.
I mean, last year, obviously, you came in for the second half. You, your dad, and Nick, obviously, we'll see him back at Alton Park. You had to learn very, very quickly. I mean, you're all used to fast, frenetic one-mate racing, but to do it for 4 hours, you've really got to think and push at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. I think, we've obviously the Funkup put the £10,000 prize up for grabs, and you think, come in, we're all half decent in the catering, come in, might have a chance. Then we finished 14th and 4 laps down. It's like, this is really competitive, and it's great. It's bringing out the best in us, and but yeah, no, like 4 hours, it's just like a catering race, It's 4 hours of basically just slipstreaming, watching your temps, trying to optimise, you know, consistent lap times, optimising when and where you overtake someone, trying to get obviously the coming across the back marsh at the right time. But yeah, no, it's been a great race so far. I really enjoyed that stint.
And got to ask the question, there's something on the back of the car.
It's a
certain animal.
It's a beaver.
What's the story behind that?
Don't know. Just we were trying to come up with a team name, Team FFS, and then we was trying to think of a new one for this year, and we was going to have the Beaver Bashers, but you know, I don't think that one would have settled down too well, so we decided to stick with Team FFS and have a little home into the beaver on the back.
All right, we'll leave that one there. Thanks a lot, mate. Get yourself back on the headset. Talk to the old man. Vlad Vasiliev has just brought the 246 car in with some bodywork rubbing on the right rear, and a belated happy birthday to Vlad. It was his birthday yesterday. Back to the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jamie. Yeah, happy birthday, belated happy birthday to him. Lots of celebrations going around the Brands Hatch paddock today, which is great, and we hope that if you haven't got anything to celebrate, you'll just celebrate some great racing with us, and if you are celebrating, have a good time this evening. A couple of things happening while we were down there in pit. As you heard, one of the cars coming in with a bit of smoke issues, but out front it's still Axiometrics in the lead from Uwe Hoffmann's in second position. I think it was the Vlad Vasiliev car, got the 251 car, the Sheridai's car into pit lane. Now bear in mind, this was, now did Andy put the mockers on this one, because this was the one he said was the dark horse for the race, and now very clearly having an issue. So having an issue on circuit and very much out of the running. Reparations going on to try and get it back out. It looks like there was some sort of contact because the engineer's trying to get stuff back in the rightful place, but very, very sadly, the Sheridai's car, still with the fastest lap, drops to 16th at the moment. Obviously not going to be going for winning honours at the moment, but I think we might be nearly done, and that car might be about to rejoin. Johnny just looking at the damage for us on the rim there, which is pretty scary. So obviously had a big, big knockout on track. How quickly we're going to get back out on circuit. Work continues, and you can see drivers engaging as well in the repairs. Good old gaffer tape. Shares will be going up in gaffer tape. No levies on that from this country as far as we're aware, or tariffs. Here we go. Work going on in the garage. I was saying that's why Jamie is our go-to man to try and get the... I'd forgotten about the Caterham boys coming into this as well. Very welcome addition to the paddock last week. I remember we're on stint 3 at the moment, so the 251 car with Peter Belshaw at the controls, ready to rejoin the track. Let's hope that this car can go out. And so they'll be, having got the fastest lap, there'll be the opportunity to maybe go out and improve that if it's not knock things out too much. Some literal head scratching as well as maybe metaphoric head scratching going on to see if we can get the car back out on track. Yeah, I think that's going to be a few more minutes, isn't it? So potential driver change may be going on as we pick up on the Demon Tweaks 249 car, stint 3. Jason Minshaw at the controls now, and Jason in 14th place at the moment. So again, a couple of laps down. We'll be looking to try and pull some of that back, or as much as possible back. All the cars will pick up points that finish, and of course you need to, if you do have a problem through the course of a 4-hour Funkup race, the idea is that the better the finish, if you can get out and get points, it can be a drop score. But obviously if you have 2 bad races, then you want to try and make sure that any issues you have in any one particular round are negated. So if you can get higher up the order, maybe of a lower entry, and score a few more points, that's less points to drop over the course of the season. Here's the V-Box machine then, the 252 car, Race Logic car with David Denyer at the wheel now. We are, it's 2:16 to go. Next pit stop window will open around about, I think by my calculation, 2 hours. So around about quarter of an hour to go before the window opens, and we'll maybe see Olympian GRD effect to change quite quickly. That car's still in 3rd place, but the Race Logic car having a good run here at the moment with the Balf Motorsport 62 car. Race Logic currently in 9th place. And there is the Olympian GRD car, just the second of the cars going through your shot at the moment. Let's try and get a handle on where we are with leads and so on and so forth. So in fact FFS now up ahead of them, so it's FFS into third place, the Caterham champion included in that, former Caterham champion in that lineup, as you heard. And now we've got a challenge on, and PLR Racing piling up the inside there. So Chris Devell is past. We expect Chris, maybe, as we've said earlier on in the race, to lose perhaps a little bit of time. That was quite physical there by the 146 car, with Ben Pitcher at the controls now. So Ben Pitcher at the wheel makes it up into fourth position. So it's Axiometrics out front. The Uwe Hoffmann's 225 car in second position, and Ben Pitch looking to try and get stuck in here and maybe make up some more space as well. Chris Devell just dropping away from this one. As we said, likely to be another 15 minutes or so. I reckon he will be changed over fairly quickly now, as we look at Greenheath coming under pressure. Greenheath now passed by PLR, so that was for fourth position. FFS in front of them. Really smart livery as well from FFS in 220. So we've got third, fourth, fifth and sixth all together. Ben Pitch has a little bit of a bumpy moment there. This is going to allow Chris Devell to close back in. The blue and black car now down towards the, or just at the back of this trio. Down along Cooper Straight they go. This is, again, is the wonderful thing about Funkup racing, is that in the course of 4 hours or however long the races are, you'll get periods where there aren't some battles, and then all of a sudden you'll get four all dicing over the same slot. And this is for the overall podium at the moment, remember. So FFS in third place. Gap first to second, 10.6 seconds. How much further back is this battle? The answer there is a further 13 seconds. 23 seconds down on the leader are FFS. But there's another change. Ben Pitch trying to have a look. So now they've managed to move Olympian GRD down to sixth position, but not necessarily a huge worry, sixth position for them at the moment, because they're still in close proximity with the three cars immediately ahead, and the lead of the three still dicing for podium positions here. Although, as we said, around about 10 seconds first to second and another 10 seconds back. So work to do as we approach the second half of our opening event of the season here for Funkup.
Indeed so. Thank you, Richard, for holding the fort whilst I nipped out for some refreshments. I left for 5 minutes.
It's all changed.
It's all changed, yes. What have you done with Sherrod? Let's start there.
Some contact out on track, so broken rim. We were watching the progress in the pit lane, and we thought it was going to go, and then it didn't.
Right,
didn't
okay.
come back out. So as far as I know, I don't know if they're still back, whether they made it back out in the end, because we came back to
Not
the
yet.
to the third place battle.
Yeah, it's okay. No, they're still in there.
But
I
I did blame you because you did say there were dark horses for it.
I was hoping you weren't going to mention that, Richard, but yes, that did occur to me. This is what happens often when we tip someone to do rather well. Mind you tipped Uvio to do well, and they are doing well at the moment. They're in second position, and
early days.
Early day. Yes, we're not actually halfway through the race yet, are we? I suppose we are ticking towards it. 2 hours, 12 minutes and a half to go. This is the fight for fourth. But no, it's not. That's the third place Greenheath car.
Yep.
Losing out to PLR Racing, actually. So PLR gaining potentially a couple of places here. They've found a way past the FFS car and gunning now for third position. Greenheath car pedalled by Gary Baton is Ben Pitch back into the PLR machine. And Team FFS is 220. That is Barry Thompson at the wheel again. They really gained out of that most recent pit cycle, did the 220 team. So this fight for third position going on, though, 24.5 seconds behind the race leaders. Here comes Pitch. He's got the inside into Druids. He's not late enough on the brakes, though. And so the 14 car remains ahead for now. But yes, about to make the point. They're 24.5 seconds off the race lead. Well, Richard, round here, it's half a lap. So they've got to be a bit careful not to lose too much time squabbling here whilst the leaders are taking time out of them.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, it is a short lap, as you say. It's a fair chunk of tarmac, isn't it, that time?
Yeah, leaders are, I think, heading into the Druid sort of area now, maybe. So it won't be long before... Okay, they're at Druids, and this group is at Clearway. So, yeah, maybe just under half a lap. They are behind the race leader. Is Ben Pitch going to make a move into Paddock Hill Bend. I don't think he's quite close enough, and interestingly pulled out of the slipstream quite early. Now this is another concern the teams will have on a hot day like this, and I can confirm it is still very toasty outside. If they spend extended periods of time tucked up behind another car, the engine starts to get very, very hot. The engine needs some coolish air being pumped into it, and I wonder whether that's maybe why Ben Pitch pulled out of the slipstream there, rather than staying right in it and building an attack into Paddock Hill Bend.
What's that going to do? Does it, I mean, technically drop the horsepower or just upset the engine big time if it's long-term overheating? Obviously, you don't want to, you know,
Yeah.
I've driven cars down the motorway where they've got hot and misbehave for long periods, but...
Yeah, I mean, well, I've seen Funkup cars, not very often, admittedly, but I have seen them, the engines just out and out go when they get too hot for too long. But it's more really the, just like you say, horsepower and overall performance dips as it gets outside of its ideal temperature window. But in a long race like this, they won't want to stress the engines. Of course, these engines will be expected to do multiple races as well. So damage you do to them now by running them too hot could have a negative effect when we are a couple of races further down the line. So it's the long-term health of the engine I think they're more concerned about, and trying to find a little bit of clean air to run in on a long green flag run like this especially is very, very important indeed. But clean air is at a premium here because they're all kind of gathering together again, aren't they? GCI are now catching this group, and then the next car, at least in position behind them, is the Olympian GRD car of Chris Devell. So this group of cars is about to get bigger, I think.
It got a bit physical when Chris got past, and I think just as you left us a few moments ago, Jamie was down there chatting to Lewis Thompson, who was talking about the thing we haven't mentioned yet, which I always go on about, is the bounty.
Ah, yes.
The 10 grand, and he was saying that, you know, being quick in Caterhams, and he was quite modest, he didn't say being champions, but he was Caterham champion, that they thought they were going to have a good crack at it and a good shout at it, and they did, but I think they overestimated or underestimated the task.
As so many have before them. I mean, we hear this all the time, don't we?
I mean, the last round we had Jake Hill, didn't we, going for it?
Yes, indeed so, and came up just short. I mean, if the current British Touring Car champion can't just jump into this championship and win, that should tell you everything you need to know.
And he's a peddler. He didn't get that by luck, did he?
No, absolutely.
No, I went away and thought about that last year. I would be really surprised if anyone gets it.
Yeah. Well, it's hard enough to win one of these races if you've been doing this for years. You know, there are teams out there, like Uvio, for example, you know, they are still operating at the very top of their game. They have won this championship before several times. They've won countless races. They found it very difficult to win a race last year because you need to not only be quick, but you need a lot of things to go right that are beyond your control. And that's really the big challenge, I think. And it only takes one fumbled pit stop or a badly timed safety car, or you get stuck in traffic and the other team don't, and it is very difficult then to come in and win it. And especially that particular event at Alton Park, because the first race was the 1 hour race as well. That's even harder to win then, because you'd have still, actually it's a shorter race, but you still got just as much going into that race. There's still 2 rounds of pit stops and lots of very frenetic racing, so it was a difficult task for them. And yeah, that bounty's been up for grabs now for a number of years. We've had people come close, but yeah, I tend to agree with you. I don't think it's going to be won easily, is it?
We obviously, I've been involved in scholarships the last few years and met a lot of junior drivers that come up, and I was genuinely naive in thinking, oh yeah, you could put a team of 3 or 4 juniors when they're of age to come seniors and they go in. It wouldn't happen.
They'd be quick, don't get me wrong, they would be
quick.
But
they wouldn't get the overall thing.
Exactly.
The stars would really have to align.
Indeed so, yes, that's the trouble, isn't
As
it,
they
really?
have for Ben now.
Yeah, into third place. That was a bit of a moment there for the Greenheath car at Paddock Hill Bend, and a little bit of a slide from the rear for Gary Bate, and he caught it but lost momentum, and so through goes Ben Pitch. So PLR, I don't think ever really been outside of the top 4 or 5 all race so far, have they? This has been a really consistent run for PLR Racing, and they've got themselves now to the front of this little queue of cars battling over third position, and their new sponsors will be loving seeing this, I'm sure. That car is looking as strong as ever, perhaps stronger, actually, than we've seen for a few years.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, it's looking very, very good indeed at the moment, as we head down towards around about 6 minutes. Is my maths right, Andy? I reckon 2 hours for the next pit window.
Yes, I think you're right. Tell you what, whilst I do the maths, let's head down to the pit lane. I need a few minutes to get the calculator out. Jamie Peters-Ennis, we were talking about PLR Racing having a good day. Let's find out what the captain thinks, shall we?
Absolutely. It would be rude not to talk to the captain at some point this weekend. Neil, going really well so far. Ben's getting stuck in, and it's been one of those hectic races, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's typical Brands Hatch race meeting, first race of the year. Everybody's up for it. It's all a matter of just keeping it clean. It's only stint 3 at the moment.
And this weekend, obviously, everyone was going into the unknown because we made the switch over to the hand-cooked tyres. And from what I saw yesterday, cars were really moving around a lot more. And that's what you want. You want to feel the car moving around and have some fun with it, but not lose time at the same time.
Yeah, these tyres seem to be actually quicker than what we had before, and I think that's because I think they're just releasing the car a little bit off the corners, but the car is moving around under braking mid-corner on the exit. You've just got to learn just to drive it a little bit differently to how we did before, but everybody will be on it by the end of this afternoon.
And a new look to the car. We've got new partners for this year, Ideal Heating being one of them, and we've got some people here supporting you this weekend. It's great to have companies like that on board, and it's showing how important it is to be part of this championship.
Yeah, it's just a fantastic championship for giving entertainment, family entertainment in a nice environment, and many thanks to Ideal Heating for getting on board with us here at Brands this weekend. Hopefully they'll be on board later on as well this season, and we'll have many more great days like this. But as of now, we've just got to get our heads down and get on that podium this afternoon.
And your 30th continual season of racing, and you're well into the 150s of this championship and series, and as we always say, you still love it, don't you?
Yeah, I still love it, and the reason that we're still involved with this championship is because of everything that it offers. The amount of seat time, the affordability, with all the other series that are out there in the UK, there is nothing to beat Funkup, and that's why we've got so many people stepping back down, not from different level championships to come and do this because it is so competitive. And then we've got young lads coming up out of karts as well because they're getting so much seat time and learning so much racecraft, and it's just a fantastic series.
Fantastic. Thanks a lot, Neil, and best wishes for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll see you later.
Back to Andy and Rich.
Thanks, Jamie. Well, great to hear from Neil Plimmer there, and Richard posed a question off air whilst we were hearing from Neil, which Neil immediately answered as if he was listening into us. He reckons these tyres are quicker. He's absolutely right. The fastest lap of this race is a 55.7 flat set by Sherrodice UK. Interestingly, it was the Sherrodice UK car that held the existing lap record here at Brands Hatch. Marcus Clubman setting the time back in 2017. That was a 55.9. We are 2/10 quicker than the lap record pace today. I seem to recall that being another quite hot summer's day. It was in the middle of the season that year, I think. So similar conditions as well, and these tyres genuinely are quite a bit quicker. So yes, the Sherrodice team still hold the lap record, but it's not courtesy of Marcus Clubman anymore.
But it's not a huge leap forward. It's not like
No.
we're making it that much. And I think that's, from my understanding, key to what I see Funkup is about, not trying to make everybody buy something that's going to make it go quicker.
Yes.
And, it's a very controlled, thought-through process to get new rubber that's going to deliver similar performance.
Sorry, I just...
Yeah, I know, 4 wide.
I was just waiting to see how that resolved itself. They behaved themselves, thankfully. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. We did have a tyre brought in a number of years ago before GT, which was almost too grippy. And, well, apart from it was causing issues with the drivetrains, actually, because they couldn't handle the amount of grip that they had. The other thing it was doing was affecting the racing because braking distances were shorter, drivers were less likely to have a moment and make a mistake, and so it became very difficult to overtake by Funkup standards. So they sort of dialed that grip out of the tyre then after that. So you don't want a tyre that's too grippy. I think we've got a really nice balance here because the cars are still moving around. We've had some great racing. They just happen to be going quicker than they ever have done before here at Brands Hatch. Half the grid, Richard, have found themselves at Clearways at the same point. This is getting very busy, isn't it? And right in the middle of it, that podium battle.
Yeah, it still goes on, doesn't it? Ben Pitch still out front, which is good in the Ideal Heating. Ideal Heating, award-winning domestic boilers since 1906. There you go, they've got a little bit of I looked them up. They got a bit of a free voice over there, didn't they?
I was going to say, have they paid you for that radio ad that you've just provided them with? Oh, my word, Ben Pitch nips up the inside of the 99. Yes, there we go. We've had a...
The point being, he was saying, I hope they stay on for the year. They need to now.
Oh, absolutely. Well, if they're going to get this sort of publicity from you, Richard, I'm sure they will. Can we script that into every race for this season at some point? Perhaps we can have, like NASCAR, do a restart. Can be sponsored by. There's a business idea for us. We've had a penalty. It's taken me too long to make this point now. The message has gone off the screen. 252 it was, Race Logic, for a drive stop go penalty for exceeding track limits. So too many track limits indiscretions within a percentage of the race. It normally resets every stint, I think it is, in this championship, and they have been called for a stop-go penalty. They've rejoined the track, but I fear, yes, they've gone a lap down. So another potential front-ring car hits troubles and drops out of contention. The PLR car, meanwhile, has not got through that battle completely unscathed, has it? A little bit of bodywork missing on the left front corner.
Yeah, it has. Not too good. I was thinking about track. We don't have that many track limits in Funkup. Everything else. Yeah, if you come to a Toka weekend, it's all you hear bleating all weekend about. But you don't tend to get that in here. And of course, the guys are respectful of Dr. Palmer's grass, which I've got to say, the stripes don't really work at the moment. I don't know who's doing the grass, but you know, you come here sometimes and it's nice. The lawn stripes. We haven't got them, have we? I don't know who's doing it, but.
Yeah, not entirely. Well, when are touring cars here? Are they? Is it soon, or maybe they're waiting till after they've visited to? You
reckon they'll do it for Gal?
I know. I think they'll wait till he's been and gone. Then they'll. Not really worth doing it before a Toka weekend.
But no, it does look clean and tidy as ever.
It does indeed.
And, I did notice when I was coming up. So I don't know which stairs you came up. I came up the other end.
Yes.
And there was a sign saying, "Don't come in because we're fumigating it."
I did see that, yes. Yes, the door's still locked at this end, so I also came back up that way. I did see that. Well, maybe someone left it there as a prank, who knows. Anyway, there are slightly less in the way of bugs and wildlife in the Coventry Rocks this year, so maybe they've worked on that over the off-season. The work never stops at a venue like Brands Hatch, and it is one of the, all joking aside, one of the great things about the MSV circuits, isn't it? They really do pride themselves on maintaining them and the upkeep of them. They're great places to come and spend a weekend, and that's why they are a permanent fixture on most championships calendars. 210 in the garage. This has been here for a while, hasn't it? In fact, did it ever come back out after its previous visit? No, they're 65 laps down. But this, Richard, looks like a car that perhaps we haven't seen the last of.
No, I hope they're going to come back out and do some laps. You know, if nothing else, it'll give George some seat time.
Yes.
And Matt Hyde as well.
Yes, because George Grant, if there's one thing George Grant doesn't get enough of, it's seat time in a racing car. He's never not in a racing car, George Grant, is he? It's quite rare, actually, for him to only compete in one championship per event. There was a weekend, I think, where for whatever reason he only did one MX5 championship event, and at the time that was a bit shocking. If there is another thing that he can do on a race weekend, he will give it a good go.
Yeah, he's an example to us all, isn't he, about enjoying life, I think.
Yeah,
absolutely. As his dad is as well.
Yeah, well, of course, yes. Still going strong, isn't he? Still going strong. Right, pit stops are happening. And this is the third round of pit stops, which means, Richard, we are now halfway through the race. So we've ticked past the 2-hour mark. And Axiometrics still out in front. Axiometrics have led now for 32 laps in this stint, but they led 27 laps earlier on. So statisticians out there will tell me that's 59 laps, I believe, that they have led over the course of this race out of 121. So a third or so of the laps, just over a third of the laps completed, they have been at the front for. And we haven't really mentioned Axiometrics an awful lot in this race, but I think they'll be grateful for that, apart from saying, yep, they're still in the lead. That's been kind of it, really. And the Axiometrics team, who last won a race, I think, in 2020. They won the final 2 rounds of the 2020 season, but they had a very different lineup back then. And so now with this current iteration of Axiometrics, I don't believe they've won a race. So that would be quite the achievement if they could. They are rumbling along through Surtees. They're 9.5 seconds ahead of Uvio and have gapped them over this stint as well. That gap was, possibly it's about the same as it was at the start of the stint, but they've not been caught, is my point, and they're 28 seconds ahead of anybody else. So really impressive stuff, this, from the Axiometrics. The sleeper team, I suppose, are Olympian GRD. We know they're going to be quick through the second half of the race, with Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips now completely in charge of the car through the second half, once Christopher, in fact, Christopher's been in already, so I was about to make the point of how far off the lead they were, but that's a bit irrelevant now with them having pitted. But we'll see after the pit cycle how far back they are. It should be Riley in the car now, shouldn't it, for stint number 4? And exactly how quickly he can go. But so far, so good for Axiometrics. Really solid job, this. Doesn't seem to matter whether it's John Perritt, Chris Weatherall, or Greg Evans in the car. This car always seems to find itself out in front and running a strong pace.
Doing really well, aren't they? And being consistent. You know, looking at this, second at the end of stint 1, second at the end of stint 2, leading at the end of stint 3.
Yeah. Well, that's important because they're at the front at the end generally of each stint as well, whereas other teams sometimes drop back and then spend the stint getting back to the front of the field. One car that was at the front of the field in the early stage of the race was Team Pacific, the 257. Jamie is down at that end of the pit lane now to find out how their day is going.
I am, Andy. Yeah, I've just got Chris Thirlwell here, who just jumped out of the 257 car. That was a busy old stint for you, wasn't it?
Double stint, an hour and 20 minutes or something like that. Crazy. Yeah.
And how have you found these cars? I mean, I suppose the similarity between this and the MX-5, it's rear-wheel drive, and that's where it ends.
Yeah, quite similar, but I think these ones are a bit more predictable. You can catch the slides a lot easier with them. They're really handy. You have to hit the brake pedal a lot harder. That's the main difference. But yeah, lots of fun. Lots of sideways actions.
And are we likely to come back and do some more?
I think so, yeah.
It'd be quite rude not to,
sure,
wouldn't it?
Not sure when, but soon. That was a lot of fun.
Excellent stuff. Well, welcome to the party, and glad you've been enjoying it. Thanks a lot, Chris. That's just an update on 210. They have had an engine change. The engine's been fired up, and they'll be going out quite shortly. However, there's drama for the PLR racing car. Neil Plimmer's got in the car. The clamshell is coming up now, and they are working on the... we'll try not to obviously get in the mechanics' way too much, but 210's back out on track, by the way, with Matt behind the wheel. I'm just trying to see if I can have a quick word with Ben. Okay, he's just told me one second. So we're just trying to rectify what the problem is. Very quickly, Ben, what's the matter?
The throttle stuck open halfway around the lap, and it was a little bit interesting, to say the least. That's it.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. I'll hand back to the commentary box for now, but it's a jammed throttle for 146.
Right then, Richard, who are we going to put the curse on next? Because that's two teams that we said were in for a good result, and their races unravelling with me. Well, one was damaged, this now mechanical issue. PLR Racing, what a shame they were doing so well.
It is a pity, but interesting to hear Ben, really, really good, clear. And any youngsters watching this in the media training know when to close down a conversation. Throttle stuck open, we had a prop going, that is it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like the military, that is all, over and out.
And yet still polite,
absolutely,
giving us some time.
That's the way to do it. Brilliant,
Absolutely.
Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, quite agree.
Don't love the fact that they're not out of the race, but out of the winning part of it, which is a shame.
Well,
so who should we jinx next then?
Well, let's see. Any team who brings us cake or refreshments of any sort is out of the question. We'll leave you alone. No, that is a shame, isn't it, for PLR? But they know the game better than anyone. They've been here from the start, and their day will come, I'm sure. Right, Axiometrics are in, so they no longer lead the race. Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport have gone through because Farkini, it is in that car, isn't he? Yeah, Farkini, there he is, has yet to pit. And they've got, I think that's the EDF car behind, which has pitted. There is the Axiometrics car in. Now, we've cut to this a bit late to see whether they had any fuel, but this seems to be, I don't think they have done any fuel because the driver change is already done and the car is waved out, has to peel around the back of the Race Logic car. Gets out just before the 99 machine does. They go past the stricken PLR machine, which is just hemorrhaging laps now with all of the work that's being done to the car. Out goes Axiometrics though, and there is the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car. I think likely they will stay out now right till the end of this window.
Did you say that the defending champions have had their switch? Did
Yes.
they have?
They came in very early.
Oh, yep, it's on the screen,
Yeah.
isn't it? 3.
Right
So,
at the beginning of the pit window they did, which again is what you'd sort of expect, I suppose.
And PLR, that gives them one place, doesn't it? PLR
Yes.
struggling. So that, in fact, okay, so Team Olympian weren't in the top 6 at the start of the changeovers, but now 5th.
Yes, and how far behind Axiometrics?
And
that's the
have done
question.
their stop as well.
And
so,
have done the stop,
yeah.
yes, exactly. And there are cars ahead that they may well have been ahead of anyway, or certainly within touching distance. So 103 did take fuel, by the way. Jamie is... he's on the ball today, isn't he? That's another very useful spot that he's made.
Always.
Yes, I don't know why I said it like that. And he has noticed that they did put 1 churn of fuel in, so a very quick, very efficient stop that for Axiometrics, as in comes the Seed Data car. So this is one of those cars that was in relatively close proximity to the Olympian GRD machine, so it'll be interesting to see where Riley Phillips is in relation to this car when it leaves the pit lane.
That was the one, not that I wanted to jinx it, but I was saying actually they've just made it into the top 6.
Yes.
That's one to keep an eye on.
Yes.
Particularly whether it manages to leave the pit lane now we've done that. You know, so.
Exactly. Yes, indeed. Right, Axiometrics down the Cooper straight. And trying to spot where Olympian are on track out of the window. I haven't seen them yet appear down that part of the circuit. Oh, they're only going into Druids now, so they really are quite a chunk behind Olympian GRD. Even on the Axiometrics car, that's the best part of half a lap. So there's work to be done here, but they've got their quickest drivers in the car now for the second half of the race, and Riley Phillips is arguably the fastest driver in Funkup. Certainly on a good day, he is tough to beat. And he will be betting himself in. What sort of lap times is he doing? Low 56s. The fastest pace was a mid to high 55, but that was a lot earlier on in the tyre life. I've seen very, very few personal best lap times coming in over the last 45 minutes or so, which tells me maybe we've had the absolute best out of the tyres, but consistent pace certainly still seems to be achievable, and that really is what you're after with a tyre when it's built for endurance racing, as you said.
We'll see whether the lighter fuel loads towards the end of the race, maybe if it is a durable tyre. Yeah, I mean, if it's a faster tyre, you're probably looking at a little bit more wear, maybe.
Yes,
So
possibly.
we'll just have to see.
Possibly. And that's not a negative, you know, but a tyre wear is good for us, really, because it means the drivers have to work for it. And usually that provides plenty of entertainment. Right, Farkini is, well, has been in. Fabulous is back out of the pit lane. Where is the Axiometrics car is the question. Now, I'm not convinced they have come through yet. I'm peering out of the window. That's the 257 car in screen. Uvio are at Druids, and Axiometrics are behind them.
Wow.
So did we see Uvio taking fuel? I can't imagine they did, because they've gained something like 12 seconds there on Axiometrics.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's a dry stop, wasn't it?
Has to be. They were nearly 10 seconds behind at the start of that pit window, and Axiometrics only pitted a couple of laps ago. So, yes, confirmation from Jamie, Uvio, and he reminds me that we've been saying it wrong again all day, Uvio have not taken fuel.
I'm saying Uvio.
Uvio, yes.
Uvio.
Although I'm sure they change their mind on this every race just to catch us out. But the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car it was a dry stop, is the point. So, yeah, no fuel for them, fuel for Axiometrics, and that's the difference it can make. Nearly 15 seconds swing there, and it's Uvio who take over the race lead.
But they might have to put fuel in next.
Well, they will, I'm certain. Yes, 249 heading for the pit lane. Now, that car looked a bit dog-eared, didn't it? Has it been off the road, or is this a mechanical issue? We'll find out shortly, I'm sure, from our intrepid reporter, Jamie Peters-Ennis, but that car is heading to him now. More importantly, to the attention of the Demon Tweaks team. Hopefully they'll get that car back out, because it started with a lot of promise the day, didn't it, for that team, and it's not quite delivering at this point.
3.121 the gap, so we'll keep an eye on that. John Perrott now, is that right? 103 if I'm reading the sheets correctly.
I think so, yeah. Yes, who started the race, of course.
So John against Fabulous, are they?
Well, I would have said Fabulous has been quicker in the past, but John Perrott has improved quite significantly over the last year or so. Oh, GCI. GCI, that car has stalled, I think, as it left the pit lane, so the team have to run out and give it a push. I want to know the story behind the clamshell being white on that car. I don't think that's a design choice. I think that car's maybe been off the road at some point in the weekend. But anyway, they've got more immediate issues now because they lost quite a chunk of time. Without that, I think they would have come out of the pit lane somewhere near that leading group. Although actually they've lost time anyway, haven't they, GCI? I think they're a lap down now.
Limping up into third.
Yes.
28 seconds down.
So, well, let's remember that. 28 seconds, that's the key, isn't it? So with an hour and 3/4 to go, they've got 28 seconds to gain. They've got the drivers for the job, haven't they? The trouble is, the two cars they're chasing haven't stumbled yet. Touch wood. They've run pretty perfect races, and they've been consistent and quick all day long as well. Uvio and Axiometrics, they're not going to be easy to catch, I don't think, even for Riley Phillips.
No, absolutely right. He's going to have to. It's going to have to come out of extra track time and decent stops as well.
Yeah.
We don't know whether they've got more fuel to go on. They did load Riley up, didn't they?
Yes, Riley's in an Olympian car. Now, I don't know if we spotted what they were doing, and they usually don't like telling us. So we have to have our camera trained on them when they come in, otherwise we miss it.
Simon Rudd apologised after all. I'm sorry, he said, but we do have to try. It's all right, it's fine.
We totally understand.
We only ask out of journalistic necessity. And,
exactly.
You're not obliged to tell us if you don't want to.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. Hey, if we don't spot it, that's on us. But we have learned now to keep a close eye on that. Drive shaft issues we're hearing for 249, by the way.
Right.
Drive shaft issues for 249. Thank you, Jamie. Yes, that car hopefully will get back out, but a drive shaft's not going to be a moment's work, is it? And the 207 cars in the pit lane as well. So both of the Demon Tweets cars are in, and GCI are in now. This looks like more of a serious issue. I did notice, actually, that car had an exclamation mark next to its name, which normally denotes stopped on track. Now, this was about the time we saw it in the pit lane, so I thought maybe that was just a glitch, but I wonder whether they did stop on track and then got going back to the pit lane and they thought they'd fixed it and they hadn't. I'm not so sure. Anyway, PLR back out as well, I think I spotted there, giving Olympian GRD a hard time.
I think Axiom might be closing up.
You're right. They were, they were pretty even on the last lap, but the lap before, Axiometrics did take a bit of time out of the leaders, possibly traffic-induced. The Red River Sport car there is a lap down, which means we only now have 6 cars on the lead lap. So that's Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, number 225, Axiometrics, number 103, Team Olympian GRD, number 1, Team FFS 220, Team Greenheath, number 14, and C Data, number 214. They are the 6 lead lap cars after this very lengthy, getting on for 2 hours, hour and 3/4 maybe of green flag running. Only 6 cars left on the lead lap, and this is why we said it's so important to stay on the lead lap, because if we were to get a safety car now, those 6 bunch together, but 7th place, Red River Sport, who've just got a lap down, will still be a lap down. And so it's so important to try and keep the leaders behind you for as long as you can, because realistically now, anyone from 7th on back, you would say, is more or less out of it.
River Sport trying to spoil the party for Axiometrics here. We want to focus on closing on the lead car if they can. I suppose the only benefit to having another car in front of you is maybe getting the tow. But
yeah, and that does sometimes, and we saw this earlier in the race, it might have even been the Axiometrics car at the time, they let someone go, didn't fight them at all, but then because they were in the slipstream down the straight, they inadvertently ended up back alongside them. We almost don't mean to do it, it's just the power of the slipstream. This is GCI, I think, isn't it? Working deep in the engine bay there on something. But what it is, we can't tell you from here, unfortunately. Maybe Jamie can get down there and have a chat with them and see. But yeah, another potential winning team that has had issues. There have been a few of those today, you'd have to say. And already from round 1 of the championship, a few teams who'll be looking to that dropped score system and being quite grateful that they can move on and largely forget about a disappointing season opener here at Brands Hatch, although it's very early in the season to be relying upon the drop score system. 2.2 seconds now the gap then, Richard, so it's sort of ebbing and flowing by a 10th here, a 10th there, but it does seem that generally speaking this Axiometrics car is getting a bit closer every lap or so.
you told me to remember a number a while ago. What was it? I've forgotten it.
Oh, I can't remember.
Was it 28 seconds?
I think it was 28 seconds. Should we write that down?
27 now.
No, it's 27, so it's come down by a second. There we go. So, yeah, that's not taken long, has it? And, of course, if Axiometrics catch Uvio and they engage in a battle, which they probably will, then that's going to help the third-place car even more, isn't it? Because they'll start holding each other up then. So,
it's true, yeah.
The earth wire came off the alternator of the 111 car, Jamie tells us.
Where are you getting this? Is this coming up on the...
Yes, Jamie, I think is... Oh, there is a WhatsApp group. Are you not in the WhatsApp group? And we can change
I
that.
am, but my phone's down there.
Oh,
so
no, well, there we are. There's only so much we can help you.
audio on it as well, so...
No, just the good old, another WhatsApp group that we've become part of this weekend to add to the 300 others that I seem to be in. But this one is quite useful. And Jamie, I don't know whether Jamie is solar powered or something, because he's been particularly efficient today, I have to say. He has been digging out all of the relevant stories on this hottest day of the year so far, I would venture, but that's not slowed him down at all. He's been getting stuck in and really helping us out with some useful info from the pit lane. So Jamie, keep that up.
Busy few days, isn't he? Goodwood tomorrow.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, and Spa in the week.
Oh, really?
Or a Spa, one of the two.
Well, I know where I'd be going if I'd been doing his job this weekend. All that time on my feet.
Forget Goodwood, stay with us tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed.
For our Funkup weekend day 2 coverage.
Indeed.
No Funkup, alas, tomorrow, but...
No, but we are joined by a few of the other BRSCC Sports Series, aren't we? Yep. Formula Fords, Classic VWs, Metros, and the ever-entertaining MX-5s that we very much enjoyed earlier on today. So, this race maybe now just settling into that mid-race lull that we sometimes have. It's been a fairly frenetic first couple of hours, though, really. And because of the near constant pit cycles, we are already halfway through this stint, so only 20 minutes away from another round of pit stops where it could all change again. But Uvio, what do we know about Uvio? Well, we know that they didn't take fuel at the last stop, so their next stop is likely going to be slower. So if you are John Perrott in the Axiometrics car, your goal here just has to be stay within a few seconds of Uvio. It should come back to you at the next round of pit stops, or certainly you shouldn't lose any more ground, and try not to tangle with any back markers whilst you go about it as well. That was a close moment exiting Graham Hill Bend with the Red River Sport car, I believe. So, before we get your thoughts on that, Richard, let's head down to the pit lane. Jamie Peters-Ennis ready to go, and let's see who he's catching up with now. Jamie, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. We just had Julian Thomas bring in the Race Logic car for an issue. I'm just going to try and grab team manager James very quickly. James Olive, team boss. What happened, mate?
We're unsure at the minute. It seems to be misfiring, and we just had a quick check over the car, and hopefully it's okay. Everything looks all good, but nothing we can visually see, so just gotta hope it's okay, and if not, we have to come in and have another look.
And did he say, is it all around the circuit or at particular points when it's under load or what?
I think mostly under load, but we have to wait and see.
All right, thanks a lot, mate. That's James Olive from Team Race Logic. And Andy, to answer your question about GCI's rear clamshell, unfortunately Craig Butterworth had quite a nasty accident yesterday. He was absolutely fine, but they did have to replace quite a lot on that car, especially at the rear end. Back to the commentary box.
Right, thank you, Jamie. Well, there you go. That answers the question.
Yep.
Had a busy weekend, haven't they, GCI, then, with repair work to the car, and that makes it all the more heartbreaking when there's then another little niggly electrical issue or something that derails the race, because the team will have put an awful lot of effort into getting that car out on track in the first place.
Sometimes when you get a lot of new components on, a lot of things replaced, that can happen, and they haven't had the time to go through it all as well.
No, exactly. So yeah, that is a big shame, but anyway, they've shown some decent pace. I wonder whether they're in it for the full season again this year. They won the championship a couple of years ago and then decided to do part season campaigns a couple of years after that, but hopefully we'll see a little bit more of them in 2025. Lead gap hovering just under 3 seconds. It's sort of going out now rather than in, but I think that is largely down to fortune in traffic, isn't it? I think the Uvio car's catching the traffic slightly more favourably. This lap's been a better one, I reckon, for John Perrott. We'll see what the lap times are. 56.9 for the leader, 56.2 for Perrott, so he's closer now than he has been at all in this stint. 2 seconds exactly between the leading two cars. Although he's run a bit wide there, putting a lap on the 6th place Seed Data car, so we're down to 5 cars on the lead lap now.
Wow. Yeah, and still relatively, by my standards, early doors.
And there is a tangle there at Druids. This will be a safety car. It's the 200 Red River Sport car. Who have they tangled with? Is that Seed Data? It is. Seed Data then with broken right rear corner. That car's going nowhere. And this will 100% be our second safety car of the race. And what a shame then. Who's in the 214? It's Matt Hogg, I think, isn't it, in this stint? Yes. Yeah. Oh, and now Team Summers have had a loop on the exit of the final corner. So It's all broken out all of a sudden. And damage to the Axiometrics. Axiometrics, the second place car, have got bodywork rubbing on the right rear corner. Now remember, they just lapped the Seed Data car. Were they involved in some contact with them at Druid's Corner, I wonder?
Who's rubbing their hands together now?
Well, we did say that gap was coming down anyway back to Olympian GRD. It's going to pretty much evaporate now. There may only be one car ahead of them.
It was a bit here and there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Safety car out. Safety car out. Wow. Who was it that just said the race was settling down?
I think it was somebody, surname begins with M.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Whoever it was, I'm sure they won't want to admit to it because they do appear to have rather tempted fate there.
Let's be honest, you never know.
You never know. Especially around here, it's a bull ring of a circuit, isn't it, the Brands Hatch Indy, and that was a long period of green flag as well.
And that's damage, isn't it?
That's proper damage, yeah. That car is going to need a flatbed truck. It can't even be towed, so it'll be a fairly lengthy safety car period. We're 15 minutes and a bit away from the next pit window. In comes Axiometrics. Now, bad news, they've got damage that they need to fix. Good news, there is a safety car out. They might be able to get that car back out on the lead lap if they hurry. In theory, all they need to do is prise the bodywork off the tyre. They can fix the rest of it later on during the mandatory window. That was brilliant, a brilliant bit of fortune, actually, to come out of some real misfortune for Axiometrics, and that might just keep them in the fight.
Yeah. End of term report will say could have been worse. We'll wait and see how it affects the car. But back out on track.
And I think they're still second, Richard. I don't think they lost a place because Olympian
Wow,
GRD,
really?
yes, have only just crossed the line because they slowed down when the safety car came out. So that's cost them virtually nothing. Wow.
Goodness me.
How important could that be in an hour and a half's
Yeah.
time? That is interesting.
Crucial.
There is Matt Hogg, who is not having such a good time of it, unfortunately. I wonder what happened. We just caught the end of it, didn't we? But the Axiometrics car was in there. There was another car, the Red River Sport car, that was involved too. And they were battling Seed Data for position, Red River Sport, I'm pretty sure. So they were engaged in a pretty tight scrap as the leaders came through.
So was the car between first and second? Is that the only damage? The only?
Yeah, I think yes.
That's nothing, is it really?
No, that's the 99, isn't it? Who I
Yeah.
think Axiometrics had just overtaken. And yeah, that's virtually nothing. So they're probably going to be closer still to UVO now than they were before the safety car, which is just incredible stroke of fortune, really, isn't it? So anyway, we'll reset things. We'll have one of those weird situations here, I think, where the safety car will probably come in a couple of minutes before the pit window opens, and that always gives teams a bit of an opportunity to jump in, get out of the traffic, get into some clean air. But yeah, big winner, no doubt about it. Riley Phillips, Team Olympian GRD. You made a valid point. He wasn't taking chunks out of the leaders, and that car's best lap is still only a 56, whereas, in fact, it's slower than the fastest lap from the three cars directly ahead of it. So the Olympian GRD car is not going... sorry. Tell a lie, I'm looking at the wrong line. 55.7. Sorry, that's pretty quick actually. It's only 0.08 of a second off the fastest lap of the race. So yeah, they are going quickly, and they will relish. Riley Phillips will relish the opportunity to go chasing after the leaders upon the restart. The question is, I suppose, Richard, how far back in the queue is he?
They're a bit of a way, aren't they?
Let's see. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 cars, I think, between Axiometrics second and Olympian GRD third. One of those cars is Team Summers. Then you've got Red River Sport, Race Logic, and 220 is that maybe. So they're reasonably quick cars. It won't be the work of a moment for Riley Phillips to get past.
Ooh. Thought he was going to make a pass there. He was looking keen. Of course, what he doesn't want to do, he doesn't want the cars in front to drop too far behind.
Yes.
The lead ones, but yeah, this has not worked out too badly for him. It's to say, effectively cut out 20 seconds.
Yes, indeed so. 220, it can't be the 220 then. Oh no, it will be the 220 ahead of... No, can't be, because they are fourth position. It's 200 directly ahead of them. Where is the 220? Because they're also on this lead lap, remember. That's 220, is it not coming through? A little bit of damage on the front, but they are still in contention as well here. I feel like we haven't really mentioned Team FFS very often, but the pair of Thompsons going very quickly. It is Lewis in the car for this particular stint, and they're in a very solid fourth position. Greenheath only a second and a half or so behind them. And that's your lot as far as lead lap cars are concerned. So, yeah, interesting, very interesting. We're going to have a little sort of hour and 20-minute sprint to the flag here, maybe, with a couple of pit stops still to go. And, yeah, Uvio, I think, will be a little bit less happy with this than Team Olympia and GRD, because, of course, they were pretty sure will have to take fuel at this next stop, won't they? And they didn't want everyone to be bunched together when that happened.
I'm just working out whether was Riley in the car for the last stint at Alton Park last year?
Oh, now you're asking me. Hang on, I might
Come
have...
on, Mr. Stat.
I think I might have that stat somewhere. You're just going to have to...
I was trying to remember who was in the Uvio car. Was it Farkini? Or so are we going to have the setup of the same two drivers battling it out potentially?
Oh, of course it was Riley. Of course it was Riley, yes, because it was Riley I saw chatting to Farkini afterwards. No, so you're right, and it will be...
Fabulous Randaccio.
That's a shame, isn't it? We were ready for a rematch there. Yeah, but good point, yes. Riley Phillips was in the car at the last stint and was engaged in that fascinating battle with the Uvio machine, which ended so dramatically on the final lap of the season. Well, we are 2.5 hours now into this opening round of the Funkup Endurance Championship. We are in only our second safety car period. So the distance record might still be achievable by the end of the day. We'll have to wait and see, but it has been a fascinating 2.5 hours, and we're slowly whittling down the potential race winners, you would say, but still a competitive final stanza lies ahead of us, and you won't want to go anywhere for the next 90 minutes or so as we wait to see who is going to take the early championship lead and who is going to win the opening round of the championship. There is the reason for our latest safety car. See data already on the back of a flatbed truck, Richard. That's really quick work, actually, to get that car more or less out of the way. I think another lap behind the safety car, we should be able to go. That recovery vehicle, I reckon, can take the sort of back entrance into the pit lane from the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and we should be able to get racing back underway in plenty of time for that next round of pit stops.
Yeah, grateful thanks to the rescue crews and the marshals for all the work. And some people say, oh, when the weather's horrible, it must be difficult being a marshal. Equally difficult being out there in the hot weather. So whatever the weather, we do appreciate what the folk in orange do for us. Much appreciated, and rapid recovery. So yeah, great work. And most of the marshals I meet are grateful for the fact that we do give them a name check every so often. And someone said, you will mention them. We do try to as best we can promote and thank the marshals. I'm looking forward actually to at some stage doing a stint. The way this year's panned out, I've got a few spare Saturdays and Sundays here and then, so I'm hoping to do a marshalling day just to help promote that. It gives me a much better understanding of what they do out there, because I think the best way to understand, and Jamie will echo this, Jamie is a marshal who's done loads of it already. So hopefully that will give me the opportunity to help promote the course for marshalling a little bit as well.
Slightly ashamed to say it's something I've still not actually got round to doing, and I really
you actually work every weekend, so it's
I suppose so, but still, it's it is something I would like to get out there. I did a taster day at Alton Park once, and with every intention of getting into it properly, and then it just life takes over, doesn't it? Unfortunately, but we really do appreciate all of the people that do give up their free time to allow us to go racing, and they've done a splendid job here in getting the track race ready, because the safety car is in, and we are going to get the race resumed with about 7 minutes and 40 seconds before the next pit window. Already Uvio have gone, and of course the Axiometrics car is stuck behind the 99. Red River Sport going nowhere as well, so it's a really fragmented restart this, and you can't overtake before you cross the line, regardless of whether it is a lapped car in front of you or a battle for position. Now they can get past that slow car, which for whatever reason did not jump at the restart, and that undoes quite a bit of the potential gain that Olympian GRD would have got out of that. They're still about 15 seconds closer to the lead than they were, but they'd have actually liked to be a bit closer than that after the safety car.
Yeah, Uvio did a brilliant restart. I think many of the other drivers on the grid will want to have a look at what they've just done there.
Yes.
I'm not being critical, but there's an opportunity for improvement for some drivers there on restarts.
And I wonder whether, you know, it's fabulous back in the Uvio car, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I wonder whether he, with all of his years of experience, looked in his mirror, clocked that there were a few inexperienced drivers and teams there and thought, right, I'm going to go early here because they probably won't be on their toes. And it worked out exactly that way because he's got a decent lead now over the rest of the pack, or at least he and Axiometrics have. The leaders are 1.6 seconds apart. Then we've got the third place car in the middle of this mess coming across the line. Olympian GRD's Riley Phillips actually under attack from someone there going into Paddock Hill Bend. And once he gets himself out of that queue, he will start going quickly. But right now, he's a second or so a lap slower than the leaders.
Yeah, he's to the good, isn't he? He could have been closer, but he's 7 seconds down on the leader after that first green flag lap. And, you know, while I was being negative about restarts there, I'll just reiterate the positive. Fabulous, great restart. Fantastic stuff.
Absolutely.
Fabulous.
Indeed, I see what he did there. Yeah, he read that situation very, very well indeed and has benefited from it enormously. Riley Phillips is now to the front of that group, so he now can get his head down in some clean air and try to maybe start eating into the, well, probably in excess of 8-second deficit now that he's got. That car, by the way, is heading for the pit lane. That's the Race Logic machine. A track limits penalty for Race Logic. Now, that's their 6th pit stop. Am I dreaming this, or did they have another track limits penalty earlier on? I seem to recall seeing 252 called for...
Was it a stop-go?
Yes, I think it was. And that is a track limits penalty, stop-go. Speeding is a drive-through.
Yeah.
Stop-go is track limit. I'm pretty sure they've had one already. I'll see if I can find the info, but... yes, at 3:40 they had a stop-go penalty for track limits, so that was only 40 minutes ago, and they've already done it again. So Race Logic have been quick on their return to the championship, but getting themselves in a bit of trouble.
Won't do it again.
Well, you'd have thought that after the first time, wouldn't you?
That was the line from Father. As I said last time, Ted, I won't do it again.
Yes, some people never learn. Well, anyway, we'll see. That would have been 2 different drivers as well, I guess, that have picked up the pen because it was so close together. That's 2 back-to-back stints, isn't it?
That's true, yeah.
Anyway, they were running 11th. They will drop down the order slightly now. What sort of pace has Riley Phillips got? Well, he's quicker than the leaders. In fact, he's quicker than the leader by 0.8 of a second that time around, a 55.8. Riley Phillips is the only driver in the 55 seconds at the moment. He was actually a full second quicker than Axiometrics in second place. I'm not surprised by this. I'm just letting you all know that Riley Phillips is the fastest man on track.
He is. Dives down the inside. This is the hard way round. If he can do the job at... If he can, he does.
Nothing will hold.
Nah. Just right round the outside.
Yeah, makes it look easy, doesn't he, Riley Phillips?
That gives him clear sight of Axiometrics now.
It does indeed, and the Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport car as well. Trying to remember which cars it was that he was battling with at Anglesey last year when he made that terrific move. I'm sure Axiometrics were in that group, and I wouldn't bet against Uvio having been in that battle either. It's got an air of familiarity, this. Fantastic pass in the grass that he made at Anglesey.
Going to miss Anglesey this year.
Oh, you're not there?
I'm gutted. Yeah, I did 2 last year.
That's a shame.
And yeah, it's a touring car weekend. Not unfortunately. I'm very grateful to be working on BTCC again, but I did love the trip to Anglesey.
It's always a highlight, and the race into the night is really special. It's a shame you're not there for that one.
I was chatting to a guy actually in F4 last week at the media day, and this youngster who's travelling from the Emirates.
Okay.
And I said, "Oh, how many flights do you do? 47 47 flights a year." So I said, "Hang on, that means that you're going somewhere and not coming back because it's an odd number of flights." But that's another thing. And then I was saying about asking about testing, and he said, "Oh, I'm testing at an undisclosed location on Monday," and tried to prise out of him where it was. And I said, "It must be Anglesey." "How did you know?" And I said, "Well, you know, just a guess anyway." So he said, "And it's so far to go, Anglesey." And this is the lad that's done 47 flights.
Yes, well, there isn't really a direct route in from the UAE to Anglesey, is there?
Not, yeah,
I guess. But and even if you can fly into Manchester, it's still a fair track, as I can attest to.
Yeah,
but it's well worth it when you
It's
get
great,
there.
it's wonderful.
Especially on a day like this. I mean, a lovely sunny summer's day. There's nowhere better.
Yeah, he'll love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Challenging circuit as well, that is. Black and white flag 225, race leader for exceeding track limits. So they're being warned So they're being pretty hot on track limits today, aren't they? We've had a couple of penalties, and now the race leader being warned about it as well. I was about to say that might rein Fabulous Randaccio in. I think it would take more than a track limits warning to do that, but he will have to be a little bit mindful of that now moving forward, especially if he engages in a battle with Axiometrics or Olympian for the lead. He will have to be very careful he doesn't go beyond those track limits once more, because that could really knock them not out of contention, but certainly knock them down the order significantly.
They've only got to get to the end of the stint though, haven't they? So
True, yes, which is potentially 10 or 11 minutes away. And I wonder what this round of pit stops will have for us with refueling strategies. We do need to try and keep track of what these top three are doing on fuel, because it's looking more and more likely that it will be a 3-horse race this, really. I know FFS are still on the lead lap, so are Green Heat, but they're already the best part of a quarter of a minute off the race leader. There is the race leader, Fabulous Randaccio. The next car behind him is the Axiometrics machine, and then the next car behind them, Olympian GRD. So the top three cars are now the first three in the queue, as we tick towards our 4th round of pit stops.
yeah, it's all getting to the business end of the day. I was just wondering, actually, in terms of the track limits, if you were carrying a track limits penalty, if you were... Oh, we've got a spinner up at Druids, by the way.
Yes.
If you were...
Team Summers, again, that is.
Okay, come back to... Well, the point I was going to make was, is it like football, if you get a yellow card, do you then substitute that player to avoid them getting a red card? Do you come in earlier to avoid getting the second, particularly if you're in a crucial part of the race, to avoid getting the second...
Yeah. No, that's a very good point.
Warning.
Very good point, actually. I hadn't thought of that. But we'll see. Maybe they will come in early. They shouldn't need to come in early from a fuel standpoint. They should have enough to get to the end of the pit window, especially because they had those few laps behind the safety car to save a chunk of fuel as well. And that's another difficult thing for the team strategists to factor in. It's all well and good knowing roughly what your average fuel usage is at full racing speed, and then calculating how much fuel needs to go in at the pit stops and whatever, but then calculating what your fuel usage is under safety car is a different calculation altogether, and that's probably a little bit murkier, trying to figure that particular one out. So that will maybe give the teams a bit of a headache when it comes to figuring out how much more fuel they will need. They probably, though, I would say, can fuel from here to the end. So I think anyone who does put fuel in at this stop can probably go to the end. I wonder whether that actually might negate some of this disadvantage that we're saying maybe there for Uvio, because if they're having to stop, they're having to fuel, but everyone else is as well, that might not be such a big issue, I suppose. We are very shortly going to have a nose-to-tail battle for second place. I think Riley Phillips has got the target set very much on the rear of the 103 Axiometrics car, and he is closing in now within a second of the second place machine, which means he's close enough to get a bit of a slipstream down the main straight and maybe start thinking about an overtake in the next half a lap or so. And if you are Uvio Hoffman's Motorsport, you'll be hoping this battle rages on for a few laps, because that might just gift the 225 car a slightly bigger lead than they've got at the moment. Turn through paddock. They've got, I think there's the 257 car behind them. Team Pacific's Sam Gibson, who's been one of the quickest drivers on track all day. It's a shame that car's dropped. Well, I'm going to say out of contention. They're still 6th. They're actually the first car one lap down. So if they have a good pit cycle, they could get themselves back into it.
So I think Sam's doing the double stint as Chris did, presumably, because they swapped in 1 and 2.
Yes. No. So Sam is handing over to Chris, who will hand back to Sam. But you're right, Chris did a double earlier on.
Right.
So yeah, that's an interesting one, isn't it, then, that they didn't choose to then reverse that later on. Interesting. Anyway, so no, they are just going to alternate from now to the fight, unless they've changed their mind again, of course, but the sheet in front of me says otherwise. Right, here comes the fight for second, which does have Sam Gibson very much a part of this, really, now in the 257, and if he is aware that he's the first car a lap down, he may get involved in this if he thinks it might help him get that car back into contention. Riley Phillips with a good run out of Paddock Hill Bend, though, and not for the first time today. The Axiometrics car does not put up much of a fight. I think they realised that Riley was quicker. Oh, I don't think they wanted to let the 257 car through, but Sam Gibson was coming through, whether Axiometrics wanted him to or not.
Yeah, now Sam going to be able to make up another place again. Any progress, as you said, towards pit stops, it is going to help, and he may not be in front of the reigning champions car, but any little bit of space that he can gain going into, and the window will be open now.
Yep.
For the penultimate stop.
Yes, Renault Racing have come in the number 97 from 14th place, but they are the first to make this 4th pit stop of the day. So Riley Phillips is now into 2nd place. He is 4.1 seconds off the lead. He was still 2/10 quicker than the leader, even with that overtake. So fabulous pace this from Riley Phillips. The leader, in fairness, has just nipped up the inside there of the 97. That is the Renault Racing car, fresh out of the pit lane. I think I misidentified them as the Red River Sport car earlier on. It is Renault Racing. I'm sure Red River Sport used to run that 97, though, unless I've made that up. But anyway, they are dispatched pretty quickly by the race leading car, and we now watch with interest to see what pace Riley Phillips has in clean air again.
Yeah, however it winds up, it's going to be the highest the number 1 car has been at the end of any of the stints.
Yes.
That's the progress they want.
Well, I'll refer you to my point I made at the start of the afternoon. They don't often lead until deep into the second half of the race, and same sort of thing happening again now, it would seem. But if they do hit the front, you would imagine they're going to be difficult to get out of that lead because of the pace that this car has in the hands of Simon Rudd and Chris Devell. He was another half a second quicker than the leader that time.
Yeah, going well. Now, how long are they going to leave it? The options are open for them. They can really do it with Simon and Riley to do more stints. They can basically pick and choose when they want, can't they?
No, indeed so. Yeah, they won't be quite as keen to get on with the driver change. I would imagine there is a benefit around this track in particular to stretching the stint if you can, because there's a danger if you pit early. They shouldn't drop a lap, I suppose, because they're close enough to the race leader, but if you were to pit early and have an issue in the pits or something, you could slip to nearly being a lap down, and then if we were to get a safety car before the leader had pitted, that could affect you quite negatively, but I think they'll just keep Riley out there for a while because he's going quite quickly, to be honest. He is now, drum roll,
here we go,
3.6 seconds back. About the same, yes, half a tenth quicker. But it's interesting that Gibson's going with him. Gibson's got every bit the pace that Riley Phillips has. I know he's got the slipstream helping him along, but he's staying with him much better than the Axiometrics car is able to. So if they ever could get back on the lead lap, that 2.517 Pacific car could be a challenger, couldn't it?
Yeah, that's going to be key. So it's down to the stops for them. Be interesting to know some of the stop times as well. Wrong to expect Jamie to time all of the stops.
We can give it a go.
I'm sure he'll have a rough idea about how quickly they expect to turn around, but it's not just the in and out, is it? Sorry, in and out of the car. It's the in and out of the pit lane as well, isn't it? And obviously you've had people speeding in the pit lane, so that in itself is an art.
Indeed so, and we've seen a few teams execute what looked like decent pit stops, but then have a bit of a delay getting the car going. Axiometrics actually did on an earlier pit stop, seem to recall. But what we do need to focus on, and this is something that I'll try and make an effort of looking out the window if I have to. We need to see what those top three are doing on fuel. So if Jamie is listening, which I know he has been all day, if you can try and keep an eye on UVO, Olympian and Axiometrics fuel strategies from here on in, that would be very useful.
Full notes on all of the pit stop times and how
Please.
much fuel is going in.
Yep, to the nearest hundredth of a second, please. Don't be moving that decimal point forwards. We want accurate data here in the commentary box. No, Jamie's done a splendid job today. He really has. He's been had his finger on the pulse very much. Indeed so. Battle going on here. 246, 62 and 111. 246 and 62 is for position. That's Vape Club with EDF and Balf Motorsport. Whoever thought we'd have Balf Motorsport in the Funkup Endurance Championship, but great to have the Balf Enterprise here. They are 9th position, challenging for 8th, and they've got the GCI car behind. And as they exit clearways, they all bypass the pit lane entry. Axiometrics, by the way, have just done their personal best lap of the race, a 55.9, and I noticed PLR doing theirs before. Now, it has got a little bit cloudier. It's noticeably not quite as sticky as it was an hour ago as well. So as that track temperature just starts to dip, that should make the track a little bit quicker as well. And so you may be right. We might have a further improvement upon that lap record pace before the final hour and a quarter or so is done.
Nice to see the PLR car having a good run. Shame to have lost it from the front group earlier on. Award-winning boilers since 1906. Remember? Sorry, Andy, shouldn't have done that when you had a mouthful of drink. But now you know what you've got to do at the other rounds. as well. You know,
I'm not sure I can live up to your standard. That's the problem. I might have to get you to pre-record it.
There's no standard there.
No, I think we should play that. Clip that, someone, and we'll play it out in every race from now on. Car into the pit lane. Didn't see who it was, helpfully, but one of the lapped cars, I believe. Oh no, it's Balve.
By the way, I didn't, just to respect I didn't want to make a joke of the sponsor. I think it's great that they've done it, and that is pretty good going, isn't it? So for that long, 1906, great that company's been going that long as well. So
indeed, so big lock up there into Druids. Seen a few cars doing that into Druids. Actually, that was the 220 Team FFS car, which is in 4th position. 5th place Team Pacific were a fair chunk behind them, I think. For whatever reason after the restart, but 220 running well. Leaders in, interestingly, so Fabulous Randaccio brings the Uvio car in. Did say I was going to look out the window to see what they're doing with fuel. I see no fuel going in. There it is on screen.
You don't need to look out the window.
2 churns, so they're fueling to the end. So this car will not need any more fuel, I don't think, at the final round of pit stops. It won't be 2 full churns. It'll be sort of like a churn and a half. You can see actually the marker. You can see the fuel running down the side of the churn. Well, you could until Farkini stood in the way. Fabulous, that is. Excellent stuff, Fabulous. Thank you. And was about a churn and a half, I think, that they put in there. So that car fueled to the end. I suspect that will be the order of the day from now till the flag for our leading contenders anyway.
They just make me laugh every time. I don't know why.
They've no right being as good as they are.
It's the childishness, I think, that appeals to me.
Yes. Well, you look at a car like that with what the things that are written on it and the way that they are about themselves, and they don't immediately strike you as one of the most successful teams in the championship's history, but it is a really nice reminder that you can be very, very good and still have a sense of humour.
Have a giggle about it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, now this is interesting. They've rejoined directly ahead of Olympian GRD, who are yet to stop, so they've come out right in front of the car that they're battling for the lead. Because it was such a long stop with the refuelling, they did lose just over a lap, actually, because they were further ahead than this beforehand. So this is not yet the position, but they do have an opportunity here maybe to not exactly make life easier for Riley Phillips. And this is a chance to see Riley and Farkini sharing the track, albeit only for a lap or so, and Riley's up the inside. That was for Alton Park, he says. Through he goes, and parks it on the brakes.
And they were virtually touching
I think they still were as they came past the pit lane. I thought maybe Riley was coming into the pit lane, but no, he was just making sure there was no switchback available there for Farkini. That was good stuff.
Absolutely brilliant. Yeah, I thought we could have a replay there of
starters pick up where we left off from the final round of last year maybe, but there you go, you've got your wish. They are doing battle. They're a lap apart at the moment, but this is such a significant battle. It might as well be for track position because these are the top 2 cars in the race. It's just one of them has made their penultimate pit stop and the other one will be doing it probably this time around.
I think again that was very close, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that was precision.
And that can only be done by 2 drivers who have respect for each other and understand how the other is going to race. There are other drivers on track, I'm sure, that neither of these 2 would want to get that close to as Farkini skates in on the brakes.
If I can get on the inside, it will stop him going in the pits.
Would not surprise me if that was going through his mind, actually. In comes Riley Phillips, not a moment too soon, he thinks, to hand over to Simon Rudd, and we've got Axiometrics in as well. So at least 1 churn for Olympian GRD. Axiometrics, I believe, have fuel going on board behind. I'm sure Jamie is watching on. Yes, single churn of fuel for both. So less fuel going into these cars than the Uvio car. So yes, they all needed fuel, but that dry stop at the last round of pit stops for Uvio is, I think, going to cost them some time this time around.
Yeah, look like a decent. That's going to come out in the lead, surely.
I'd be surprised. Oh, well, yes, Uvio are halfway down the Cooper Straight. They are half a lap ahead. And Axiometrics have only just got going now. So, much slower stop that for Axiometrics, considering they took the same amount of fuel, largely, anyway.
So not much further behind, though, are they?
How far back do you think they were? A couple of 3 seconds, maybe?
Yeah.
No, it might have been more than that, actually. I swear, but I think this is a bigger gap than it was. I reckon, but don't quote me on that. Olympian are exiting Druids as Axiometrics go through paddock. It certainly wasn't that big of a gap between the 2 of them. There is the Axiometrics car.
No, you're right, it is bigger.
Yeah, so I wonder why that was. just because only one churn was put in doesn't mean that they both used a full churn, of course. One of them might have put 3/4 of a churn in. That takes a bit of time, and Olympia and GRD do pride themselves on being, they say, the fastest pit stop team out there, and it's hard to argue against that, really. So, you know, a couple of seconds gained through fuel, a couple of seconds gained through the procedure, and that can equate to a big gain on track. So, Olympia GRD lead. It took them 170 laps. Well, actually, a bit less than 168 laps, I think, to get to the lead. But now they're there, Richard. Do you think anyone can shake them out of the lead? It won't be easy.
I don't know, looking good, aren't they? I honestly didn't have them marked down till they went, and I apologise to them for not having faith to them earlier on. But they know the strategy, they know the sport.
Yeah.
What to do, and you know, yeah, we were talking about stars aligning on other things earlier on, and that has to happen. You have to have a little bit of the rub of the green. They had the safety car, which kind of helped. I think even without the safety car, it would probably be a bit more nip and tuck now, but they'd probably still be there as well.
Last year, all of the races that Olympian GRD won, they never led for more than about 40% of the race, which means that it was always the second half of the race where they hit the lead. So this is the Olympian GRD strategy. It works for their particular group of drivers, and because they're so good, again, touching wood, they are so good at staying out of trouble, they generally seem to be able to, they take their medicine early on, they lose time early on, but maybe they get a safety car, maybe they use their pit strategy to get to the front, and it means when they get to the time that the points are handed out, 9 times out of 10, they are at the right end of the field. They've just interestingly put another lap on the 257, by the way. So 257 did briefly get back on the lead lap, Team Pacific, but they now fall back behind the race. In fact, no, they've lost time. They're now showing us 2 laps down, Team Pacific, so there's been a drama there, Richard.
Right.
Not sure why. Maybe JB can tell us.
The other point I was going to say about Team Olympian GRD is that, and I made this, I think, last year at Alton Park, 3 drivers in there, so their strategy, that, you know, I know it's a 4-hour race, but if you've got 2 drivers, I'm guessing the strategy is easier because you've only got 2 levels of performance to worry about.
Yeah.
And 3 drivers, it's another thing in the equation. So for a 3-car team to come out and win races and championships, I think it's harder than a 2-car team.
No, I agree. It's a good point, well made. And interesting that the top 2 cars in this race are 3-driver teams. They and Axiometrics, whereas the next group are all 2.
Yeah.
So they are overcoming those odds slightly. But yeah, no, I absolutely agree that it does complicate matters slightly. And you're less likely to have that sort of consistency across your whole driver roster that Uvio, for example, does. We know that Uvio, Hoffman's Motorsports, are always, they pride themselves on the fact that neither one of them is actually any quicker than the other generally. Maybe one day Fabulous has a 10th over Farghini, but near as damn it, they're exactly the same pace, and they've for a long time made that a winning formula. But yeah, Olympian GRD have been the dominant force in Funkup over the last couple of years. As you said, with 3 drivers, they've done very, very well. The Axiometrics car here getting rather held up in traffic, nips through the middle of 2 lapped cars across the line. It is now Chris Wetherill in the car. Greg Evans will take it home in the final stint. But they're 11.4 seconds off the lead. They lost nearly a full second or 3/4 of a second again on that lap because of traffic. And they are only about 5 seconds ahead of Uvio, who, for what it's worth, were only half a tenth slower than the race leader that time. And I'm absolutely certain that if we got a safety car or something were to bunch them back together again, Uvio would be able to take the fight to Olympian. I think they're close enough on pace to Olympian GRD that they're only one little roll of the dice or one stroke of good luck away from getting right back into this.
And so, just to recap, because I've lost the plot, I didn't have the plot to start with, which is something I always say. So, do we think that Olympian GRD have more fuel to go in as well?
I think they've all probably got about the same. I think they just needed less at the previous stop because Uvio had the dry stop before. So Uvio's tank would have been almost empty, I think. So they needed a full tank, whereas
they put a lot in with Riley, didn't they? I'm sorry, with Chris.
Yes, we think so, and then we didn't see what they did when Riley got in the car. So that was the key stop, really, that we weren't able to see. But yeah, I think they'll all be much of a muchness now. They always back time it so that last pit stop is as short as possible. So I would be surprised if any of them need a huge amount of fuel, but we'll wait and see. So Olympian, GRD, Axiometrics and UVO Hoffman's Motorsport are the top three. Fourth position is Team FFS, the number 220 car. That car now being driven by Barry Thompson again. And Greenheath are in fifth position, number 14. That is Gary Bate. Still the last car on the lead lap. Red River Sport back to sixth position now, number 200. Gareth Williams at the wheel. Seventh for number 257, Team Pacific. I would like to get to the bottom of where they lost a full lap during that pit cycle, because they were knocking on the door of the lead lap and then they lost a whole chunk of time all of a sudden. But the 257 car being driven now by Chris Thelwell for the final time is in seventh position. Eighth place, number 246, Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. That is Vlad Vasiliev in the car. Ted Bradbury to take it to the flag. Ninth for number 62, Balfe Motorsport, with Thomas Balfe in the car, who came out of the Ginetta ranks in recent years. And the top 10 completed by number 99, Fast Track. That is Elisha Day back in the car, who started all those, well, now almost exactly 3 hours ago. We are nearly 3/4 of the way through the race. And Olympian GRD, as so often has been the case in recent years, have positioned themselves at the front when it counts.
Ted Bradbury will be able to do the Mazda race, won't he now? No,
Yes.
no excuse.
Yes, because they're not...
He's not going to build a podium, is he?
No, they're not a Masters car, are they? So no, not even a Masters podium. So no, he can go and, if the car is ready, which I'm sure it will be, go out and have some fun in the Mazdas in that final race of the day.
Car they put in the shop window for Ali Bray or something.
Oh, really?
I think was the story, yeah.
Right, okay, interesting. So, yeah, he will be back out again for another race. And really good that Ted Bradbury actually stuck with this. I got the impression when he first started doing Funkup, it was a one-off. It was a bit of a, let's just see what this is like, bit of fun, a bit more seat time. The fact that he fell in love with it so much immediately is really impressive. And another one of those young drivers now, very young drivers, coming into Funkup and keeping his sprint racing going as well, but now very much trying to market himself as an endurance racer as well.
What else is he doing sprint-wise at the moment?
Well, the odd MX-5 event, I believe, through the season, but I think that is about it. So, but, still keeping his eye in with the sprint racing. Mind you, doing sprint racing is probably good practice for Funkup, really, because at times it feels more like a sprint, doesn't it? Certainly when it gets down to the nitty-gritty and you've got these really close battles on track, actually coming out of a very competitive one-mate championship like MX-5s is probably not a bad thing. Race logic in here, Richard, with dramas. This time not for a track limits penalty. This is something a bit more serious. And we've seen a bit of this today, haven't we? I'd say a higher attrition rate today than we've had of late, and I can only attribute that to the high temperatures and just the demanding nature of this track on the cars. But we've had quite a few of them in for mechanical issues, haven't we?
We have. I think consequently that's why we've got so few cars on the lead lap. We probably expect that, as you said at the start, with it being a short lap. That's often the case. We're going to get back to UVO now as they cross the line. 17 seconds down, 14 seconds the gap first to second.
Yeah, fastest car on the track is still Riley Phillips, though, so he's gapping the rest of them now. But yeah, 7 cars, excuse me, 7 cars not running at the moment. Now, they're not all out. Some of them, I'm sure, they're trying to get back out there, like the Race Logic machine, but 7 of them not circulating. One of them is GCI Racing. They're still stuck in the pit lane, having been in and out a couple of times. So, yeah, that's a shame, but demanding race. So we had a collision as well, of course, which took one car, see Data, out of contention. Brought about that most recent safety car. As we are about to, well, we've just begun lap 180 of the race. What's this they're working on, do we think?
Some nuts and bolts, anyway.
Yes, that's what I thought, Richard. That's about the extent of my mechanical knowledge, I'm afraid. Jamie, I'm sure, is down there keeping a watching brief on this.
My son would know.
Oh, really?
He'd be there.
Is he a budding young mechanic, maybe, or?
Yeah, he's well into it. Yeah, he helps out teams when he can.
Oh, okay, good stuff. Well, we need to get him on the phone. See if he can figure out what's going on.
He's at work. You wouldn't thank me for ringing.
Oh, really? Well, at work on a Saturday? People don't work on
No,
Saturdays.
he works in the garage. So.
Oh, does he? Oh,
Yeah,
right,
yeah,
okay.
so-
Fair enough.
Actually, to be fair, he's probably done now. So.
Okay. I'll be home just in time to watch the end of the race. I'm sure that will be what he'll be up to. So Olympian GRD head through Paddock Hill Bend. And 180 laps completed. Oh, 252, a fuel supply issue. Wonderfully vague. Possible leak, it is posed to me.
That makes sense, actually, because that's why we've got the extinguisher there.
Good point. Yes, well spotted. Well spotted. So, yeah, that's not ideal.
Should we be using phones near fuel as well? Is that garages don't like it, do they?
No, they don't actually, do they? No, that's never quite understood what they think is going to happen, if I'm completely honest. But
yeah, Apple phones aren't known for igniting.
No, exactly.
It's your cheaper electronic products that.
Well, indeed.
Cause fires, isn't it?
Indeed so. Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm sure the camera op will be keeping his distance. And it was actually the camera op who, slightly concerningly, put the message in our group chat that it was a possible fuel issue. I think at the time he was.
Oh, was it Johnny? Oh,
he
good
was
lad.
Johnny.
Oh, good man. He's a good fellow, isn't he?
He is. Yes, he is. I spent quite a bit of time with him out in Europe over winter, and he had. Some issues, shall we say, on journeys there and back, which is a very Johnny thing to have, and gave us plenty of things to have a laugh about over the time we were covering that particular series. But he's got a good sense of humour, as Johnny, in fairness, which you need to work in this business, because it's it's a tough old life sometimes. Anyway, back on topic. Olympian dominating the race. Might as well all go home now, aren't we? They're gonna breeze off into the distance and win by a lap, right? That's the script.
Might have another safety car yet.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, Richard, because I can tell you that on average, the final safety car here at Brands Hatch actually tends to be quite early, 85 laps from the end. That is, I think I'm right in saying, of the circuits that we regularly race on, by far the longest average final green flag stint, by like 40 laps or so. Because, and I think they have quite a high average number of safety cars. Generally, you are looking at, well, they've had an average of 4 a race. And I think what tends to happen is you get a lot of safety cars in the first part of the race.
At Brands.
At Brands,
Yeah.
yes. As there's incidents and mechanical failures, whatever, and then we get to this point and there aren't as many of them left, and that's exactly what we're seeing today. We've got 7 cars not running. That's 7 fewer cars that could spin or crash or break down out on track and bring about a safety car. So it is a trend at Brands Hatch. They tend to get a lot of safety cars, but not generally in the second half of the race. So bodes well for Olympian GRD if the trends play ball today.
And do you give that data to any teams? They buy out data off of you because they might think, oh, hang on, we'll
open to offers.
We'll use the fastest drivers at the end because there are less safety cars. And to be fair, that's the kind of thing that the likes of Paul Trustwell, who's a master tactician, would use.
No, exactly.
Did you add any new stats over the winter?
I'm still working on this last to first challenge, but sadly because of the day job, winter was, and this GT Winter Series as well that I went on and did, had less time.
It does take time, that people don't realise that.
Oh yes, this spreadsheet's work in progress. It's 5 or 6 years old now, but the very first winter I put it together, it took a couple of months just to get the basic data in there, and then but I keep thinking of new things now that I want to track as well, and I need to learn to finish one project before moving on to the next one. That's my problem. But yes, it's an interesting stat, I think, and if anyone out there does want to make an offer, my spreadsheet could be yours for a monthly price of $19.99. No, actually, I think it's probably worth a bit more than that. Anyway, we've got a penalty for track limits. Oh, hello.
It went out, and it's not going out.
Well, it just made it out. It just made it out to the end of the pit lane. Now, well, it would be fitting, given I've just said that we probably won't get a safety car, but I think they will probably push it behind the barrier and recover it without the need for a safety car. It depends how mischievous Julian Floyd is feeling, I suppose, on race control, but a safety car would certainly make things a bit more interesting, wouldn't it, right now? It's the Race Logic car that has stopped with this potential fuel supply issue, which probably means it got to the end of the pit lane, the engine was then starved of fuel, and it can go no further. But there is an access, and I can see recovery crews opening the gate, actually, just at the end of pit lane to push that car back into. So we shall see, I suppose. We'll watch this space on that one, but I think we might have just about... Had they got another, 50 metres out onto the track, that could have been a different story altogether, but it stopped at just the right point, really, and in fact it's already been pushed behind the barrier. I think Olympian GRD have dodged a bit of a bullet there, safety car-wise.
They have, and retain the 15.209 second lead over Axiometrics. Uvio Hoffman's still there, and I think closing up for P2, 15 to 17, the gap, so 2 seconds, so we may well see a developing battle for second place.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Uvio pitching the car into Graham Hill Bend. That was exciting from Farkini. I've said those words before, I seem to remember, quite a few times, as he charges after the Axiometrics machine. Yes, previous lap, well, actually it was 3/10 slower than Axiometrics. It's traffic, isn't it? Traffic gives, it takes away. If you catch a back marker at the wrong point, you could lose 3 or 4 tenths of a second, and then it all sort of feels a bit hopeless, but then a couple of laps later, it swings back in your favour. So across the line goes the Axiometrics machine. They were 3 tenths slower than the leaders that time, but 2 tenths quicker than third place. So gaps starting to creep out. Right, we mentioned the Race Logic car. It's been pushed back to a place of safety now. It hasn't yet, though, made it back to the team, Jamie. What can you tell us about the issues with the Race Logic machine down in pit lane?
Yeah, thanks, Andy. I've got Julian Thomas with me now. Jules, it's not been the comeback you wanted, was it? You've had some fueling issues.
Yeah, we got fuel starvation. It was fine for the first half of the race. It was going really well, enjoying it and doing well. David did a few track limits, Paddock Hill Bend, but apart from that, we were going really well. And then it just started to cut out and it got worse and worse and worse. We tried changing the fuel filter, and it's just cut out the end of the pit lane. So game over by the look of it.
Yeah, and obviously the last thing you want is for it to do it in a pack of cars as well. Obviously on safety grounds, you don't want people obviously running into the back of you.
Absolutely, end of the pit lane's the best place, really.
And as we stand at the minute, you're going to be doing both Alton's and Silverstone, and you've got a little bit of a confession for Silverstone, haven't you? You're going to be leaving somebody's wedding early to come and do it.
Yeah, I'm rushing off. I've done a lot of negotiation with Jade, and she's still frowns when I mention it, but yeah, hopefully, definitely I will be there.
And how are you enjoying the Hankook tyres?
I love them. They're really good, actually. Yeah, very different. They're much more forgiving, I think, and they've got less of a window that you have to get them working in. So, yeah, it's good fun.
And it's a really tough lineup this year across the grid, isn't it? It's stepping up another notch, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I had a 20-minute battle with Sean Balfe, who I know is a friend, and we were just door handle to door handle like every single lap. It was hilarious.
Well, fantastic. Well, good. We'll be seeing you for at least half of the races this year, obviously time permitting. And we better say hello to Jade, and we know she'll be watching at home. And he is sorry for leaving the wedding early, but he's got to replicate what happened 2 years ago.
What happened 2 years ago?
With your battle with Johnny at Silverstone, with the epic battle there. Hopefully they might come back too. We never know.
Excellent. Yeah, that was just fantastic. I think we lost by 0.06 of a second or something. Yeah.
All right, fantastic. Lovely to see you, Jules, and we'll catch up later. That's Julian Thomas from Race Logic. Car's been pushed back behind the barrier as we heard from Andy and Rich. But now it's all quiet down here in the pit lane, so it's back to the commentary box.
Well, he was almost right. He lost by 0.09 seconds, I can tell you. 9/100ths of a second, the winning margin in one of the first Funkup races we covered together, I think, that on the national circuit. It was an absolute belter. Very excited to be back on the national circuit again a bit later on in the weekend. I actually, because of that close finish where they lost out to Team Viking, to give them their full name at the time, Team Viking and Ursus Capital Racing, in my mind, I thought Silverstone was the most recent victory for Race Logic. Of course, they did just narrowly miss out. I then looked back to when the Race Logic car last won a race. It was in 2018, and it was here at Brands Hatch. They won at Silverstone that year, and then the very next race they won here at Brands Hatch as well. So this has been a happy hunting ground for Race Logic over the years. They won, I think, a couple of times on the Brands Hatch Indy circuit. Yes, 2015 they won here as well. Maybe only twice. No, 2012 they had a win in one of 2 races that weekend at Brands Hatch. So 3 Brands Hatch wins for Race Logic. They won't be picking up a 4th one today, unfortunately, but good to hear they'll be back around for a couple of the races later on in the season.
Yep, they'll be very, very well. I can't remember which one's on. I think Croft and Donington, I think, on that.
Possibly. Possibly, yes. You said there's only a few, unfortunately, this year, isn't it? Which is a shame.
Yeah.
But,
I'll miss it, actually. One thing I guarantee, and I'm saying this the other week, is that the events that I'm not at, guarantee I'll be on TSL having a look to see how they're going.
Excellent. Good. Well, that's nice to know that you follow the championship, and there are lots of people who do, of course. But yeah, that's good stuff. And if you have time in the week, you can go back and watch the races back. Because, of course, they're all live streamed again in 2025 for the third year in a row, I think, that every Funkup race has been covered live. And we thank once again Alpha Live, our wonderful production crew, for putting together the programmes this season. Right, we are 7 minutes away from possibly one of the key moments of the race, the final round of pit stops. And this battle for second place just kind of refuses to fully come to life, doesn't it? Because Uvio keep on gaining a chunk out on Axiometrics, then they hit some traffic and they drop back. They're 2.4 seconds back now. And actually, Axiometrics, who remember, have had an extra pit stop as well because they had the penalty, didn't they, for something? What was the penalty for? Let me remind myself. 103.
Did they?
No. No. Well, not according to the... But they've made 5 pit stops. Why did they make an extra...
Don't know.
Someone at home will have been paying attention and can tell us. I can't remember what that extra pit stop was for, but they've made 5 stops.
Jamie will tell us.
Oh, Jamie, I'm sure will tell us, yeah. I genuinely can't remember why they've been in the pit lane an extra time. It'll come to me probably when Jamie tells me. But anyway, despite that mystery extra pit stop, they're still in second place. For the bodywork after the contact at Druids.
Right.
Which brought out the safety car. They came in, and of course, the reason it didn't use them time was because it said how important would that be at the end of the race.
Right in front of us, wasn't it, that one? Yes.
I said we need to remember that moment and then forgot it. So anyway, yes, thank you,
also
Jamie.
said to remember 28 seconds about 3 hours ago.
Well, they're nearly 28 seconds ahead now. 17 seconds. Anyway, getting on for it. Will they win if they do win? Not to tempt fate here, but will they win by more than 28 seconds, which is how far behind they were at that point at half race distance, I wonder. Well, they are 17 seconds clear of Axiometrics now. They're 20 seconds clear of Uvio. Have they lapped Greenheath yet? Well, there is Greenheath, so no, the answer is no. Greenheath are just about on the lead lap. Where are the leaders? They are in the final sector somewhere, so they're only just on the lead lap. Where's the best of the battles to be had, I wonder? Well, actually, the closest pair of cars are second and third, 3 seconds. So it has calmed down remarkably quickly, given the fact we had a safety car not that long ago, in the grand scheme of things, under an hour ago. But with 193 laps now complete, how likely are we, I wonder, to beat 241? I'd have to be a better mathematician than I am to figure that out. I will give it a go, but we're ticking towards 200 now. Don't think we're quite going to get there because they're just under a minute a lap, so they would need to be... It's going to be close, actually. I think we might get it within a couple of laps of that if we don't get a safety car, but I think that distance record, despite the fact these tyres apparently are quicker, I just think we've spent a bit more time on the safety car maybe. Same amount of safety car period, but possibly slightly lengthier ones than we had back in 2022. We have got a big group of cars here together through Druid's Corner, 2, 4, 6, 8 of them. So, you know, it could spell fireworks. And there is the Olympian car. It is almost on the tail of Greenheath now to put the 4th place car a lap down.
Yeah, good run. And always traffic to deal with at some point, isn't there? Which is the... I won't do the ideal heating thing again, but we just saw... Now, who's at the wheel, actually? I'm just checking who's at the wheel now.
PLR, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ben Pitch.
Ben Pitch.
Yes, with Neil Plymmer to take over. So that car looks good again. Now, they've taken the tyre to replace the splitter as well whilst they were sorting the issue earlier on. The throttle sticking open.
This is the stickiest time for the leader because that's a lot of traffic to deal with, but this is why you build a comfortable lead. Yeah,
exactly, because he now doesn't need to rush into an overtake against another lead lap car here, although that being said, he's looking to the outside into Druids. That's not going to work. But yeah, this will definitely be catching their attention here, Olympian GRD. This is not a situation they would like to be in. not just the time loss, but whenever you put a group of cars this big together, there's always the potential for something to go wrong. And Olympia it's not being made easy for them by Greenheath. And why should Greenheath get out of the way? They're on the lead lap. They won't be being shown a blue flag. And Olympia and GRD are going to have to do this the hard way. And, of course, Greenheath themselves trying to work their way through this group of cars. But there's some quick cars here. 246 are quick, PLR are quick, GCI are quick, Greenheath are quick. So this is not going... This is going to take a good few laps, I think, for Simon Rudd to get through this particular group.
I had to think about that, and it is Simon, isn't it? Yeah, because Riley's doing the last
Riley's doing the last stint, yes. Yeah. I second-guess myself as well. Because they do something slightly different with the strategy, it's harder to keep track of sometimes. The inside of the 98 car now.
Yeah, the Greenheath's car been very dogged about not wanting to lose a lap, or just not wanting to be passed. I'm sure they know the significance of the car behind.
Well, exactly so, because if we got a safety car right now, Greenheath are right back in it. They're still on the lead lap, whereas if they lose one more position in this queue, that will not be the case. They were at the inside of the 246 car there, so they put a car between themselves and Olympia and GRD as the second place battle, Richard, gets closer than it ever has been. I'd say this is only around a second between them now.
It started to come down, but so too is the clock, and that means that we're getting near to the final driver change. So are we going to get a battle? Is it going to be extinguished by the window, pit stop window opening up again? That's possibly the case, but you know, it may be that Axiometrics are starting to think, yep, window's opening soon.
Yeah, true. This is a good chance to dive out of that. They'll want to get Riley in anyway. And this is where, as you said, having Simon and Riley do the second half of the race gives them much more flexibility on when they can pit. They don't have to hang on. If they're stuck in traffic, they can come in nice and early. That being said, though, they have actually, I'm looking out the window, they've cleared most of that traffic, haven't they? So they've done a really good job. They and the Greenheath car, they're still behind Greenheath for the time being. Bit of a lock-up there for the Axiometrics cars. So Chris Wetherall feeling the pressure now.
Yep, that's the body language of a car being chased, isn't it? Under a wee bit of pressure. And I think earlier on we saw the same from the chasing car, demonstrating what it's like to be in pursuit. And it's been a long 40 minutes, I suspect, for the UVO Hoffman team, just trying to close in. And now they've done it, and all that work could be undone if there's a quick stopper, if there's an early stop. 40-33, not quite open yet, and they have to pass the sign the sign once before they can come in. So they have to see the sign rather than coming in on the time.
Indeed so, and for reasons I've never quite understood, it's not always exactly at 40 minutes. It's sometimes 39 minutes that it actually opens, or 39 and a half minutes. It's an actual clock time that they give, rather. I think they round up to the nearest minute to make it a little bit easier, because of course you don't know exactly when the race will start. If the race starts at 5.5 minutes or 5 minutes 27 seconds after the hour, then that's a slightly awkward time, isn't it? So anyway, nose to tail for second place then. So Farkini has caught up to the Axiometrics machine. They are set to do battle in nice clean air as well, because of course all of the back markers are on the other side of the track with the race leader, and this battle for second place can go on and in perfectly clean air, no traffic to get in the way. It's a straight fight between the two of them.
Yeah, great stuff, isn't it? And well, let's hope they pit at the same time. Whether that will happen or not, we remain to see. But now we've seen the work being done by the UVO Hoffman car to close down that gap. It was ebbing and flowing. It went out to 4-5 seconds. Now it's all closed down again. Are we going to see an engagement in back? It looks like it might be stretching out again, though. Now they've got a clear track.
Yeah, we did. 3/10 quicker that time were Axiometrics. I did notice a little bit of a mistake from Farkini at Clearways, though. Ran a bit wide over the curb. Another lock up there from Axiometrics. I think they flat spotted their right front tyre. A good couple of hours ago, I noticed them locking up into Druids pretty regularly. And now under pressure, I suppose it's getting even worse. Need to be a bit mindful of that. The UVO car, though, has looked a little bit wayward through Graham Hill Bend on more than one occasion. Like the rear of that car is not particularly stable. Anyway, Farkini is driving round that. He's closed right in now as they head into Clearways corner. And Chris Wetherall stands his ground, holds the inside line, but Farkini closer this time, I think, heading past the pits than he was on the previous lap. Leaders are in, by the way, so they did choose to pull Olympian GRD in. We didn't get there in time to see if they were refueling, but I suspect they probably won't. And Riley Phillips then is sent on his way to take this car home to the checkered flag, and they hope that he will be the first driver to see that checkered flag. Quite a lot of cars actually coming in early. FFS, Red River Sport, Team Pacific. Here come UVO up the inside of Axiometrics. And it was that snatched break again into Druids, that flat-spotted tyre on the right front corner that ultimately has cost Chris Wetherill second place there.
It did, and do you know what? That's a big thing psychologically, is it, to get the move done before you go into the last stop. Are we going to see the breakaway into the pits at the end of this one? Remains to be seen. They'll know the leaders are in, so they might want to get their strategy just sorted out and ready for the last 40 minutes or the last stint as quickly as possible. No, they don't. Actually do.
Yeah, actually do. If I were UVO, though, I'd be stretching this just to, in the hope we get a safety car. Because if you get a safety car, you can dive in and you lose so much less time than you would under green flag. That could be enough to leapfrog them back into the lead. So you might as well stretch it. Axiometrics, interestingly, taking fuel as well. So although I confidently predicted they wouldn't need fuel, they have taken pretty much a full churn there, I think. 14 Greenheath did not take fuel, I'm hearing. But the 103 car, which will very shortly be back on its way, did require some fuel. Oh, the car's not going, they've stalled it. Oh, and they've picked up an air gun or a drinks bottle or something as well. That was a slightly messy pit stop for Axiometrics, but eventually Craig Evans, the master in that car, he's the lone driver in that car eligible for the Masters category, gets back out on his way. But yes, if I were UVO, I think I'd be stretching this, and it's probably their best chance, maybe their only chance now of winning this race is a safety car period. I'm not saying we're that likely to get one, but if they do stretch this out, they might just get a little bit of good luck that could get them back into the picture. There's Axiometrics there, chop across the bows of the 249 car, being piloted now, I believe, by Jason Minshaw.
Just looking at the lineup of drivers we've got in the top six, and if you put any of them out in a sprint race, you think, wow, we're in for a bit of a treat now. You've got Riley Phillips, Greg Evans, Fabulous Randaccio, Paul Turner, Lewis Thompson, Johnny Molan.
Yes.
I mean, wow.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is the driving talent we have in Funkup, and that's been the case for a number of years, to be fair. Yeah, that's this final stint when they plug the pros in, so to speak. That's always a real highlight of any Funkup race. And it's why this championship's had so many great finishes over the years, because it is generally the quicker, more experienced drivers who do the final stint of the race, and it's been a treat to watch them do battle on occasion in the past. Will we be treated to a grandstand finish today? Well, without any outside assistance from safety cars, maybe not. It might be the fight for second we have to focus on. Oh, that was a hairy moment for the race leader. They've inherited the lead, of course, with Olympian pitting, but UVO levered aside there by the 210 car. Now, it's either Matthew Hyde or George Grant in that car. I suspect maybe not George, just because he's such a gentleman. He wouldn't dream of doing that to the UVO car, which is in the lead of the race. I don't think they've yet made their final pit stop, or maybe they've kept Neil Burrows in it because they're multiple laps down. Either way, providing a headache for the race leading car.
They are indeed. It's interesting to see Neil with his Enterprise car rental. Had great service from them yesterday. Another plug. Oh, and into the pits comes the...
Because they were being held up. I'm pretty sure. I think they would have stretched
move.
that otherwise, but they were being held up, weren't they? So that was smart stuff. Right, we are going to get the camera on the UVO stop. In it comes. No fuel, straight to the driver change. Out gets Farkini, in gets Fabulous. The Olympian GRD car, I think, is already round the final corner, though, and will go back through into the lead. And off the car goes. That was about as slick as we've seen, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was good. Not enough to hold on to the lead. Will they be ahead of Axiometrics? That's the real battle they were raging. Remember, Axiometrics took fuel, so they should be, and they should be by some margin, actually, all things being equal. And yes, there's Axiometrics only now through the final corner, so unfortunately, that fuel strategy for Axiometrics has stretched the leading group out rather now, but it is fortunate for UVO because it means they don't have to worry about defending second place. They can just get their head down, set the fastest laps possible, but 22 seconds now adrift of the leader, and they were both dry stops for both of the leaders, and that gap has still gone up in the pit stops.
It has. Axiometrics will still be counting their luck, I think, with that safety car. Could have been worse for them today, so they'll probably be quite happy to take a podium. I suppose as we move away from this, I mean, we're not there yet because we've got another half an hour to go, but doesn't it set the stall out nicely for the season?
Yes. No, it does, doesn't it? I think we're in for a competitive year, and I mean, we probably would have predicted it would be Olympian versus Uvio for the championship, maybe. But I do think there are plenty of other teams
100%.
who, had they not had some misfortune today, would be up there. And I think starting the season at Brands Hatch, especially with the conditions we've had today, the higher attrition rate that we've had, I don't think this result is going to tell the full story. I think if we would have started the season at Donington or something, for example, on a cold, grey April day, maybe would have had a slightly more competitive look at the front of the field. I think this has just been a real battle of attrition, and there are plenty of teams who will be looking to bounce back at the second round of the championship for sure.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, and yeah, I think we're in for another good season. And as you say, so many great teams in with a shout, and of course some driver lineups will change. We'll get guest drivers coming in at different points, maybe chasing the 10K. You're looking a bit puzzled there.
Oh, I'm doing maths, Richard. That's my maths face.
Okay.
Bear with me. I'll try to work out how likely it is that we're going to hit this distance record. I don't think it's quite going to happen. I think we could get to 240. The record's 241. So we're very, very close, but I think we're just short of it.
2 for 1, that sounds like a retail offer from somebody, doesn't it?
Yes, maybe from one of your other advertising scripts that you've been reading from recently. Yes.
2 for 1 offer from Funkup.
Now, that definitely is not an offer Paul Rose is willing to make. That much I will tell you for free. And it looks as though he's going to be spared having to pay any cash out at the end of the day. The 2517 Pacific car looked like they might be a threat earlier on.
How worried were they at Alton Park?
I imagine extremely worried. That was
it's a nice worry to have, though, isn't it? Because of the publicity.
Well, that's it. That's exactly what I was about to say. The publicity they gained out of that
and it carries on.
Yeah, if even one team has entered the championship because they tuned in at Alton Park to see how Jake Hill got on, and the other raft of quick drivers we had, that's probably earned Paul Rose almost as much.
Has that killed it, though? Someone like Jake Hill, who we know is, it was overdue a BTCC title.
Yeah, totally.
If he can't do it, does that put people off doing it?
No, because I think racing... I'm going to try and put this as delicately as I can. I think racing drivers' egos will tell them that they're better than Jake Hill and that they could win it.
Right, yeah.
You know, who is this Jake Hill fellow? He's only got one British Touring Car Championship. Stick Gordon Shedden in the car, see how he gets on. There will always be someone out there who believes that they are good enough to do it.
Has Shed's done these yet?
No, he has not. So
glad he's back this year. That's good news.
Very happy about that. Yeah, we needed someone exciting on the grid. Not that there aren't.
Shame about Turkington. Anyway, we're here for
it. Well, but then I believe he's going down more of an endurance racing route, and I don't believe he's ever raced in this before. So if he wants a career racing GT cars somewhere, maybe come and dabble in the Funkup for a round or two, Colin. The invite's there, I'm sure.
And the great thing about Colin Turkington, he's such an open, lovely guy. He would come in here with no pretension about what he would do and just come in and enjoy it. Lovely, lovely fella.
Well, there's a good chance you'll bump into him at some point this year because, of course, his son is now racing in Fiesta Juniors.
Yeah, we saw
BRSCC Championship.
last weekend, yeah.
So there's a chance they'll share the paddock with Funkup at some point. You can maybe put the relevant people in touch and who knows? Watch this space, everybody. Richard's on the case.
He did GT Cup, didn't he, the other week?
He did, yes, indeed. Yeah, I think that is probably the direction he's looking at going now, isn't it? Which makes more sense, I suppose.
And he loves his racing.
Yeah, absolutely.
He just loves his being out there and being around folk.
And okay, his son is racing, and to some extent he can live through that, but nothing quite matches getting out on track, and I don't think he's done with that. I really don't think he's done with racing himself. It's just maybe a pivot in a different direction. So yes.
There we go. So we've just invited half the touring car grid to come and have a go at Funkup.
Well, I'm sure half the touring car grid think they're better than Jake Hill. So money where your mouth is time, everyone. Get yourselves, we can put Paul Rose's phone number in the comments section on YouTube, and you can all get in touch.
And they should, because if Jake Hill can do it, if he can put his reputation on the line,
absolutely,
then the others should do it as well.
Could not agree with you more.
Got the fuel sorted out.
Yes. Well, let's see if they make it out of the pit lane this time. But the car looks to be running okay. Apparently, Colin Turkington, Jamie tells us, will be at 3 of our events this year, or at least Lewis will be anyway. You imagine Colin will be there to support him. Yep. Apparently, Jamie has already mentioned Funkup to him a few times, but we'll keep working on it.
For goodness sake, get out of the way.
Very good. Very good. Anyway.
Do you know what? Colin wouldn't even say that.
No, too nice.
He's
Far
too
too
nice,
gentlemanly. Yeah, couldn't agree more. Too nice to be a touring car driver, really, I would argue. But anyway. Right, moving on. We are not here to promote the British Touring Car Championship. There are 28 minutes left of the Funkup Endurance. I genuinely nearly forgot the championship's name. The Funkup Endurance Championship here at Brands Hatch. We have 27 seconds, the margin between the top two, and a further 18 seconds back to Axiometrics in third. There are Axiometrics in third position. They've been overtaken by the Demon Tweaks car, which has, who did I say? It was Jason, wasn't it? Jason Minshaw in that car. Oh, Axiometrics. Well, they could do with a safety car. They were nearly the cause of it there, as that flat-spotted tyre continues to cause them some troubles into Druid's Corner.
Top three's lead lap now, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, yes, I would imagine so. Where is Greenheath? There goes Olympian through Graham Hill. No, I think Greenheath actually have gained out of all of that. I think they're going into Clearways.
Are they still there?
Oh, no, that's not Greenheath. Greenheath, I think are at Druid, so yes, I think they've got a, I think they've got a lap down. Yep. So they, I think Jamie told us they took fuel at the pit stops, which of course, Olympian didn't they? So that's 3 cars on the lead lap. 246 has a misfire. Jamie tells us.
Do you have that as stats? How many cars on lead laps?
Sort of, because there was a race. Now I can't remember what year it was. It was at Snetterton, where. Hang on, bear with me on that, because yes, I don't think there's ever been one car. I think we had one car that was a lap ahead of second place, and then at the beginning of the last lap, let the second place car through, and it was a race at Snetterton. And I can get back to you in a moment. It was the biggest winning margin. In fact, that's an easy way to find it. It's the biggest winning margin in Funkup history, and it was in
Excel file sort.
Oh, second biggest winning margin. It was the Snetterton 200 circuit in 2014. A race.
Oh, right.
Yes, we only raced on it a couple of years, 2011 and 2014, I think, and it was generally agreed to be too short and too simple, basically.
Too boring,
basically. Even though the racing was better, but that was another, that 2014 race was another baking hot day. It was about 25 degrees. And again, we had the same thing halfway through. A third of the grid were gone because they were, Greenheath slow out of Graham Hill Bend, crabbing, are they, down the back straight? Or is it just going, no, it's just going slowly. Does that car have the power to get back to the pit lane? It's grinding to a halt, I think.
Oh, safety car.
Oh, well, it's a long way to go. They've got to go uphill now through Surtees. That car has stopped.
It's not going anywhere, is it?
That car has stopped. Greenheath from 4th place. We were just talking about them. They've just fallen off the lead lap. And that car has very, very little forward momentum at Surtees. Now, is he just waiting for a gap in the traffic to get across to the right-hand side of the road? I mean, I've got news for you. You're going to be waiting a while for that. And no, here is the gap, and the car still goes nowhere. This will be a safety car. Wow. So the trends are not being followed today. It looks as though we are going to have a sprint to the flag.
No record laps.
Definitely not if we get a safety. Oh, now, hang on, he's reversing. To be fair to him, he's trying his best to not be a nuisance here and get out of the way. It is generally the Funkup ethos, though, that if you are stationary at the side of the road, you will be recovered. The only way to do that is with a safety car. I don't think that's going to matter. I don't think he's got enough power in that car to get it anywhere. And now he's reversed onto the grass. There's more friction, and I just don't see him going anywhere. He can't roll back any further, and he doesn't appear to have any forward power. I just see no way that this isn't a safety car period. They need to get him out of there. They can't leave him at the side of the road indefinitely. And he won't really want to get out of the car until everyone else going past him is doing so at a reduced pace. So there's no movement from the safety car yet, but it has a sense of inevitability about it, surely.
I think it does. I'm just thinking this moves FFS up into 4th. It's going to be their highest finish. They joined us last year, didn't they?
Safety car is scrambled, Richard. Yep. Wow. Yes, no, you're right. You're right. That's a good result for them.
Yeah, 10th on the debut. 15, 15, 13. For FFS.
Right, okay.
So Thompson's going to be happy.
Yeah, their best finish perhaps incoming.
And again, you move close to the front.
Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden you start to find a little bit more. I mean, they found some pace anyway, I think, over the winter. This, by the way, is an overheating and I suspect leaking 210 car based on the fluid that's been drenched down the back of the car. George Grant looking on with interest.
Can I tell you the story about someone taking a car into George's garage to be repaired, called Richard, and he thought it was me, so he did it for nothing, and it wasn't me. Sincerely, that story. I can't remember. I spoke to him, he said, was the repair all right? I said, what repair was that, George?
Brilliant.
So there's the trick for you. If you're in South London and you need a poor George, I felt like I owed him, even though it wasn't, it was really lovely of him to.
There must be more than one Richard in the southeast of the country, surely.
Someone's gone and said, hi, it's Richard here. To get my car fixed.
Brilliant.
I mean, I'd never ask for a freebie anyway, but.
No.
Poor Isaac.
Remarkable. Wow. No, I didn't know. You've not told me that story. I'm glad you have. That's very funny. Right. Well.
So where are UVO?
Where are UVO indeed? Well, they're quite a long way back, is the answer. There they are.
Not really helped them, has it?
No, not really, unfortunately. We need Michael Massey to intervene here and have all the lapped cars moved out of the way. I don't think Julian Floyd will go that far to spice the show up. Not that this was to spice the show up. It was clearly necessary. With the Greenheath car at the side of it. I don't think this will be a lengthy safety car period because it's only going to need a tow and they will take it into the rear entrance of the paddock. So I know we're looking at lining up highlights. Depends rather on how many highlights we've got lined up because I think this will only be a couple of minutes of safety car. But we are going to take a look back at a few of the things that have happened today. Plenty of them there have been. The Sherrodise car, one of many potential race-winning cars that fell by the wayside earlier on, but they were pretty feisty in the early stages. UVO had to start 20th on the grid, but they came carving their way through the order, made much better initial progress than the current race leaders, Olympian GRD. But the Sherrodise car and the UVO car among those moving forwards early on, as was the 249 Demon Tweaks machine. Michael Lyons in for the opening stint. He told me pre-race he was relishing the idea of starting midfield, or back of the field really, 19th on the grid in his Funkup debut. But that car was looking really racy, as was the Greenheath machine that has just brought about a late safety car period. Axiometric spent a good portion of this race in the lead, but were eventually overtaken by UVO, who broke through to the front in the first part of the race. All of this whilst Olympian GRD were slowly moving their way forward from the back of the grid. Race Logic have had a couple of penalties and now an issue with the fuel system. They also... Olympia GRD were getting involved in some side-to-side shenanigans with PLR and the EDF Vape Club car of Ted Bradbury, which then exacted its revenge a couple of laps later by eventually nipping back up the inside of Olympian. Greenheath were doing battle and were well inside the top five until this issue that befell them and has brought about, as I said, this safety car in the closing stages. GCI needed a push after one of their pit stops, an accident in testing, didn't get their weekend and season off to the best of starts. Olympian, after the halfway point, started to move forward though. Once they plugged in Riley Phillips, that car was on the move, nipping up the inside of the Axiometrics car there to take what was, I think at the time, second place, but would eventually become the lead. UVO also got past Axiometrics fairly recently to move into second position before a safety car came out for the Greenheath machine, which is stopped at the side of the road with a snapped throttle cable, we're hearing that the cause of this most recent safety car. Field very slowly coming to the line. The safety car is in, but Riley Phillips, for some reason, leaving it right to the last second to accelerate. So a really bunched up restart. That, I would have thought, would have favoured UVO rather than if Riley had gone early. That would have spread the field more, I would have thought. I was worried for a second there was an issue with the Olympian GRD car, but he does get up to speed. 4 seconds, the lead margin. But more importantly, Richard, a lot of traffic standing between Fabulous Randaccio and the race leader.
It's very much an uphill task, isn't it, now for the UVO Hoffman's car in P2. And there it is, busy shadowing the 200 car. The Team FFS car, which is, as I say, going to post its best result. Axiometrics, by the way, on for there. Better than anything they did last year.
Yes.
Which is, yeah, there's going to be some real positives for many teams taken out of this weekend, or today.
Yeah, I agree. I think that will be their best result with this particular lineup of drivers as well for Axiometrics. They have won races in the past, but with different drivers on board. That car used to be the Enduro Motorsport car, which was the Morgan Tilbrook and Marcus Clubman machine for a good number of years. Right, there is the UVO car. They were 4 seconds off the lead. They are 4.4, so they didn't lose a lot of time on that lap, to be fair, which, considering the traffic they were having to deal with was pretty impressive. There is Olympian. They've got that GCI car not far behind them, 257 as well. This is the problem, though. Lots of quick cars at the front of the queue that UVO will have to try and pick their way through.
Yeah, loads of work to do, and that is, we were saying it earlier on, weren't we? The cars that were unlapping themselves are trying to undo any work they might have to do later on. The more cars you've got between you and chasers, the more work there is to do, and it's panned out pretty well for Olympian GRD at the moment. And the gap, if anything, with the traffic's going to go out.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? Although Fabulous is doing a decent job through the traffic so far, and a better job than the Axiometrics car. There is the Axiometrics car, 3rd position. And that gap is going out because Axiometrics just aren't making the progress through the traffic they'd like. Race Logic there to the inside of the 62 Balf Motorsport machine and bringing with them UVO. Well, if there's one thing we can guarantee is that Fabulous Randaccio will give this a good go. And in fairness, he's not hemorrhaging time to the leader. Maybe if he got into clean air, he might have an answer for the Race Logic. Really good driving there, moving right out of the way.
Spot on stuff, absolutely brilliant from Race Logic. Just giving the space, and the chasing car, 2nd position car, UVO Hoffman's Fabulous Randaccio makes it very neatly through. We'll see what the gap is going to be. 4.5 on the last lap. Olympian GRD still out front, and you can see now a little bit of clear space. So this is going to be good for the chaser to try and work its way through. Through goes GCI, and it's just the one car now between the pair of them. This could be an exciting last couple of laps.
Yeah, well, Fabulous is giving this his best, isn't he? This is going to be an interesting lap, this one coming up now, whether or not in clean air he will be able to overhaul the leader. Again, only dropped a 1/10 of a second or so that time. So Riley's pace is okay. It's not amazing. He's doing sort of low 56s, but he was doing 55s earlier on. And the track conditions, I'd say, are slightly cooler now. So let's see what Fabulous has got in clean air. He's got 16 and a bit minutes to try and bridge this gap. But as you quite rightly said, Richard, only one car between them. That one car is the GCI machine, which is dropping away from the leader. But there, the leading 2 cars in the same shot. And if you give UVO Hoffman's Motorsport half a chance at a race win, they will not leave anything on the table. They are going to go for this for sure.
They really will. And 15 minutes is a long time. We're into sprint race territory now, so things can change side by side here as PLR takes to the outside again.
Oh my word, and side-to-side contact, definitely. Well, they say safety cars can breed safety cars, especially when they're at the end of the race and drivers have got their dander up. That's 200 and 257 getting their elbows out. 200 is Johnny Bolam. 257 is Sam Gibson, so perhaps not that much of a surprise that it got a bit feisty between the two of them. And as they head now uphill towards Druids Corner, it still hasn't really sorted itself out. The 246 car now getting involved. That'll be Ted, will it not, in that car? Yes, Ted Bradbury. This little group of cars has got fireworks written all over it, hasn't it?
It has, and yeah, another safety car is not out of the question.
No, definitely not. That, by the way, was a change for 6th, I think. Red River Sport back ahead of Vape Club, or maybe Bradbury is closing in on Red River Sport 4-6th. Anyway, those two, 200 and 246, are... Oh, but they're a lap apart. But they are 6th and 7th. But they are a full lap apart. Red River Sport and Team Pacific are battling over 5th place. I think that might have been what changed. Yes, it was. Red River Sport have got themselves up ahead of Team Pacific to get into the top 5. That's a bit of a shame for Team Pacific, but they might yet be able to get that back. 257 being driven, as I said, by Sam Gibson. And that little side-to-side contact that they had with the Red River, with the, yeah, it was Red River Sport, was for position. Here comes the 257 car back up the inside of Ted Bradbury. The Gulf liveried car is the one they're chasing for a top 5, and I don't think they've given up their hopes of getting back into the top 5 here.
No, and of course it's all the extra point that might count at the end of the year.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We've seen championships decided by a point before in the Funkup. Lead gap out by another 1/10 of a second that time, so... Yeah, Fabulous is capable of matching Riley Phillips, but not eclipsing his pace. That's the only thing. Big lunge up the inside. The Axiometrics car actually losing ground in the traffic now to some of the quick drivers coming through. That's 220. That is Team FFS, who are in 4th place, unlapping themselves from the 3rd placed car. That wasn't for position, but they are now on the same lap as Axiometrics. As here for 5th position goes Team Pacific, and Sam Gibson back to the inside and moves back into the top 5, although he's overcooked it slightly. Through comes Johnny Bolam back to the inside. Brilliant racing.
Yeah, classic, wasn't it, that, with Pacific just losing out there. Yeah, classic repass, really.
Classic Funkup, really, as Johnny Molam got stuck in. Lead gap down by 0.3 that time, by the way, so nothing too alarming yet for Olympian GRD, but Fabulous is quicker right now than Riley Phillips. Just don't know whether he's going to have enough time with 13 minutes to go to bridge that gap. At the moment, though, attention attracted quite rightly by this fight for the top 5. As Red River Sports, Johnny Molam and Team Pacific Sam Gibson go toe-to-toe. They are going to be nose-to-tail again pretty much, I think, this time out onto the main straight. They're just at the front of this group. There is your third-place car, Axiometrics. Continuing on its way, but this is the fight. Johnny Molam this time with the defending to do once again. Now, can Gibson get the car stopped this time? He's going to try the same move to the inside line, slightly earlier on the brakes than he was a lap ago. And does he park the car on the apex? Sort of. Molam can't get the switch back, and Gibson back into 5th place.
Yeah, good fun this, isn't it?
Yeah, this is good.
This is what you want. And this is what you miss in a lot of faster formulas, ones that keep on developing and moving, you know, faster and faster. You lose the ability to overtake and jostle. That's what you see here.
And very often, particularly at the higher levels of motorsport, you see driver A overtake driver B because driver A is quicker and then disappear into the distance. The great thing about Funkup is once you're overtaken, the battle's not over. You can overtake again at the very next straight, and that's how these cars are designed to race. So it's not a done deal. It's not like one of those DRS passes in Formula 1 where it's an easy pass and then the quicker driver just sort of disappears up the road. Here, you've got to work for your overtakes, and even when you have got the overtake made, you've still got some more work to do to consolidate the situation. The leader is exiting Druid's corner, by the way. Now, on the previous lap, Fabulous Randaccio was 0.3 slower, but he was overtaking GCI on that lap. Now they're both in clean air. And it's not beyond the realms of possibility, of course, that Riley might catch some traffic before the end of the race. So, could be interesting. Johnny Molam, meanwhile, back ahead of Team Pacific now. It changes by the lap.
You're talking about DRS, you know, I can guarantee last year I watched more Funkup racing than Formula 1.
Yes. No, and with good reason.
Yeah.
And we had more overtaking in Funkup than Formula 1.
Absolutely.
Without any DRS gimmicks or tyre strategies or anything like that. Just good, hard, proper racing. Exactly as it should be. And there are plenty of other championships, I mean, honestly, all joking aside, that I think could learn from the Funkup philosophy of, you know, don't make the cars super aerodynamic, make them unaerodynamic so that you can actually get the slipstream, case in point, and not too much downforce so you can follow each other closely through the corners. Back through goes Gibson. We've seen this movie before, though, and Johnny Molam knows exactly how to retaliate to this. He gets a better drive out of Paddock Hill Bend, nips to the inside into Druids, but Sam Gibson shuts the door on him on this occasion. As they round the tight right-hander at the top of the hill. They've got PLR joining in now, but PLR back in the top 10 now, albeit 7 laps down. That says it all, doesn't it, really? It's very rare in Funkup that the 10th place car would be 7 laps adrift of the race lead, but such has been the attrition rate today. That is exactly the case.
Ted Bradbury in the mix as well, one of the drivers that I didn't mention in that, you know, top 6 drivers coming into the last stint. So, you know, the quality is right the way down the order.
No, absolutely. Absolutely so. He's in 7th place, sadly a full lap behind the next car. In fact, looking up and down, this really is quite remarkable. There are only, I think, about 2 or 3 genuine battles for position going on in the closing stages, which is almost unheard of. Fabulous took half a second out of Riley that time. Oh, I think Riley got stuck behind the Team Summers car. Fabulous is going to negotiate down the Cooper Straight this time. Greenheath have been in and out of the pit lane again. So they're back on their way.
There was no slowing Fabulous there at all. It was off camera, but he took a very, very quick line. He timed that to perfection. Very quick line through Graham Hill Bend, and then on through the inside on the back marker. Yeah,
that was the Team Summers car of Darren Brown. There is Fabulous Randaccio. What's the gap going to be this time? We've got 9 minutes to go. 4.2 it was. This time by, it's a 56.4 for the leader, 56.6 for Fabulous. He was delayed slightly with that back marker. Not as much as Riley had been on the previous lap, in fairness, but I just don't see him getting there. He would need Riley to really start tripping over some back markers, and it's not going to happen. He's got empty racetrack, I think, from here to the checkered flag now, the race leader. So, bit of a shame they had so many cars between them on the restart, because I actually believe Fabulous is a bit quicker right now, unless, of course, Riley is just managing the pace to the flag, which is a possibility.
Could well be. What's the record in terms of most consecutive championships for the team?
3 or 4, I think, and it would have been... Oh, now you're asking. Race Logic won 3, I think, in a row. Did anyone win more than that? Well, Uvio won a couple in a row. I think 3 is the record, but I would have to go back and check right back to the early days. Who was, because back then you would have had, let me have a look. Honeywell, I think, won it in 2011. 2012 was Eco Racing. Then it was Race Logic 13, 14. But then I think Uvio 15. Yeah, I think maybe 2 even. I don't think anyone's won more than that. Olympia and GRD are certainly positioning themselves, aren't they, to beat whatever record there's been. But that's very much what I've seen over the years. You get these periods of dominance where one team wins everything for a couple of years, but then there's always another team lurking round the corner that comes in. It could be a group of drivers who haven't even entered Funkup yet, and they come along and they give it a go, and they think, oh, this is quite good. We could do things in this, and then they come back for a full season, and all of a sudden you've got a new pace setter in the championship. So, yeah, rare for one team to dominate for more than a couple of years at a time, certainly. The Greenheath car back out now. I think I mentioned that. So they've sorted out there whatever the issue was. Olympian GRD look as though they've got this more or less covered now. 4.7 seconds the lead.
Still not huge though, is it really?
No, it's one stumble, isn't it, that could come. Close enough that if they made a mistake, they would certainly be feeling the pressure. But
I've not seen that from Riley while I've been watching him race, to be honest. So.
I can't remember ever seeing him make a mistake, I'll be completely honest. He's just not that kind of driver, is he? So I'd be very, very surprised if that were to happen, but you never know. And of course, might be something out of his control. The car has been through it in this race, all of them have. We've seen a high attrition level from some very experienced teams. Not that we'd wish this on him, but you will never, ever relax in this situation. FFS, by the way, have picked up a warning flag for exceeding track limits. So they'll have to be on their best behaviour for the final few minutes of racing, as here the 249 and the 220 car do battle. Not for position, but that is the FFS car that's being warned about track limits, the blue, white and green machine. Having a nibble there at the Demon Tweaks car through Paddock Hill Bend. But this is a battle they don't really need to be having, especially if they're on a last warning for exceeding track limits.
But that's why they've come, to have a little bit of a play out on track. And FFS, maybe you might think being a little bit more circumspect about getting their best result. One place away from a podium, that's going to come in the next couple of rounds, isn't it now?
You would imagine so. You would imagine so. They're quick enough, I think, aren't they? It's a good driver lineup in that car. The Thompsons, Arian Lewis, and would not be surprised to see them on the podium, perhaps even challenging for a race win as the season goes on. We are almost into the final 5 minutes of this 4-hour season opener for the Funkup Endurance Championship. Team Olympian GRD are 5 seconds to the good now. I think Fabulous has not given up, that's the wrong choice of words, but I think he's going to have to almost admit defeat now. Olympian and Uvio, though, setting their stalls out as the title favourites, and I am absolutely here for another championship battle between these two. It was thoroughly entertaining last season. And if we get more of the same in 2025, which it seems we will, then we're in for a treat.
Are you here for all the rounds?
No, a couple I'm missing, I think, but most of them.
That's good.
A couple of GT clashes, I think. But not missing as many this year. I need to tally up how many of these races I've done, because I think it's getting on for 80 odd now, I think. I was keeping track a while ago, and then life got in the way and I lost track, but definitely in excess of 70, I would say. And still enjoying it just as much as I was back in the very first one in 2012 that I covered at Alton Park. When actually I was doing Jamie's job that day. I was there as a bit of work experience at Alton Park, trying to get my foot in the door. And Mike Cookson, you probably know Mike Cookson from Alton Park, sent me down into the pit lane to go and ask some questions. It just so happened it was a Funkup race, and had it been anything else, I might never have fallen in with the championship. And
And Ben Evans always says to me, when you get that first opportunity, you've got to deliver.
Yes.
And obviously you did.
Either that, or they had a shortage of commentators the next season.
No, believe you me, you would not have been invited back if you hadn't done the job. But.
Well, Mike said at the end of the day, "Oh, you seem to know what you're talking about. We'll have you back next year." So that was.
But I know you've always been keen, because I met you when you were a youngster.
Yes.
At Rockingham that time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's perhaps even earlier than that. I think 2010 maybe. Back, I can never remember the driver's name, but my stepdad had a company that was involved with another company that was sponsoring a Ginetto, some tenuous link, and it was.
I think you remember you being told it was Stephen Tilsley or
Stephen Tilsley, that's the one. Yes, he invited us as guests in 2010, and you came into the awning, and yeah, it was our first meeting. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought?
There we go.
Here we are, all these years later.
Ivy Tilsley, as we used to call him on
That's
TV.
right. That's right. I knew there was a Coronation Street link. It was Coronation Street, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
I knew there was a link there somewhere in there. I forget now what the company was. You had a pun about the name of the team as well. It was an orange, bright orange car. Anyway, look back through the record books and figure that out. It's not relevant right now, but you'll forgive us for going down memory lane, because the race actually, for once, we have the chance to do so in the final few minutes of a Funkup race, because it looks as though more or less most of the battles are settled now, with the possible exception of this fifth place scrap, Team Pacific and Red River Sport. Red River Sport 1 second adrift now, though, so Johnny Molam has been dropped a little bit by Sam Gibson. Where are they on track? They are, I think, just going through Paddock Hill Bend now. As Olympian GRD negotiates Druids. Big dive up the inside for the FFS car. And as long as they don't run wide on the exit, they should get that move made on the 249 Demon Tweaks machine, which is in 14th place at the moment. Olympian, of course, also worth pointing out, on course for a Masters victory as well. As the last lap board is readied. Not just yet, though. We've got a couple of minutes left of the race. But yes, Masters and overall honours looking likely to go to Olympian GRD. They're setting out, well, exactly as they would have liked to in this first round of the championship. 2 more laps to go.
Across the line they go. Yeah, it's been a good, and it's passed quickly for me.
Yes.
The 4 hours.
Yeah, very so. Very much so.
Another good event. We've still got, remember, a Mazda race to come, so make sure you stay with us before we conclude our Fun Cup race day. But yeah, great way for the champions to start. I'm guessing, I missed the grid, but as former champions or current champions started at the back.
Yeah, absolutely. So they started absolutely last.
And they'll do the same. They've got to start at the back at Alton Park now as well.
Done it before, haven't they? They've got that figured out. Although Alton is one of the harder tracks to do that at, because it's quite difficult to work your way through the pack, and we're expecting quite a few more cars out for Alton as well. So that could be a bit more of a challenge for them. But yeah, they've driven superbly. They are about to start their 239th and final lap. So even with that extra safety car, we're only going to end up a couple of laps shy of the Brands Hatch distance record, that is. And so yeah, for a 4-hour race, this is about as long as we've travelled, and I think we'll probably see a few of those records broken later this year, with this new tyre proving to be a little bit faster. If we get some clean safety car free races, then we could see some distance records being broken. But right now, the only thing Olympian GRD are interested in is getting the car home to the flag. They are 3.5 seconds clear of the UVO Hoffman's Motorsport machine. The gap has, I think, been allowed to come down slightly over the last few laps. As Riley Phillips very much just sort of coaxes the car home. They are going to have to lap the Team Summers car, I think, which is going to be the last little hurdle that they have to jump into the final quarter of the race as well. Riley Phillips, I think, would do well here just to settle in behind, which in fairness he does. Nips to the inside now at the apex and heads for home. For Olympian GRD, well, they've got the number 1 on their car for a reason. It is going to be a dream start to their 2025 campaign as they once again try to defend the championship. They begin so with a race victory at Brands Hatch. Christopher, Simon Rudd and Riley Phillips, your winners in the season opener. 2.8 seconds in the end was the winning margin. And it was UVO, Hoffman's Motorsport, who came home in second position. And Axiometrics will eventually cross the line in third. And that's good to see. Christopher there celebrating with Simon Rudd and Farkini Diot, who is there to congratulate them in their victory. We'll get you next time, thinks Farkini. And he will head back now to meet with Fabulous when he brings the car back into the pit lane. 2.8 seconds the winning margin, far from being the closest Brands Hatch finish. That came in 2016, just under 0.2 of a second. In fact, 2.8 seconds, just out of interest, would be the 33rd closest finish in Funkup history. There are not many endurance championships that you could say that about. 2.8 seconds normally would be considered very, very close indeed. It is Olympian GRD, though, who by 2.8 seconds were victorious in the opening round of the championship here at Brands Hatch. It is UVO Hoffman's Motorsport who came home in second position, Axiometrics in third, with Team FFS and Team Pacific completing the top 5. Red River Sport was sixth, ahead of Vape Club with EDF Motorsport. Belf Motorsport, Fast Track and PLR Racing complete the top 10, but all of these cars multiple laps down in what was a strangely attritional race here at Brands Hatch. Renault Racing on their debut were 11th, ahead of Greenheath, Burt and Demon Tweaks in 14th. That's the Demon Tweaks 249 car, the red and yellow one. Then Team Summers were 15th, GCI Racing 16th, Race Logic 17th, ahead of Seed Data, but again, all of these cars multiple laps down. Seed Data were the last car still running, I believe, at the flag. Clapham North, Sherrodize UK, Demon Tweaks 2, Race Ventura, who were in the barriers very early on, and Signature RV, all sadly failing to make it to the checkered flag. Right then, lots to discuss after that race, and the man to do the discussing is Jamie Peters-Ennis. Let's head down to him now with our race winners.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, I'm down with Olympian GRD, and Chris, you've done it again. You took your time at the start. In fact, you stayed pretty much towards the back for the first sort of 5-10 minutes because you didn't want to get involved in silly incidents.
Yeah, we thought there was going to be a lot more carnage in the first few laps, and so we wanted to give it space and just be able to pick our way through. As always, we try and stay clean, try and stay out of any trouble. And to be honest, there was a lot less trouble today than I thought with all the new guys, new racers, first of the season. But I brought the car home clean and then gave it to Simon and Riley, and they did their normal job.
That's it. I mean, it got a bit physical in one of your stints. It was pretty busy out there, but nevertheless, you just chipped away at it and you got the end result.
Yeah, I think it was the second stint because my job was try to just get as far forward as possible to make sure we stay on the lead lap, and then I came across I think the Vape Club car and PLR, and it was right on the pit window as well, and I was thinking, God, please leave me out there for a little bit. And it was real, like, good, close racing, clean as well. So it was good fun, actually. But yeah, I think, Chris did a mega job in the first stint. We got him out in the third stint. And if we can have myself and Riley in the last part of the race, we've always got a good chance.
Alton Park next, potentially more cars, but it's another strong circuit for you.
Yeah, I can't think of a weak circuit for us nowadays. No, they're all there. They all count towards the points. We'll be back at Alton. Alton's a great flowing circuit. I love it. Simon loves it. Riley loves it. So yeah, we've got every chance. We're starting at the back again, which makes it interesting. But yeah, we'll be in the fight.
You'll be keeping an eye on that entry list online, won't you?
Oh, I think, yeah, for sure. But I'm hoping, I would love to see the entries back to 30 plus. I haven't raced in many Fun Cup, but I did do a few with 32, 33 cars, and it's epic when it gets like that.
All right, well, go and celebrate, and we'll catch up later on. Thanks a lot. That's Chris DeVal and Simon Rudd from Olympian GRD, our winners of the opening round of the 2025 Fun Cup Endurance Championship. We are going to be streaming the presentation, but for now, what I'm going to be doing will be passing the baton back over to Richard John Neal, who will take you through the next race, and then it'll be back over to me at the end of the day. But back to the commentary box and Andy McEwen.
So 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th coming into red gate corner. And also at the tail end of this group, you've got the red PLR racing car. On board then with Farkini coming out of Hollywood down the infamous Crater Curves. And look how close they are, they almost touch. Absolutely flat out down the hill. But brave stuff this from Farkini down the inside. Terrific move. They gave each other just enough room.
I think it's the camaraderie and then also the close racing. There's some fantastic drivers out there. Very fair, you know, they'll leave enough room. But there's some really quick guys, you know, you get a lot of seat time, pound per minute, it's cheaper than pretty much any other series I've looked at. And then everyone's so helpful, you know, the top teams are giving you their data and supporting you, getting you up to speed. So the level for club racing is as good as it gets.
I've got clients that described it as a 4-hour sprint race.
It's fun, it's intense, it's friendly.
It's just mega racing, mega close racing.
Lots and lots of people taking part in it, good atmosphere, yeah, generally great fun.
It is some of the closest racing I've done, but also, you know, everyone is very friendly.
Just an amazing atmosphere, whether it be on track or off track as well. So yeah, can't recommend it enough.
Welcome back to Brands Hatch, everybody. Final race of the day is upon us, and it is back to sprint racing now. The to give it its full title, Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship, who had their first race earlier on in the day. A very entertaining race it was. It was won by Jack Warry by only a quarter of a second over Jake Pace. Johnny Greensmith came home in third position with Paul Simard and Will Bream completing the top 5. But it was a race that was red flagged after a couple of notable incidents, really. The first of those was Adam Lawrence being somehow pitched into the pit wall at the, not actually at the start of the race, we were a couple of laps in, or I think he was coming on to his second lap of racing, and then just as the red flags were thrown for that incident, there was then a collision between Jordan Pimbley and Del Pace up at the final corner, who were contesting the race lead coming to the end of lap number 2. Jordan Pimbley went for a move, got into the back of Del Pace, and they both ended up in the gravel trap, but they both luckily were able to take the restart and finished inside the top dozen, and that therefore is where they'll be starting for race number 2, with Jack Warry on pole and Jake Pace alongside in this grid based upon the finishing result from race number 1. Johnny Greensmith and Paul Simard will be on row 2, with Will Bream and Jamie Turner completing the top half dozen. Row 4, Austin Pegg and Kevin Bird, with Christian Dan and Matt Flowers next. Del Pace will start from 11th on the grid, and Matt Crozier from 12th. Then it's Oscar Trapes and Liam Cochrane, with Tom Cannon and Tom Greenwood together on row 8. Row 9 for Mustafa Sayed and Andy Strate, with Ben Hoy, whose car didn't want to get going on the initial start of the race, sharing the 10th row with Andrew Gilligan. Jordan Pimbley will start 21st. Now, Jordan Pimbley should have started 11th. He's been given a 10-place grid drop for the collision that he had with Del Pace earlier on in the day. So he will therefore have Nick Ledoyen for company, and he'll have a lot more work to do than he perhaps originally planned. David Scalia and Chris Winstanley are next on the 12th row. 13th row, Simon Privet and Kurt Anscombe, with Stephen Davis and Leah Jacobs on row 14. 15th row for Ted Bradbury, if he's out there. Anyway, he had some issues with his car earlier on. Ted, I'm going to say fresh out of the Funkup race. I don't know how fresh you can be after taking part in a 4-hour endurance race, but anyway, he's due to start from 29th alongside Martin Tolley, whose car had issues in race 1. Adam Lawrence may or may not be at the back of the grid. I do see a purple car behind Martin Tolley. If that is Adam Lawrence's car, that is a mammoth effort by the team, because that car was in a pretty bad way after its meeting with the pit wall earlier on this afternoon. So the cars are released onto their green flag lap then, at the end of which they'll line up for 15 minutes of racing. And Jack Warry, as I said, with Del Pace, with the Jake Pace alongside him. But keep an eye on Del Pace, the 128, and there, the black and yellow car weaving around mid-grid. That is Jordan Pimbley, who qualified on pole initially for the race earlier on today. He is championship leader after the season opener at Silverstone. Was the championship leader anyway, and now looking to try and get things back on track, but from 21st on the grid, that will be no easy challenge. There is a car heading for the pit lane. It's someone towards the back of the, towards the back of the top 20 maybe. Didn't quite see a number from that angle, but whoever it is, looking into the pit lane before the race starts. We've had a couple of people having to do that over the course of the day. There, I think, is Ted Bradbury. So Bradbury looks like he's out there just ahead of Martin Tolley. And yes, that is the 73 of Adam Lawrence at the back of the grid. Great work by the team to get that car race ready again. Hopefully it runs trouble-free for 15-minute duration. So, once the back few rows of the grid have been brought into place, we'll get a race start. This also gives us an opportunity to spot the gap on the grid and figure out exactly who it is that's missing. I think 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 8th row is where the gap is. That's Tom Cannon, who was supposed to be starting 15th, who I don't think is there. So Tom Cannon's car, I reckon it is, with the bonnet up in the pit lane. And team going to work to try and rectify the issue. Is it the number 25? Yes, it is. Number 25 of Tom Cannon. So Tom Cannon is unfortunately not going to take the start from the grid. He can do nothing but sit there and wait whilst the team go to work. The rest of them are sitting and waiting also, but they're waiting for that red light to go out. Once it does, we'll be away and racing for 15 minutes. Off they go. Wheel spin there by the looks of it from Jack Worry. Yes, it was. It's a good start made by Greensmith, actually. Johnny Greensmith in the number 1 car there from 3rd on the grid has found himself to the outside into Paddock Hill Bend. Is he going to go for the race lead? He's going to try it. Might have to settle for 2nd, though. It looks as though Jack Worry has managed to hang on with Jake Pace in 2nd spot. Up the hill they go. Greensmith desperately late on the brakes on the outside line. We'll try and convert that into the inside line at Graham Hill Bend. Doesn't need it. He's got 2nd place already. Look at Pimley. Jordan Pimley's in the top 10 already, driving like a man possessed. He just went up the inside of 2 cars at Graham Hill Bend. Jordan Pimley is in 7th place from 21st on the grid. That is outrageous. Jordan Pimley, did he jump the start? I hope not. I hope that was a legal start, because that is one of the best opening laps I have ever seen, and that more than makes up, I think, for the incident that he had with Del Pace in race 1, for which he was absolutely mortified, by the way. I've heard it on good authority that he went and found Del straight away. He was really upset about the collision. Del apparently was absolutely fine with him anyway, but Jordan Pimley driving with a bit between his teeth. Look, 7th place. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Jordan Pimley's ahead of Del Pace. Del Pace is only 10th now, so he's already dispatched of Del. The lead battle, meanwhile, is absolutely on. Johnny Greensmith up the inside of Jack Worry, gets it all locked up, but somehow gets the car stopped at Druids and goes to the lead of the race. Jake Pace now pulling up alongside Worry as well, and the two who shared the front row are side by side once again into Graham Hill Bend, with Jack Worry just about hanging onto the place. We've taken our eyes off him for all of 20 seconds, which means Jordan Pimley has overtaken someone else, Kevin Bird, his latest victim. At this rate, Pimley will be in the lead before much longer. There he goes, the black and yellow 500 car on an absolute mission. He's got a good view of Jamie Turner there, having a nibble at the inside of Will Bream. That didn't quite work, but it might yield an opportunity now for Jordan to have a go down the main straight. Across the line we go then at the end of a frenetic 2nd lap of racing. It is Johnny Greensmith now to the lead of the race, and Jack Worry busy defending from Jake Pace for 2nd position. Jake sees a gap to the inside, goes for it, snatches a break, can't quite get the move made. Behind them, Jordan Pimley's going around the outside of Jamie Turner, because of course he is. It doesn't seem that he can be stopped, although there's contact heading up the hill once, twice. Turner locks up, he's going to clatter into the side of Pimley nearly. Jordan avoided him, but that has now cost Pimley a few of the positions that he had previously gained, and annoyingly, doubly annoyingly, he's still behind Jamie Turner. He's to the inside of Turner now into Graham Hill Bend, and Jamie closes the door again. Pimley is getting a bit hot-headed here, just needs to take a breath. You've got the pace to win this race potentially, Jordan. You just need to keep your cool and not get tangled up with anyone. That was very near disaster for both of them, but thankfully they're both still in the race. Pimley coming through with a car to his outside. That's the number 20 car of Christian Dan who's gone through. So all of a sudden, Pimley losing positions. I wonder whether maybe that damage has knocked the tracking or the steering out. I hope not. The smoke coming from the car behind him. That's Paul Simard. Paul Simard, who was the rookie class winner in the race earlier on today. A little bit further down the order so far in race number 2. Jake Pace there around the outside of Jack Worry. That was for 2nd position, so we've had a change for 2nd spot. As further back, there's also a bit of battling going on, I think, for 5th position between Kevin Bird and Austin Pegg. They've swapped positions, so Austin Pegg actually getting ahead of Kevin Bird there for the rookie class lead as well. There's Pimley on the tail of Christian Dan as they head down the Cooper Straight. But the race leaders are at Clearways, and again it is second place where the entertainment is. This is exactly what Johnny Greensmith wants to see in his mirrors. Johnny was on the 3rd step of the podium earlier on today, but he's in the lead and would rather like to see the 2 behind him dropping further back. Pimley on the comeback trail now, back into the top 10 ahead of Christian Dan, but of course all of those places he gained at the start of the race, it's a lot harder to regain them now that the field has strung out a little bit. Not strung out massively, but Jordan Pimley has a bit of empty track now to drive into before he closes in on former BMW Compact Cup frontrunner Matt Flowers. 41 coming through the shot is Oscar Trapesse, and Oscar, another one of the rookie drivers in that new for 2025 rookie category. Rookie trophy, as it's officially called. Oh, contact out of Graham Hill Bend, and cars bouncing down the grass. What was that all about? Someone slowed, I think, and was rear-ended coming out of Graham Hill. The car is still going slowly. Can't see the number. Is that Trapesse? No, it's not Trapesse. It's 52, which is the one going slowly. And that car will do its best to get out of the way. That's Paul Simard. So Simard, who started on the 2nd row, unfortunately, his car really lost pace there all of a sudden. Oh, and it's stuck at the side of the road. It's got no forward drive at all, and that's going to require a safety car if it's parking there. Not good news if you are Jordan Pimley trying to move your way through the order. Pimley has caught Matt Flowers, by the way, and in fact has gone past Matt Flowers, I can see out of the window. So Jordan Pimley's 9th, but needs every lap available to him here, really, if he's going to have a chance of getting up there and challenging for a really good result. They're heading towards Surtees now, where the car is still parked. So hopefully they get the memo about the yellow flag when they come through this time around. Surely the safety car will be out imminently. As Chris Winstanley going through Druids, and yes, the safety car is scrambled. So safety car out, not a huge surprise that. And Johnny Greensmith gets a chance to catch his breath, but well, what an eventful opening 6 minutes of racing that was. Oh, Jake Pace is the leader, actually. Jake Pace has got ahead of Johnny Greensmith somewhere. Didn't spot that. So Pace to the lead, Greensmith 2nd, Worry 3rd, Will Bream, Austin Pegg, and Del Pace the top 6. So Del Pace has crept his way back into this now. Then Kevin Bird, Jamie Turner, and Jordan Pimley, who's got the fastest lap. That's not a huge shock, is it? And Matt Flowers completing the top 10. Johnny Greensmith is the Masters leader. 2nd of the Masters is Del Pace, but he's also a rookie. So he is the Masters rookie class leader. There are far too many classes to go through. I'll go through the class leaders. Greensmith leads the Masters. Pace leads the Masters rookies. Austin Pegg leads the rookies. Oh, that's it. Yeah, all 4 classes. A couple of guest drivers in there, of course, Ted Bradbury being one of them. Now, Ted has come through from the back of the grid to 12th, which is pretty good going. The safety car might benefit him a little bit. Although, as I said, with Pimley, really, you kind of think a safety car will help because it bunches everyone together. But in a category like this, where they're already bunched together, it doesn't really help. It actually just takes away racing time that those drivers could have used to get a few more overtakes made. This Paul Simard car is requiring a lift by the looks of it, not a tow. So that's going to just prolong the safety car period a little bit more. But hopefully we'll have a resumption of racing, probably with about 5 minutes or so to go, you would imagine. There's Jordan Pimley pulling out of line, possibly to have a chat with Jamie Turner, those two having tangled a little bit earlier on. And it was hard to tell, really, what exactly happened. They just kind of leant on each other, I think, coming out of Paddock Hill Bend, but then they got tangled together, Turner locked up and skated straight on, and Pimley, in fairness, did well to sort of dance out of his way, but that was enough to cost him a lot of positions. There is Pimley settled back in behind. The car looks fine, so no major damage done. Looking out of the window, the recovery. Oh, they are just towing the Simard car away, but they're just using the flatbed truck to tow it, so it looked like they were going to lift it, but no, they are towing it back to the pits, I would imagine. So we're going to need one more lap, I think, and then we'll be good to go. So yeah, just under 5 minutes of the race will be left. Jake Pace, having got ahead of Johnny Greensmith there, will be keen to keep hold of it this time. Of course, Jack Worry couldn't keep Johnny Greensmith behind earlier on. See whether or not Jake has any better fortune. There's Paul Simard's car. As you can see, it's going to be in the pit lane just before the safety car gets there, but that wasn't enough warning to allow for a restart this time. They're going to need one more lap. Safety car lap is somewhere around 90 seconds, so it will be about 4.5 minutes to go when the race resumes. There's a car there with damage. That's the car that ran into the back of Paul Simard when Simard's car slowed dramatically. And I didn't quite catch the number at the time, so I'll have a look as they come through this time by. It's the red and white car just going through shot there. And I can tell you that is 848. Matthew Crozier. Matt Crozier. Where have I seen Matt Crozier racing before? I think this is his first full season in this series, if he is doing a full season, but I've definitely seen Matt Crozier's name appear on something else. I want to say something hot hatchy. So anyway, Crozier is 13 at the moment, started 12th, so he's running about where he started, running in the just the standard class. He's not running in the rookies or the masters or anything like that. Right, safety car then coming in, and race about to restart then with Jake Pace punching the field up. And we keep an eye again on some of the exciting drivers coming through the field. Jordan Pimbley, Ted Bradbury, 9th and 12th respectively, the two really to watch. As the safety car bails for the pit lane, the cars accelerate off the final corner, and Jake Pace tries to pull the pin, make a bit of a break from Johnny Greensmith, but that will be a lot easier said than done. Johnny will have the slipstream, of course, as he comes across the start-finish line, and he closes in on Pace into Paddock Hill Bend. Had a little look to the inside, not quite close enough to do it. Jack Warry right over the edge of the road as he turned in, and out wide has gone Austin Pegg. Through goes Del Pace. Kevin Bird will try to follow him. Christian Dan's in the gravel in the background, and Jordan Pimbley is up the inside of Jamie Turner, and that was just one corner's worth of action. Plenty more of that still to come in the remaining 4 minutes. But Jordan Pimbley gaining another place. Next target will be Austin Pegg, having just been hung out to dry at Paddock Hill Bend, although Austin Look is back up the inside now. Kevin Bird, this is for the rookie class lead, remember. So, well, actually, no, it's not, sorry. Del Pace is a rookie as well, but he's also a Masters driver. So the top three of the rookies pretty close together as they headed for Surtees. Leading group through Clearway's corner. Ooh, go for it, racing car of Jack Warry getting all out of shape. What's going on behind though? That's where the real action is. 5th place on back. Here they come. Kevin Bird got ahead of Austin Pegg, and Jordan Pimbley is following him by with Jamie Turner in behind. Oh, Pegg wanted to close the door on Turner, couldn't quite get there. Is Jamie going to have a go at Pimbley? Surely not. No, Jordan Pimbley sees off that particular challenge. So Pimbley now to 7th place. A win is probably out of the question now. Top 5 might be doable if he dispatches of Kevin Bird quickly. Oh, Austin Pegg snatching the brakes. Not just a snatch of the brakes, really, was it? That was a full-on lock-up into Druids, and leaves a cloud of tyre smoke in his wake. Ran wide, lost a position or two. Well, a position to Jamie Turner. Here comes Pimbley to the inside of Kevin Bird. This for 6th position then. So Jordan Pimbley continuing to march forward. He's got a few more laps to go, you know. Just under 3 minutes to go. You see 3 minutes and you think we're nearly at the end of the race. Of course, at Brands Hatch, that's several more laps of racing. Jamie Turner charges in on the inside line, nearly collides with Kevin Bird, but just manages to avoid contact, I think, as they round the final turn once again. So Jake Pace leads. Johnny Greensmith 3/10 behind in 2nd place. Jack Warry is another 3/10 back in 3rd. Then a big gap back to Will Bream. That's the big gap, isn't it, really? 3rd back to 4th. Pimbley is 6th, and he is 1.3 seconds behind that Will Bream Del Pace battle there for 4th position. So we'll see how quickly he can catch and then dispatch of those two. Round the outside goes Ted Bradbury as well. So Ted Bradbury on Jamie Turner. That gives him the inside line as they come down the hill into Graham Hill Bend. As Martin Tolley is also making good progress from the back of the field. Martin Tolley was 16th at the start of the lap, and he's ahead of Andy Estrate now for 15th. Got a glimpse there as well of the 42 car as well, which was Ben Hoy who had the issues at the start of race 1. Out wide was Johnny Greensmith. That means Jack Worry has a chance to move into second place. He is up the inside of Greensmith through Clark Curve, getting a whiff of a slipstream maybe from Jake Pace's car out in the distance as well. That will be benefiting the number 6 car on the inside line, and he also will have the preferred line for Paddock Hill Bend. That's going to seal the deal, I think. So Jack Worry into second. Johnny Greensmith will try to get the switch back, but I don't think he's quite got the momentum. Pulls alongside, but to the outside line, whilst Del Pace is up the inside of Will Breen behind. Back through, I think that is going to go Del Pace into 4th position. Yes, levers aside Will Breen. They both end up a bit wide over the curb, and so Jordan Pimbley closes in ever further. He's got a lap and a half here, Jordan Pimbley, to try and get back into the top 5. Way wide over the curb goes Jordan out of Graham Hill Bend. That's the little bit of dust you can see lingering in the air. Kevin Bird, meanwhile, has got Austin Pegg up the inside for the rookie class lead. This is, so Austin Pegg trying to get past Kevin Bird through Surtees. So hard to go side by side through there, but they managed it well. And Ted Bradbury sees a chance to get to the inside as well. Levers aside Kevin Bird. Bradbury then going for 8th position now from, I remind you, 29th on the grid. This has been almost as impressive a drive, maybe more so than Jordan Pimbley in a way, because Bradbury has kept himself out of trouble largely, and has gained, I think, even more positions. He's given a shove by Jamie Turner, and Bradbury turns that into a move on Austin Pegg. Bradbury so late on the brakes into paddock, gains another position, and Austin Pegg will, well, in fairness, try to retaliate, but Bradbury's got that one covered and gets to the inside line into Druids. Pimbley, by the way, is into 5th. Pimbley's got past William Bream, so Jordan Pimbley into 5th position. He's got one more chance to get past Del Pace for 4th, and that is into the corner at which they tangled in race 1. The checkered flag is waiting then. Leaders heading for the final few corners, and is Pimbley really going to have a go here at Del Pace, I wonder? They are heading through Clearway's corner. The midfield group heads through Surtees. Kevin Bird's race continuing to unravel. Jake Pace, though, is on course for a race win in round number 4 of the Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Clubman Championship. It is Pace the winner, it is Worry in second, and Johnny Greensmith third, and at the line it's just Del Pace, just about by a 10th and a bit over Jordan Pimbley, with Will Bream in 6th and Bradbury 7th. What a drive from Ted Bradbury. He was the biggest mover in that race, gained even more places than Jordan Pimbley to finish in 7th spot, having started 29th, and actually without the safety car period, I think both of those drivers could have made even more progress, but pretty satisfied, I'm sure, with that race result nonetheless. Fantastic stuff, and Jake Pace, a deserving race winner, no doubt about that. He picked his moment to get to the front of the field just before the safety car came out. Decent safety car restart, but really it was Johnny Greensmith battling with Jack Worry behind that allowed Jake Pace to build a cushion. And once you build a cushion in a series as competitive as this, that is at least half the job done once you break the toe. So, checkered flag flies then on our final race of the day as well on Funkup Saturday here at Brands Hatch. Jake Pace the winner, Jack Worry in second, and Johnny Greensmith comes home in 3rd position. Del Pace 4th ahead of Jordan Pimbley and Will Bream. Ted Bradbury was 7th with Austin Pegg 8th, Kevin Bird 9th, and Matt Flowers in 10th. The class winners in that group, by the way. Greensmith the Masters winner. Del Pace was the rookie and rookie Masters winner with Austin Pegg next of the rookies. Outside of the top 10, Jamie Turner 11th, Matt Crozier 12th, Christian Dan 13th, Martin Tolley 14th position from the back of the grid. Another storming drive from Martin. Nick Ledoyen was 15th ahead of Andy Estrate and Oscar Trapesse, with Liam Cochrane, Thomas Greenwood and Ben Hoy completing the top 20. Mustafa Saeed was 21st ahead of Andrew Gilligan, David Scowler, Adam Lawrence, Simon Privet, Chris Stanley and Stephen Davis. 28th position for Kurt Anscombe. Leah Jacobs was 29th, and Paul Simard brought about that safety car with some sort of mechanical issue, which put him out of the race and very nearly caused carnage behind. We also, of course, lost Tom Cannon to the pit lane before the race ever really got underway, as the other cars were gridding up. So the cars then returned to the pit lane, and we look ahead to tomorrow, where we have, as I've said, plenty more racing coming your way. We are joined tomorrow by the Super Classic Formula Fords, the Classic VW Cup and MG Metro Cup, and the SW Motorsports Club Sport Trophy. So 3 races, 3 extra series coming your way tomorrow, along with more action from the MX-5 Mark 1 Championship and the MX-5 Super Cup as well. So make sure you tuned in. Racing kicks off tomorrow at 10:40 with our second Clapham North MOT Mazda MX-5 Super Cup race of the weekend, and we'll continue on through the rest of the day. Right, final podium interviews then to be conducted, and Richard John Neal has hot-footed it down from the commentary box to catch up with our Clubman podium finishers.
Well, for the last time today down in Victory Lane, I'm going to do this one slightly different. I'm going to do 3, 2, 1. Ted Rogers did that, didn't he, if you remember? You're probably not as old as me, so you won't know that. Photographer here. Oh, really through, thank you very much. Sorry, mate. So sorry. I'll do 3, 2, 1 here.
Thank you very much.
2 podium interviews. Close race, and second for much of it, but ultimately passed.
Yeah, it was a good race, really good race. I'd rather be on top podium, but Jake and Jack have drove a mega weekend, so yeah, that's off to them too. They drove brilliant, probably better set up than me. But yeah, good weekend all round, so yeah. There.
The podium finishes are the things that ultimately get you championship titles, aren't they?
Yeah, this is it. You've got to just keep it at a level playing field with everyone, really, and not go too daft. So, yeah, no, onwards and upwards.
Do you stay and watch the racing tomorrow, or is it a family day?
We've got to get daughter up for rugby in Sheffield for 2 o'clock, so it's up early. So, yeah, but we're going to have a couple of drinks and knock about with a few friends and stuff before we leave tomorrow morning. But, yeah, we should be, well, might catch one race, don't know. We'll see.
Always good to see you on the podium. Safe home, John. All the best, and we'll see you next time here. Great to see you. Let's have a word with Jack. P2. So same podium, slightly different order, but good race.
Yeah, it was a mega race. Again, obviously lost out a little bit to Jake at the start. He went around the outside with the Druids. It was a mega move, so he deserved the win for that. But to get back past Johnny as well after running in third for most of the race, it's a decent result for me. I'm happy with that.
I guess the point's always covered, but the Clubman's being a one-day thing, it just gives everyone a little bit more maybe breathing space and logistically slightly easier.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that. It does help, but I help out with the team as well, so I'll be here tomorrow as well. So I'll be here anyway. So, but
if anyone wants to pay, you can do the full championship for the Super Cup or otherwise.
I mean, that would be wonderful. I am open to offers. It's a great weekend. It's a good weekend to be with the guys as well. So I'll be here tomorrow.
When's the next round? Is it Alton the next one?
No, Snowton.
Snowton, okay. So you much to do for that?
No, Car feels like it's in a good place, so I don't think I've got to do too much. I quite like Snowton as well, so I'm quite looking forward to it.
That's very good. Congratulations, Jack. Thank you. A good day, lovely to see you. Let's have a word with our first-time winner. We've kind of made him wait. He's down to get in the celebrations, but Jake Pace, many congratulations. I thought we'd save you till last so we can go on a high with our winner. What does that mean to you?
Yeah, a lot. It's been a long time coming, and yeah, just mega to get there, really. So yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
First of many? Is it going to be... A lot of people say, once you get that first one out of the way, the rest really does follow.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a few that we could have had, and things just didn't go our way. But yeah, I feel like we deserve that as well. Done some really nice moves to get back past Johnny and to do Jack as well. And yeah, just over the moon. Everyone, all the support. My mum, dad, Gina, my partner, my 2 sisters. And all the Tucker Motorsport boys, it's just unreal. It couldn't happen without all them, as well as Gary's here as well, my dad's friend, and all the boys at Leeward's Car Body Repairs as well. It's a massive team effort, and everyone puts the work in. So, and that's what's made it happen. So, yeah. Delighted
for you all, and for you especially, at getting that. One final question: how unnerving is it when that safety car came out towards the end?
Yeah, if it's one of them, I knew that we'd have to go again, because I think it was around 8 minutes left. So I knew it maybe take about 4 minutes. So yeah, just about getting the restart right and getting away properly. And yeah, done it spot on, I think, and just maintained the gap from there and out. So yeah, brilliant.
Jake, many congratulations. Delighted to interview for your first win, and I hope we get to do it again very, very soon. Well done, mate. All the very best. Jake Pace, first-time winner. That's what it's about. We get a little bit of a champagne shower as well. That is our final podium interview for today. Some great racing from the Mazdas. The Clubmans we won't see tomorrow, but we do have an action-packed day for you, continuing our Funkup weekend here at Brands Hatch. Funkup, of course, finished. Congratulations to Olympian GRD, the reigning champions, on taking their first win of the season. Remember, last year they didn't win a Funkup race until the third race of the year, and then went on to win the championship. So we don't actually know what's going to happen. UVO Hoffman keeping them honest over the course of that wonderful 4-hour race that we had
earlier on. So we've got a great season ahead from Funkup. It is the Funkup weekend. As I say, we'll miss them tomorrow, but we look forward to a full supporting programme of action from the British Racing and Sports Car Club, and we very much hope that you'll join us at 10:30 for the start of the stream tomorrow. From Andy McKeown and myself, all the team from Alpha Live, BRSEC, everyone at Funkup, thanks ever so much for watching. Be nice to each other this evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.